It's that time of year again. My path here is well worn. I haven't had a winning year since Landon Tice was born. I might just get some luck this time. A harness run good powers. If that damn registration line takes less than 3 whole hours. I'm in some heavy makeup. I need to make a score. I'm looking for a miracle at World Series 24. A Spaniard ran a complex bluff. It left us saying damn, but not nearly as creative as his 2018 scam. And look who's at my table. It's Ali and Servant. And I'm sure that mask covering his face is to prevent from getting sick. This place is full of scumbags, each year more than before. It's a con artist convention at World Series 24. I want to play events online if I could just get it to load. And to get your account verified, they use an anal probe. The max late registration, this year we've got some trouble. Every hoodie wearing Euro takes his seat right on the bubble. Sign up at the last second, then crawl there on the floor. Anything to angle at World Series 24. And the Masters ace king, a good flop he did like. But for him there was no problem, he took the chips right back. A crazy lady yelled real loud, was kicked out in a whirl. Went nuts when Ben CB said she played poker like a girl. Did an insane asylum leave wide open their door? The patients all escaped and came to World Series 24. We still have a few more weeks. There's much more news to drop. Players at the ladies event might do a 1,000 weight chop. I'll chomp a $10 hot dog, prove wrong all my naysayers. I know when my ticket says Paris, to dress in 13 layers. A different climate every day, even though we're all indoors. It's like the weather on the moon at World Series 24.
Welcome to Poker Fraud Alert Radio. I am Todd Dandruff with Tell Us. This is being brought to you live and recorded live on July 17th, 2024. The time right now, 10:56 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. It's been almost a month since we were last on. I apologize for that. I'll get into the reasons shortly. But before I even do that, you might be wondering what you just heard. What was that song that just played about World Series 24? Which country music artist did that? And how come it contained so many topics we talked about on the last show? Was it a country music artist who listened to Poker Fraud Alert Radio? Not quite. This was actually an AI-generated song. It shows you how far AI has come in a relatively short time, that it can actually now produce music. Now, if you liked the lyrics to the song, don't give the AI credit because that was me. I wrote the entire song. But I wrote the lyrics, I fed it into the AI song generator, and then it spit out a song. And as is common with anything generated by AI these days, it makes mistakes. It does stupid things. So I had to take an editor to it and fix some of the stupid things it did. But once I did that, then we had a pretty good and functional country music song about the 24 World Series. And I actually did this song thinking I would do a radio show kind of shortly before the main event, maybe like late June. It just ended up not happening, so that's why I talked about a few weeks from now, when we're actually past a lot of the stuff it's talking about coming up. But still, these are all stories we've covered here on the last show, so it should be pretty easy to understand what it's talking about. And if you missed the lyrics, or you'd like to see like a little picture presentation to go along with each verse, I actually have posted the song by itself, and it actually has video content, unlike most things we do, which is all audio. This actually has video content. I made a little music video, a simple music video. You can find it on the Poker Fraud Alert YouTube channel and watch the entire thing, including the lyrics of the entire song. So I thought it was a pretty catchy tune. It's pretty cool that the AI can actually make up not only a tune, but it can make the words fit, and it can make the tune pretty catchy. Like, it's not even a bad song. If you listen carefully, you can tell it's AI, but I was pretty impressed, especially once I removed some of the stupid things it did. Like, it'll repeat some things over and over, or it'll go back to a lyric it's already done and say it again. So, like, I had to fix things like that. That's why you heard, like, a jump or two in the song. But that's always AI. Like that Seinfeld thing I did, you can also find that on the Poker Fraud Alert YouTube channel. That Seinfeld thing I did a few months ago about the MGM Grand. That also needed a lot of help from me. Not only did I write the whole script, but when it was trying to act it out, it made a lot of mistakes. I had to edit out all the fail. So it's not something that can completely do it on its own, but it's getting close. And what's also cool about this tool is if you do not have any kind of songwriting ability, like I'm actually pretty good at writing lyrics. I've always written like little song parodies and stuff going back like decades. I'm just not very good at composing music or playing music. So it's cool that I have this, because now I can get this thing to play the music, to sing, to even come up with a good tune, and I can write the lyrics. So we'll definitely have more. In fact, I'm probably going to produce a Poker Fraud Alert theme song to start every radio show. Just kind of thinking exactly what to make that, what genre, what lyrics, etc. But the thing can actually write its own lyrics too. And I gave it a shot, not about this, but about something else, just to see how it would do. It wasn't bad. Like, I can do better than it in writing lyrics, but it wasn't bad. It's pretty amazing. A few years ago, I would have never guessed that something like this could have been done in 2024. Nor would I think I could do a good parody of that Seinfeld scene at the rental car desk referring to the MGM Grand guarantee policy. And it sounded just like Seinfeld and the woman he was dealing with. So you just kind of help it along. You write for it. You let it act it out. You let it sing. And you can make some pretty good stuff with AI these days. So it's pretty cool and pretty fun to play with. It's time consuming. Like, this wasn't quick to do. It wasn't like I got this done in 5 minutes. Now, if I just said, hey, write a song about the 24 World Series, it would have just written one. It would have had some mistakes. And I could have just played that here and been lazy. But then it wouldn't have been as amusing, nor would it have been as topical. So I wanted to write everything myself. So if you like this, let me know. You can text me at the number I will give you shortly. Anyway, if you want to call the show, speaking of that number, you can call 775-FRAUD-55, 775-372-8355 is how that translates. You can text me any time of the day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, at that same number, 775-372-8355. I will usually get back to you within, fairly short time. Already getting text that I had the wrong date up for the free roll. That has been fixed. So if you want to get into the free roll, which I'll tell you about shortly, you can go in now. I know I had the wrong date up. I apologize for that. If you've noticed that my voice is not quite what you remember, if it sounds a little bit hoarse, you're not imagining things. That is because at this moment, as I'm recording this, I have COVID-19. This is not a joke. I really do have COVID-19. And that's the reason for the delay here. I've had COVID-19 since July 7th. Actually, I guess since before July 7th. I think I caught it on July 5th. I felt it on July 7th. I didn't realize I had it until several days after that, but that is what I've had. And you may wonder, did that affect your main event? And the answer is yes. So please bear with me if I have to pause or anything else, because I still have lingering congestion. I just got tired of waiting to do this show. So I said I feel good enough to do it, even though I'm not 100%, and even though I have some congestion in my throat and in my nasal passages. But I don't want to sit there and wait for this to go, because it's been like a month. So enough is enough. But yes, I have COVID at this moment. Don't be worried for me. I got it very mild, as I did last time. So that was the good news. The free roll we have tonight, I messed this up twice. First, I set it earlier than I was able to begin the show, so I aborted it like 10 minutes in, and poor Dive Bar Dave lost his pretty good stack, and he had to start over. Then I stupidly set it for the next week, because it auto-set to the next week, and I didn't notice that, so then no one could register for this week. So then I aborted that and put up the proper date. So the good news is, if you're not there yet, there's time to enter. So it is now at 11:15 p.m., which is 11 minutes from now. And then you have 25 minutes of late registration, and I'll give you a hint. There is no competition. I shouldn't say no competition, but little competition, because not many people are going to enter tonight. I can tell you that for sure. So if you want to try to win some money, go into the free roll. It's called the No Fraud Online Poker Room. You can find it near the top of the screen on pokerfraudalert.com. You need a separate account on there, and it needs to be validated and verified. And I'll even be nice if you don't have a validated or verified account and want to sign one up quickly. You can do it right now and text me at 775-372-8355, and I will make an exception and validate it during the show, as much as I hate doing that, because I want to get some people in there. 25 for first, 15 for second, 10 for third is the prizes I will give out this week. $40 came from Advantage, and $10 came from Jay Jammy. So thank you to the two of you for the contribution. I can send this to you by Zelle, by Cash App, by bank transfer, by various cryptocurrencies, or even other methods you might be able to think of which involve money transferring on the internet. The call to listen line is very simple. You just call up and listen. It does not require a smartphone. It does not require a data plan. It does not require a computer or the internet or even a strong cell signal. No. It's very simple. You just pick up any phone that has ever been able to dial, and just dial. The phone number is 518-931-1189. 518-931-1189 is the call to listen line. It never buffers. It never freezes. It doesn't matter how bad your connection is. It just works. And if you have a smartphone, it won't cost you any data. It's just very simple. No app required. None of that stupidity. It's just very simple. You just make a phone call. 518-931-1189. Again, that's not a number to call and speak to me. It is a number to call and listen if you want to listen that way. If you do want to call and speak to me, you can call the main phone number of the show, 775-372-8355. I already gave that out. Or the Mount Charleston line, which is 702-430-1808. It's located in a cabin I have right there on Mount Charleston, and it forwards to me wherever I go. Can't text that number, 702-430-1808, but that's an alternate line into the show that we have always had since we have started. If you do play the free roll, make sure you check out the rules, pokerfraudalert.com/free-roll. Pokerfraudalert.com/free-roll explains the qualifications to win the free money. Here is the agenda, and then we will get going. So I mentioned I have COVID. I also mentioned I had COVID during the main event. Did it affect me? I'm guessing probably. Did I cash? Well, you'll find out when I do that segment. Remember, I cashed last year, and prior to 2024, coming into 2024, I had not ever cashed in back-to-back main events, though I came very close. But I had not yet cashed in back-to-back main events. So every time I cashed, the next year I did not cash. So did I finally break that streak this year? And if I did cash, did I keep up my record of never getting less than double the min cash? Because every single cash I had in the main event has been at least double the min cash. So did I keep that up if I did cash? So I'll let you know how the main event went for me. Kristen Foxen, who's arguably the best female tournament player at the moment. She got very, very deep in the WSOP main event, but in my opinion, she blew it. Many other people believe she blew it. Even the greats can have bad days, and Kristen had a very controversial bust-out hand. Controversial in how it was played, not her behavior. She behaved fine, but I don't think her play was very good on that hand. So we will talk about that controversial hand that has really ignited a lot of conversation in the poker world. Longtime grinder Jonathan Tamayo, also known as Driver Seat I. He's been around forever in the online poker scene. He made a crazy fold with pocket queens near the final table. I will tell you about that fold. I will tell you my opinion of the fold. And furthermore, I will tell you how Tamayo ended up doing after folding those queens. Does he regret it or not? I have the answer for you because the main event is over. I can tell you where he finished, and I can tell you whether he regrets it. A player had a heart attack on day 5 of the main event, so you think that would be the end. Did he die? No. And was he out of the event? No, he continued to play after a heart attack. So I will tell you why the guy showed up to play after having a heart attack on day 5. Phil Hellmuth made an entrance to the main event, as he always does. He always tries some kind of outlandish entrance, and they let him. They let him do this. If anyone else tried this, they would get a penalty, or maybe even disqualified, or maybe even banned. But Phil Hellmuth is allowed to create a huge disruption entering the main event, always a few hours late, and with an entourage and some kind of funny costume and some kind of theme. But I think he's running out of ideas. This year, he decided to enter with the music Kung Fu Fighting playing in the background and doing some kind of martial arts theme. And what happened? He got booed. I'll tell you about that as the final main event topic. Sean Perry, remember him? All the controversy he's been in. He's been accused of stealing $1 million or more from Daniel Coleman. He's been accused of owing people money. He's been accused of being a phony sports tout and exaggerating his record to sell sports picks. Well, he has gone on the offensive, and now he is calling people out. See, Sean Perry, one thing he was not doing was fighting back. He was taking a lot of abuse on Twitter and saying nothing back. He was blocking people, but he was not fighting anyone on Twitter that was bashing him. He would defend himself sometimes, like the allegations against him, but he was not attacking anyone back. But he's declared that is over, and now he's going to go after certain people that have been criticizing him, and the one he's hitting the hardest right now is Jason Mercier, but he's also gone after Chance Kornuth, Daniel Negreanu, and other people. So I'll tell you what Sean Perry's been saying, and we will discuss whether we should listen to Sean Perry, because this is always tricky when you have someone with a bad reputation who hasn't always been very honest. When they call others out, you have to take it with a grain of salt, but you can't completely dismiss it, because just because someone has a bad rep and has lied before doesn't mean they're lying about everything. So sometimes bad people have knowledge of other bad people and call them out. In fact, a good example of this was when Martin Zamani, an admitted cheater, called out Bryn Kenny for multi-accounting and cheating. And from everything we can see, Zamani was calling him out accurately. It looked like Zamani was not lying. At the same time, Zamani himself was admitting to have been part of the ring and admitted that he didn't even come forward out of guilt. It was because he was pissed at Bryn Kenny and wanted to get back at him. So it wasn't even like he had a revelation that he's been a bad guy and he's going to atone for it. No, it was just revenge. So despite that, despite the fact that Zamani is clearly not a good person, he did seem to be telling the truth. And I still believe he was telling the truth, as do most people. So just because someone is not the best person doesn't mean you can't believe them, but at the same time, it is harder to believe them than someone with a good rep. And furthermore, it's more likely that they are exaggerating things or not telling the whole story. So we'll talk about what Sean Perry is saying. I just want to give you guys a disclaimer now, and I will again when I do this segment, that the stuff I'm going to read from him are his claims, and a lot of them may not be true because he's not a very reliable guy. But then some may be true. So I'll let you guys judge for yourselves. Steve Jacobs, also known as stevebets, who's a pretty well-known online poker player on PokerStars in the 2000s. He was best known for having like chat tilt issues where he would lose big sit and goes and then just go off in chat and insult people and just really rage in chat. Nothing that terrible, but he was just known to be like a guy who had a really bad temper in chat. I've met him before. When I met him, he was a nice guy. And in fact, he contacted me a few years ago about appearing on his podcast because he's now an attorney and he had a law-related podcast. And he had me appear on there to talk about the Mike Postle situation, much like I more recently did with Eric Benzamokin, who also has a podcast now. So I appeared on Steve Jacobs' podcast, and then he actually started listening to this show. After I promoted the show on there, he started listening to Poker Fraud Alert Radio, and he told me he was enjoying it. I didn't even know he was going to go do that, but he said he was liking this show. So I don't know if he still listens, but he was listening for a while and was complimenting the show to me and telling me he was really enjoying what he was hearing. So he and I, we didn't become friends, but we were like friendly acquaintances, and even back in the day, we always at least got along. So we were never friends, but we always had a positive view of one another, is the best way I can put it. Anyway, he's in some controversy. He is accused of stiffing famed sports bettor known as Spanky in a proxy betting deal, or it's also known as bearding. And we talked about that with Tom Dwan. It's kind of similar to the Tom Dwan thing, where someone who is known to be a sports betting fish and has high limits is then contacted by professional sports bettors who are sharp, and they use this person to place sharp bets, and the books don't see it coming. The books give them high limits because they think they're a loser at sports, and then the person surprises them with sharp bets, and by the time the book realizes it and lowers their limits, a lot of money's been won. And then the Beard, the guy placing the bets, the whale that was thought to be a bad sports bettor, gets a piece of the profits. So that's what he was doing supposedly for Spanky, and this went bad. So I'll tell you what the allegations are. It also involves a third party, and even I was dragged into it a bit. And I even had to go on Twitter Spaces and clear a few things up because there were some allegations that like I was part of the whole thing on Steve Jacobs' side, which is completely not true. I do have a tiny part in the whole thing, and I can't stress how tiny it is, so much to where I didn't even know what was going on until the whole story broke. But tiny in that Steve had contacted me with some concerns about the matter without fully telling me what was going on way before it came out. So that's my tiny thing. I'll explain the whole thing, though. I have nothing to hide here, and I really have nothing to do with the story, and even Spanky himself would tell you that. In fact, Spanky, I don't even think knows who I am. But anyway, I'll tell you the whole thing. You can make your decision as to who you think is right. But pretty big controversy there for at least some time there on Twitter. Remember the Jeremy Becker and Landon Tice challenge, where these two young players, they're both in their 20s, both seen as up-and-comers, had a challenge as to who was going to win more money this summer? I'm not sure if it just included World Series events or other events that they can play. I think it was everything that they played between certain dates. I was going to take Jeremy Becker's side as far as betting on him. Almost got some bets down, but it fell through, so I ended up having no action on this, but that's the side I was trying to be on. Anyway, there is a result now as of today, meaning the result, I believe, is clinched, because I think it ran through the end of today, and it's basically clinched at this point. So I will tell you who won and why the whole result is a little bit surprising and disappointing. I don't mean to me, I mean to everybody. Fred Khalilian, remember him? He was the guy who operated PokerTribes.com, turned out to be a very shady guy, and even tried to hire someone to murder a guy, and was then arrested for that. Well, he has gotten sentenced for this murder for hire plot, and I will tell you what that sentence is. MGM Grand Detroit has denied a six-figure jackpot, a low six-figure jackpot, to a woman they claim that they banned in 2015. She is claiming they are making this up, and they just don't want to pay her. So, which is true? I will give you my opinion. The Mirage, I don't know if it's actually closed. If it has not closed, it'll be closing literally in minutes because this is the closing date, July 17th. And they had a promo, a jackpot promo, because they had to give away the progressive jackpot money before closing. So I'll tell you how that went, and I will tell you whether I attempted to win any of it because I was there in Vegas as this promo was going on. Finally, I haven't done an editorial in a while, and if I have the energy, I will do one. Some people have asked for my opinion on the Trump assassination attempt, which was very weird. It was very weird. There's a lot of questions we all have that have not been answered. So everybody's got their theory as to what was really going on there. So I'll give you my theory as to what was really going on with the Trump assassination attempt that occurred this week. That apparently was super close. If he hadn't turned his head at the last second, he'd be dead. It's crazy. I mean, I can only imagine what would be going on in this country right now if Trump was assassinated. We could even be getting close to civil war. It would have been really bad, regardless of what you think of Trump. So those are our topics tonight. I can already feel I'm struggling tonight to talk, to be honest. So maybe a few pauses and stumbling on my words a little bit. I'll try to edit this out a little bit in the archives. But, this is just one of those nights that's going to be a little tough for me. Because I have COVID-19 while I'm doing radio. Okay, so I guess we might as well talk about this. I guess we might as well talk about my COVID and the main event. I did 3 trips to Las Vegas this World Series, as I often do. 1 early trip, 1 middle trip, and 1 late trip. And that's because I have a family. I got to get back to the family. I can't just be there all 7 weeks as I was when I lived in Las Vegas. But at the same time, I like to be there at the World Series. I like to be part of the action. I like, from a media perspective, to be able to see what's going on and report it on this show and on the forum. And I also like to play. I'm not a tournament player. Some people erroneously believe I'm a year-round tournament player. I am not. I do not play tournaments aside from the World Series of Poker. Every once in a while, I'll play some little tournament at the Bike or Commerce, but it's not very often. Like, sometimes a whole year will go by, I won't play one. So that's why if you go through my Hendon Mob results, you'll see it's just World Series, World Series, World Series, and it's not because I'm playing tons of other tournaments and not cashing. It's because I'm just not playing them. What I do is play cash. And that's what I've basically been since the beginning of my time in poker. I've been a cash player who plays tournaments at the World Series. That basically is what I am and what I've been. And I also don't play a super full schedule. I'm not one of these guys who busts one event and goes and late registers for the other, and I'm not firing on a million 10K events, and I'm not someone who's putting in like 100 to 200K of buy-ins like some poker pros do. That's not me either. So what I do now is I enter a selection of events between $1,000 and $3,000, most of them around $1,500. And then the only 10K I typically play is the main event. So I'm not putting a lot of money into buy-ins. And usually I play about 9 events total. That's about the average these days. I got off to a bad start. First trip, bricked everything. Second trip, bricked everything. So I came into the main event with no cashes in the 2024 World Series despite playing 8 events and despite putting 3 bullets into the seniors event. The other events, despite most of them having rebuys, I only put 1 bullet into them. But the seniors I tried 3 times, and even though the third bullet I was getting further, I still ended up not cashing. And none of them was I super close to cashing. I had a lot of bust outs between like 2/3 and 3/4 of the field gone, but that's not enough. You need 85% of the field gone in order to cash. So I was kind of like getting in the neighborhood of cashing, but I wasn't super close. So I can't even say like I bubbled anything or pseudo bubbled, nothing like that. So I was hardly busting out early in anything, but I was not getting super close to the money either, and it was very frustrating. And that can be the problem with tournament poker, is it can be very frustrating, and you can go through long dry spells. I have a streak going that any year that I have entered 2 or more events at the World Series of Poker, I've cashed at least once. In fact, every year that I entered any events at the World Series of Poker, I cashed at least once, except in 2021, where all I did was come for the main event, and I came within 50 spots of the money, which is very few because the main event has so many people. So 50 is like almost like the bubble. So that was very disappointing. I got to very late day 3, and it was 50 off the money, literally 50 off the money. I think they were paying 1,000. I was 1,050th, something like that, because they had the number on the board. And that was the only event I played that year, and I just missed cashing. That was the only year that I played the World Series where I did not cash. I didn't play in 2020. They didn't really have a real World Series that year because of COVID. Every other year since 2005, you can check it on the Hendon Mob. Every year I've cashed at least once. This year, that was in jeopardy. I had entered 8 events, and I had not cashed. So despite the fact that I entered 8 events, one of them with 3 bullets, despite the fact that I had fired $14,500 total into these events, my total cash was
0.0.
And I was facing another streak, which wasn't looking very good for me. And that was my inability to cash back-to-back at the World Series of Poker main event, because that was the last event I was going to play. This was my only chance to cash this year at that point. And I had never cashed back-to-back years. I almost did it in 2011, got to deep day 3, but busted. I almost did it in 2021, as I told you. Got to deep day 3, even deeper, 50 for the money, but busted. So I had those chances. But what about 24? Because I cashed last year. I cashed in 568th place out of about 10,000 entrants. I got 32,500. So if I cash in 24, that would make it back-to-back years. And that's what I needed to do in order to cash at least one event in the 2024 World Series. I could have stayed around and played the after events, but I wasn't going to. I committed I was going to play, and I was going to leave. So I came into town. I registered for the main event to start on day 1C, which is July 5th. And fortunately, I got a good table draw. The main event is now getting around 10,000 players. It set a record again with 10,112 players this year. Last year they got about 10,043, I think, so very close. And as you can imagine, with 10,000 individual players, because there's no rebuys, these are actually 10,000 different human beings that are entering. Because sometimes these rebuy events, you'll see it has 8,000 entries, 16,000 entries, but these are people rebuying over and over. But the main event, you can't rebuy. So these are 10,000 distinct individuals. As you can probably guess, not all of them are great poker players. There just are not that many great poker players that not only exist, but can come out to Vegas and spend the time to play this. Because remember, not everybody lives close to Vegas, and not everybody can take the time to do this. So when you have 10,000 entering, you're just not going to have a giant field of great players. There just simply are not enough human beings who are really skilled at poker in the world for 10,000 to do this. And they have to come up with 10K to buy in. So some people think, okay, well, it's the World Series of Poker main event. It's got to be tough. Oh, it's $10,000 buy-in. It's got to be tough. Nope. I'm not saying it's a cakewalk. What I'm saying is there are a lot of amateurs in the event. However, there are also a lot of pros in the event, because all the pros know this. All the pros know this is the best value 10K event by a wide margin. And also, if you get really lucky and can make it near the end, then the final table will net you a minimum of
$1 million.
And the top prize will be $10 million. And if you fall short of that, you'll still get 6 figures. In fact, you'll get high 6 figures if you come very close. So there's a lot of opportunity to make big money. And the field is softer than every 10K event out there. So, of course, the pros all want to play. So where you end up getting seated is very, very big as far as how well you are likely to do if you are a decent or better player. And that's the luck of the draw. There's no way to control where you end up. Fortunately, this year, I sat down at my table, and I saw that, number one, I was the third youngest person at the table, and I'm 52. So obviously that's a good sign, because the older players are typically the worst players. And it's not about being senile or anything like that. It's just that The older players tend to be people who were successful in other areas of life and can afford to put 10K down and are playing it recreationally and just are not very skilled players. These are recreational players who just want to take a shot at the main event. So when you see older people there, that is usually the case. That's not always the case. There are some very good older players. There's some excellent older players. But in general, you're happy to see older players at the table, and that's what I saw. So that was a good sign, and sign number 2 was that I didn't recognize anybody. So again, there's unheralded online players who are very good, or people I just don't recognize that are actually fairly known. I just don't know what they look like. But from what I could see, I didn't have any kind of all-stars at my table. So that was nice. So I got a good table draw for day 1, and I was at that table the entire day. I did not get moved. The main event moves very slowly. It's a very deep structure. So you're given 60,000 in chips. The blinds start off fairly small, and levels only move up every 2 hours, whereas every other event that you'll ever play, the levels will be 1 hour or shorter, sometimes even way shorter, like half an hour or 20 minutes. This is 2 hours every time you play a level before the blinds move up, and then they're moving up slowly. So, of course, the strategy here, and this doesn't take a genius to figure out, the correct strategy is to be patient. The correct strategy is to pick your spots until you can't pick your spots. Once you get short stacked or once the blinds get big, then at that point you have to gamble some more. But at the beginning, when it's deep, when everybody has a ton of big blinds in their stack, you can be very choosy about what you put a lot of money into and what you don't. So you got to play conservatively. You don't take chances. You don't enter all-ins where it's races. You don't want to have ace-king against queens, nothing like that. You want to just play very conservatively and let other people hang themselves. And that is the very basic strategy of the main event. And some people don't get that. A lot of the recreational players don't understand that. And, of course, there's other pieces to the strategy to the main event, which I'm not going to reveal out here, because if you ever play against me, I don't want you knowing it. I don't want you knowing everything I'm doing. But I will tell you that I'm not going to be committing my chips on day 1 if I am not short-stacked, if I'm not in a good spot. And that is typically the way most people play. I've only busted on day 1 once since 2009. That was in 2014, where I got 2 horrible starting tables, the second worse than the first. So I'm at a terrible starting table. It breaks. I'm very thankful to see it break, and then I get moved to a worse one. So not only was I at 2 horrible tables, but also I kept flopping top 2 against sets. It was just in horrible spots over and over and over, and I finally busted top 2 against the set. That was the only year since 2009 that I have not made day 2. So what happened in 2024? Did I make it through day 1? I did, yeah. I did, and even though I had a decent start and then lost the chips back and then went back to dinner basically with a starting stack. I think I was a tiny bit over starting stack at dinner after 6 hours of play, so I wasn't thrilled about that after the decent start. But then I had a good final 4 hours of the day and finished with well over 100,000 chips, I think 120-something. So that was well above average and sitting fairly well going to day 2. There was a break between day 1 and day 2, so I came back on day 2 for July 7th. Day 2, for days 1A, B, and C, they're playing together. So there's 4 starting days, days 1A, B, C, D, from July 3rd through July 6th. So anyone who started between July 3rd and 5th, A through C, plays in day 2 together, provided they made it, on July 7th, which is called day 2 ABC. Anyone who started the final starting day, day 1D, on July 6th, they play in their own day 2 on July 8th. And that's because day 1D has more than half the field, typically. So that's how it works. So I was playing against not only the people who played with me on day 1C and survived, but also the people on day 1A and 1B that survived. And in day 2, I, again, did fairly well. I got up well over 300K pretty early. Then I went through a slump and fell down to 230 or so. But then I started to move back up. So, again, finished well on day 2 with 300-something. And I was Again, well above average. So notice the theme here. Notice I have never been short in the event for the first 2 days. The worst I got was basically a tiny bit below starting stack, like a tiny bit. Never short stacked. Never had to worry about going all in or anything like that. And both days I ended up well above average. And both days I ended up at fairly good tables. Day one was pretty good the whole day. It started to get a little worse as people were busting and they were moving better players into the table. Day two, the table broke right away, but I got moved to a table that was very good. And then it started again to get worse. So the only one I think that I knew when I sat down was William Souther, the poker monkey. And he'd been banned for a long time from the World Series for some sort of behavioral issue, but I've always gotten along with him. So anyway, he was to my right on day two. And as the day wore on, we started to pick up some more better players at the table. We had a lot of amateurs again. They're on the day two table. And then it started to be replaced by young pros. One of the pros who ended up to my direct left, though he didn't have a lot of chips, was Jared Smith. And if you say, hey, wait a minute, didn't you mention him before at the main? Yeah, I always seem to get him at the main. I don't know how this happens. And he commented on that. He sat down and said, oh, it wouldn't be a main event if I don't get next to you. That's true. Like, we just somehow always end up at the same table. He was directly to my left. But unlike the last time I played with him, where he made it deep and I made it deep, he did not make it deep. He didn't make it through the day. He didn't bust at the table because the table broke. And in fact, when the table broke, it wasn't that good. But then I got moved to a very good table, probably the best one I was at. It's a very recreational player heavy table on towards the end of day two. And I really enjoyed that table. Unfortunately, I didn't win very much there because I made one mistake there. I was playing well the whole day, and then I made one mistake where I called off with jacks against kings. And actually, I re-raised him, and he called. And then on the flop, which was pretty safe, I went all in, and he called. And he had kings. And I just wasn't watching the guy carefully enough. And had I been watching him more closely, I would have noticed that he was very, very cautious and very tight. So I actually would have pitched the jacks a lot earlier. So I lost to him and his kind of semi-short stack, but he had enough chips where I could have gotten away from it, from the jacks. So I was a little regretting that one, but that was really the only noticeable slip-up I had on day two. The rest I played very well, and in fact I got a good deal of those chips back anyway by just stealing pots the rest of the time. Like that last table I was at on day two, it was really amateur heavy. It was easy to steal from people. I was really loving that table. So aside from that one error I made by calling off too much with the jacks against a guy who will always have jacks beat. I mean, he could have had ace-king because he put in a lot of chips with ace-king one time, but he was someone that's often going to have jacks beat, even with a fairly short stack when he's playing like that. So I should have let him go. But anyway, aside from that, I was really loving that table. So no complaints about the first 2 days, table draw-wise, even though the tables got worse and with people replacing those that busted. Overall, I got pretty soft tables given what I could have gotten. And as I said, that last table on day two was a peach. Unfortunately, what already wasn't good on day two was my health. So I woke up on day two. Day one, I was fine. Day one, I felt completely fine. Day two, I woke up and I was low energy, like really low energy, and I had a sore throat. And I thought, oh no, I think I caught a cold. Colds typically take about 2 days to feel symptoms. Sometimes it can be one, but usually it's two. Usually 24 to 48 hours you will feel symptoms from a cold. One time at Commerce, actually, I caught a cold while at Commerce, and I was there so long that I felt the symptoms of it in the same session. But that's because I played a 27-hour session at Commerce, and I must have caught the cold right at the beginning. And I knew it was from there because I hadn't been anywhere in a few days. So I actually caught a cold and felt the symptoms just before I left. But anyway, I thought, okay, I probably caught a cold on day one, and now day two is 2 days after day one. So I'm probably feeling the cold now, I said to myself. But I was trying to be optimistic. I was trying to be kind of in denial. And I said, okay, well, maybe this sore throat is because the AC has been on all night, and it's just blown into my mouth while I'm sleeping. Because sometimes I sleep with my mouth open, and it probably blew into my mouth, I thought, and just dried up my mouth, and maybe that's why my throat is sore. And maybe I'm low energy just because I wasn't sleeping well, because I didn't sleep well that night. So I thought, okay, maybe there's an explanation for this, but boy, I was feeling low energy for like the first 4 hours of day 2. I was just exhausted. I'm like, oh my God, how am I going to get through this day? And I took caffeine, didn't do anything for me. So I thought this was going to be torture between that and the sore throat. I had no other symptoms at the moment, but I felt shitty. I drank a naked juice. I'm a big fan of naked juice. I like naked juice, especially like the strawberry banana and other kind of fruit-flavored naked juice. I drank a naked juice on the second break, because it was after playing for 4 hours. And I didn't expect it to help much. I just kind of did it. And surprisingly, I came back down from the break to start the third level of the day, and I felt a lot more pepped up. So credit to the naked juice that didn't do anything but my sore throat, but it did give me energy, which I didn't expect. It doesn't have caffeine in it or anything. It's not like taking a Red Bull. I didn't expect naked juice to give me energy, but it did. Somehow it made a noticeable difference. I could tell. Like I was just feeling dead. And then I drank the naked juice, and very quickly I started to feel better. And it wasn't like psychosomatic, because I wasn't expecting it to make me feel better. I just kind of felt like having one. So props to the naked juice. They may have saved my day too. So the remainder of the day, I had a sore throat, but I at least felt awake for the remainder of the day. Then we had an off day again when the day 2D people were playing. So I'm sitting pretty well, good in chips there. I'm probably near double average after day 2 of the main. Still not near the money, though. Got to go at least through a full day 3 before the money, and maybe even a bit more than that to get there. So I still have a lot to go. But happy with how I've done so far, especially given my health issues on day 2. I wake up on the off day, and I have a cold. No more sore throat, but I am congested. So it's clear that I had a cold. And I had a lot of trouble sleeping that night. I had heavy congestion in my throat, so I kept feeling like I was choking when I was trying to lie down. And my nasal passage is very clogged. I kept having to get up and blow my nose. I'm like, oh my God, how am I going to fall asleep like this? And I got very stressed out at one point. At one point, I jumped up and I was pacing around the room, going, how am I going to sleep? How am I going to sleep? Day 3's coming up. I got a lot of chips. Why is this happening to me? I was very stressed out because I felt like I was going to get like no sleep, because I couldn't see myself falling asleep this way. But somehow I did. Somehow I fell asleep. And I woke up and the cold was even worse. But what am I going to do? Like, I'm not going to not play. I'm not going to abandon my stack. Obviously, I have to play. Can't even say that I played the main event with a cold, because I was totally healthy on day 1. The sore throat came on day 2. The cold came in between day 2 and 3, and day 3, the cold's even worse. Day 3, I also saw a return of my back trouble that I've had somewhat this summer, and I was getting sharp pain in my back, very sharp pain. So I had very sharp back pain all day, and I had a cold that was so persistent that I was having to get up every 15 minutes or so and blow my nose and toss the Kleenex in the trash can. I was nice enough not to blow my nose at the table. Sure, people were not thrilled to see me coughing and sneezing and blowing my nose, but what can I do? Again, I've got a stack of the main event. I can't abandon it. So how did this affect me on day 3? Did I chunk off all my chips? Was I unable to concentrate? Remember, intense back pain, a very bad cold, very distracting. So what happened? I came in with like 300,000 something in chips. I finished day 3 with
0.0.
No, that's not true. I finished day 3 with 836,000 in chips. Yeah. If that sounds good, you're right. It is. Right? It was. So again, I was near double of average. And we were very, very close to the money. So it was just about a given I was going to cash at this point. We were like, I think, 12 spots for the money. And it was pretty clear I was going to cash. 836,000 chips from 60,000 starting. WSOP.com had me listed in the official report as having 36,000 chips. Someone forgot to key in the 8. They just missed the 8 when they keyed it in. So everyone's reading this and thought I had 36,000. I got a lot of texts of people saying, "Okay, man, you made day 3. You can run it up. Good luck, man. I know you're going to do it. Don't be down. You're still in it." I'm like, okay, no, I'm not short stacked. I have 836,000, not 36,000. I even had someone ask me, "Oh, did they forget a 0?" I said, "No, it's worse. They forgot an 8. If they forgot a 0, it'd be 360,000. No, I'm way better than 360,000. I had 836,000. They forgot the leading 8. I got to the table, and a Euro next to me was shocked when I opened my bag. He said, "What? What is this? I thought you had 36,000." Because he looked at the report of who he's playing against. I said, they listed it wrong. Should be 836,000. So I came in with my 836K, and not surprisingly, I cashed. So there we are. The streak was broken. I was back-to-back cashing in the main event in 23 and 24. At minimum, I was going to receive $15,000. Oddly, the main event this year was the only event where a min cash was not at least double the buy-in. I don't know why they did this, but every other event, a min cash was double the buy-in, and in the main event, it was only 1.5 times the buy-in. So if you get really deep, that's good for you, because that puts more money up top, and if you don't get really deep, then it's bad for you, because you wanted the more money on the bottom. But anyway, I had good chips coming into the min cash. I couldn't really do much as far as stealing blinds because there were a lot of big stacks I got placed with. I got a number of Euros at the table. I didn't really know anyone at the table except I got to Jason Mercier's wife, Natasha Mercier. And I'd played with her once before, and she played fine when I played with her, whatever number of years ago. And I don't have any issues with her. I don't really know her. I know who she is, but she didn't even know who I was. She asked who I was at one point. But I've really never had any dealings with her, so I have really no opinion of her either way, except playing with her once, and she seemed fine. But she was really the only one I knew of at the table. Everybody else was just random Euros. Some were good, but I didn't know anybody. There was one Japanese blogger who was there, and he seems pretty well known. I'm forgetting his name, but he had like a camera crew recording every one of his hands. A Hoosier A, Lee Bradbury, he said he played with him a lot last year at the Main. So I guess he's known to some people, but I didn't really know who he was. It was an okay draw. It wasn't like a super soft table by any means, but we did have some recreational players there, and we didn't have any like crushers at the table. So for day 4, that's not bad. And that was the only table I played at there. But how was I feeling? Well, my cold had gotten worse. My back still hurt, though not as badly as the day before, day 3, but my cold had gotten worse, and I was having to get up and blow my nose every 10 minutes now. Not 15 minutes anymore, 10 minutes. And I was coughing and I was sneezing. Despite that, I was still playing well at the beginning of the day, and I had some challenges because the guy to my direct left, an aggressive European, loved to 3-bet me. Every time I opened, he's 3-betting me. And I didn't have like monster hands here. Sometimes I was just tossing it if I'd have like Queen 8 on the cutoff or something like that. I don't even want to put in the extra to see the flop. And other times I'll have things like 6s or so, these aren't wonderful hands where I want to pump up the pot big. So anyway, he got a number of small pots off me that way, but I saw clearly he was doing a lot of light 3-betting. Sometimes from the small blind, sometimes from the button, sometimes from the cutoff. So it was very annoying that when I'd open, it seemed like he was 3-betting me every time and getting away with it. So I finally said, okay, enough is enough here. And even though I had a pretty good stack and I could be potentially spewing by playing back at him, I finally said enough is enough. I'm not going to allow this anymore. And I started to play back at him. And I was doing so successfully. One of the times I completely outright bluffed him, where I had ace-queen. And ace-queen's always a tricky hand to play in the main event because a lot of times it's dominated. And you never really know where you are with ace-queen. And yet it's still a fairly good hand, so you don't want to toss it that easily. Anyway, I opened with ace-queen. He 3-bets me. So I just called, and the flop was king-king-jack. Not the greatest flop for ace-queen, but I check-raised him, and he tossed it. And I did that with another hand where I just raised him with junk. And then I did it a third time where I raised him with junk. And every time he let it go. So once I check raised him, and the other two I raised him in position when he had done it from a small blind 3-bet. So that was nice, and twice I got past 1.1 million in chips. So I actually had more than 1 million chips twice. So I basically got over 1.1 million, then lost a few pots, got down to 8-something again, and then got myself back to 1.1 billion by beating this European guy to my left who kept over-aggressively 3-betting me, and I got tired of it and just playing back at him. And the funny thing is, like, he was believing me because I kept folding to him earlier, and then all of a sudden I'm playing back and he didn't get it. I wasn't going to risk all my chips against him, but I figured that if I play back at him some, he'll let it go, and it just seemed like there's no way he could have it every time because he just was doing it too often, and I was right. And by the way, he chunked it off eventually and was out after not too long. So this guy just didn't quite get how to play the main. So I was happy. Despite feeling physically lousy, I was up over 1.1 million in the early stages of the day. Unfortunately, I stopped winning hands after that. And I'm missing flops. I twice flopped straight flush draws, and you could say, well, what do you mean? You're missing flops, straight flush draws? No, I bricked them both times. In fact, one time I had a straight flush draw with both pair out. So if I hit a pair even, I would have won, and did not. And that one was all in, so I couldn't even run the guy off. So I had 2 straight flush draws I missed completely. I had other draws, like straight and flush draws, I missed. I had ace-king, ace-queen miss over and over and over again. I was not flopping any sets. I was just making nothing, and then they kept backing into things against me, too. So they were even either hitting things or would have just enough to call down when I had big draws, and I would not make it. So it was tough. I was just having everything go wrong at that point. Furthermore, I just wasn't feeling like I was playing as well as I had the other days. Now, again, I was just losing hands because my opponents were getting there and I wasn't, and I was missing big draws and all that. So I'm not saying I just tilted the chips off, but I could have done a better job at limiting the damage. Or in some cases, I could have won some of the pots that were winnable, where if I was in a better state of mind, I could have seen more clearly that my opponent was weak enough where I could bet them off with a big draw or something like that. Instead, I chose to go the cheap route and then miss, and then it turns out we both check, and the guy had something he would have folded if I bet big enough. So I was just making the wrong move in a lot of these spots. And eventually, I dwindled down to very little, and I got down to 100-something K, which is tiny at that point. And I was able to work my stack back up to like 270 or so, or maybe even 300, which still was short stacked. I think the average was like near 800 at this point, later in the day. But I just needed like one double up to kind of be within striking distance of average. And fortunately, with working it back up, I never had to go all in, right? I went all in, but I was never called all in, so I was able to not have to run anything out. So that was nice. I was in the small blind, and Natasha Mercier had raised early, and then I think another person called, and I was in the small blind, and I had Jack-8 of diamonds. And you might think, okay, well, that's not a bad hand in the small blind. And I don't know what it was, but something told me to fold that Jack-8 of diamonds. So I folded it. I could have just called and see what I flopped, and there was multiple players, and I had the potential to make something big there. But I folded the Jack-8 of diamonds, and right when I tossed it, I thought, what the hell am I doing? Like, why am I tossing this Jack-8 of diamonds? I just had this feeling I need to throw it away. I'm not kidding. So I tossed the Jack-8 of diamonds, and the flop came 8 high with 2 diamonds. And I said, oh my God, I'm a fucking idiot. This was the spot I needed. So it was Natasha Mercier, the guy 2 to my right, then me in the small blind where I folded, and then the big blind called 2. So it ended up 3 players. It would have been 4 with me, with 8 high with 2 diamonds, and with me with a short stack. So obviously I would have put it in there. But I didn't have cards anymore, so I had nothing to put in. Boy, was I regretting tossing that. Well, then I wasn't regretting it quite as much because Natasha Mercier check raised both guys. So she was the original pre-flop raiser. She checks. The late position guy bets. The big blind calls, and she check raises fairly big. And she'd been playing solid the whole way. So I thought, okay, well, it looks like whatever she's got here would beat a pair of eights. I'd probably need the flush draw. And hey, maybe one of these guys has a better flush draw, so maybe I'd be in huge trouble here. So wow, I'm glad I folded this. Anyway, gets back around to the late position guy, and now he goes all in for like $500K. Big blind folds back to Natasha, and she says out loud, well, I have to hope you're on a draw, and calls pretty quickly. What did she have? She had ace-6 for middle pair. I don't know what the hell she was doing there, because she's not a fish. She was playing very solid the whole way. I don't know why she spazzed out there like this with middle pair. But that's what she did. I guess she thought they were weak. So she had ace-6 and the other guy had jacks. So, okay, I would have been behind here. I would have ended up getting it in. Now, maybe she would have tossed the ace-6 had I got it in. But for sure, the guy with the jacks was going to call because he had an overpair to the board. He had 2 black jacks. So I would have had to catch a diamond or an 8. Obviously, the jack was not going to be good for me. So at this point, I'm very happy I'm not in there. So turn and river run out. They would not have helped me. They did not help Natasha. This guy doubled up. Natasha took a big hit off her stack. She lost probably $600K in the hand. And this guy all of a sudden has doubled up well over $1 million. And I would have busted there. So I was quite happy with myself for folding that Jack 8 suited. Which, to be honest, would have been the right call from the small blind there. I should have called it. But I just had a weird feeling about it. So I tossed it. It's not like I had kings and tossed it with a bad feeling. I wouldn't do that. My feelings only go so far. But I just felt funny about the Jack 8 and I threw it away. And wow, I would have got it in. The Jacks would have called me. I don't know what Natasha would have done. It wouldn't have mattered. And I would have busted right there. So I thought, good. This is like a new lease on life. I still have a short stack, but I still have 270 left. So, okay, cool. On the button with 270. Let's wait for a better spot. So the cards are dealt, and the same guy who just won that big pot with the jacks opens. I'm on the button. Remember, he's only 2 off the button, so he's in late position. I look down, ace queen of clubs. Well, that is a hand that is going to beat most of these late opens. So I went all in. I did not want to just raise over him because if he calls, it becomes very tough to play post-flop because the blinds were big at that point, and he's already opened with a raise. So to re-raise it, it's already made it to where it becomes very tough to play if you miss it. So I'd rather just put it in. Usually he's going to fold, and I'll just pick up the blinds and ante plus the open raise he put in, which I was happy to do with ace-queen suited. It's not like aces where you're trying to entice them in or anything. Yeah, I'm happy with ace-queen suited to just take that. So the blinds fold, and this guy immediately calls, and I don't like seeing that. And I especially don't like seeing when he turns over pocket aces. Very, very sad feeling in the main event to see that spot. So I stand up, I'm gathering my stuff, I'm ready to leave, but hold on, I got a shot. The flop comes queen high with 2 clubs. Couldn't be much better, right? Queen something would have been even better, but queen, low card with 2 clubs is pretty damn good with ace queen of clubs against aces. So I've got a shot. Turn is a 5 of hearts, and the river, just to torture me, is an ace. And I'm out. And there's a picture of that final hand if you go to twitter.com/dandruffpoker. So that was that. Then I was thinking, this is very close to the next pay bump. Because they're always behind on the screen, so it showed there's 612 people left. So we were currently at the $30,000 level. And the next was $32,500. So it's $2,500 extra. It started 612, and at 602 they start paying $32,500, but I knew they were behind there, so I knew we were very close to the 602. So I'm waiting for them to bring me the slip. And I didn't stall or anything. So I'm waiting. I'm thinking, please not 603. Please not 603. Please not 603. And they hand me the slip. Okay, sir, you're in 603rd place. Why? Can't even get my $2,500 extra dollars. I'm on the very, very last spot before it goes up to 32.5. Even more painful, like 30 seconds after I busted, I heard somebody else bust at the other table, so that guy got 602. So if I just stalled for 30 frickin' seconds, I would have gotten $2,500 more. Anyway, so I cashed $30K. It kept up my streak that every time I've cashed the main, it's been at least double of a min cash. How have I done in the main recently? Well, pretty well. In 2019, I finished in 128th place for about $59K. In 2020, I did not play. 2021, I came within 50 spots of the money. 2022, I only made it to early day 2. Didn't do that well that year. 2023, I made 568th place for $32.5. And this year, I made 603rd place for $30,000. So that means I have cashed 3 of the last 5 main events, none of them being any less than double the min cash. And I almost cashed 4 of the last 5 main events. A few other stats you might be interested in. 9 of the last 14 main events I have made deep day 3 or later, which means 9 times out of the last 14 I came close to cashing or cashed. And I also have made day 2 in 14 of the last 15 I have played. So definitely a good event for me. This is not just a coincidence here that I keep making it to or near the money. You know, sometimes I'll have a dud year like 22, but you see year after year I'm competitive in this event. So I'm definitely going to play this event every year as long as I can physically do so. But speaking of physically, let's go back to that cold. I was kind of sad that I didn't play my best at the end of the day, or starting kind of from the beginning, middle of the day when I started to slip down. I just was making all the wrong moves. And I could tell I just wasn't seeing things that well. I'm not talking about the bust-out hand. The bust-out hand that was going to play out the same way no matter what. Even if I didn't shove pre, even if I just flatted, I'm obviously going in on that flop. Though the shove to me is pretty obvious there, given my stack size there. Like 270 or whatever I had was to an open, to late open. I mean, that's not a very big stack at all. It's a short stack, and I'm happy to win the blinds in that guy's raise. But anyway, I was kind of sad. Whereas last year, I just kind of dwindled down. I just wasn't getting hands. I was just kind of blinding off. I was just super card dead for several hours. And that's how I went out last year, basically. And every time I would try to make a move, I'd run into a real hand. So I think I was just helpless there. Like this year, I kind of felt like I could have saved some chips or won some chips where I otherwise lost. Like I could have won some pots that I lost, and I lost extra chips on some, which I could have lost less. So I was kind of disappointed in myself because this was actually the very best stack I ever took into day 4. I had never taken 836K. I've never taken in a stack that was almost double average into day 4. Even in the 2 years I did the best, which was 2010 where I finished 88th and 2019 where I finished 128th. Neither of those years did I come into day 4 with a good stack like that. So I thought this was going to be a year I go real deep, and I was expecting better than 603rd place out of 10,000. So I was disappointed, feeling kind of depressed about it. But I thought, okay, you know, I wasn't feeling that well physically. So that was probably affecting me. Then when I was back in LA, I went back shortly after busting. I stayed one more day. I wasn't going to go home. It was already getting late, and I was tired. Stayed one more day, went home at night that next day. And I'd been home, and then I heard that someone that had been exposed to me had lost their smell and taste. And I said, uh-oh, I better test. Because if someone who was exposed to me while I was sick lost their smell and taste, then that makes me think I didn't really have a cold. And as I already revealed at the beginning of this show, I did not have a cold. I actually had COVID-19. I whipped out a home COVID test, and I could not believe how fast that second line turned pink. It says to wait 15 minutes. It was probably less than 3 minutes the thing was fully pink. And I posted a picture of it, by the way. You can see on the Poker Fraud Alert Twitter, I posted a picture of my test. So, yep, I had COVID-19 from days 2 through 4. So that's why I was so low energy on day 2. That's why my cold was getting worse, because it wasn't really a cold. That's why I was just feeling really lousy. That's why on day 4 I didn't play my best, because I had COVID. I don't know how I played well on day 3. Day 3, I had the back issues too. Day 3 was like a torturous day, and somehow when I would play my hands, I would play them right. It was so funny. I don't know how I was doing that. But I was really overcoming a lot of distractions on day 3 to play well. But starting from midday 4, I wasn't playing that well anymore. But I had COVID-19, so I felt better about it. I felt better about chunking off the stack, which again wasn't a full chunk off. It's not like I punted or torched my stack. I just lost a little extra when I didn't need to sometimes, and then sometimes didn't take a shot at winning the pot when I could have. Things like that. So I didn't feel as bad anymore because it was COVID-19 I had. Now, did I lose my smell and taste? No. Did I have a fever? Well, I don't know because I didn't have a thermometer with me, but I did recall that when I got up to go to the bathroom, my teeth were chattering on some of the nights. And I attributed it to the air conditioning that I had on pretty high. I thought that was just blowing on me and I was getting cold. But I'm like, you know what? I don't remember any other time when I was in a cold hotel room, my teeth were actually chattering. So I have a feeling I had a fever then. But I don't believe I had a fever any time I was actually playing. And I can usually tell when I have a fever. So if I did have a fever, it probably wasn't a very high fever. But I probably had a low fever at some point. And I didn't have any vomiting. And I did not have really any other COVID symptom. Really, all I had was a sore throat for one day and the heavy nasal congestion and coughing and sneezing and also congestion in my throat, which made it difficult to sleep, especially for one night, the night before day 3. I also had that going on day 3. I didn't sleep very well because of all the congestion in my throat. So yeah, I had a lot to contend with there. So yeah, it turned out I had COVID. And I still have COVID because I'm still feeling it right now. It's not very strong. And fortunately, overall, this was a mild case. So now both times I've had COVID, in 22 and in 24. 22 I got it at the World Series also, but I caught it in the middle and just quit playing events. I didn't enter anything when I had COVID-19. And I just stayed away from people until it got better. But that was mild, and this was mild. This was worse than the 22 COVID, and it's lasted longer because I got this, again, the symptoms started on the 7th, and here we are now almost 11 days from there, and I still have symptoms. Mild symptoms, but symptoms nonetheless. So last time it cleared quicker, and the peak was worse this time than last time. But by COVID-19 standards, it was very mild. It was like a cold. And I know other people who got COVID this World Series that had a pretty miserable time. People lost smell and taste, people who vomited, people who had high fevers, people who were just pretty much confined to bed. I mean, I played 3 full days of the damn World Series, 2, 3, and 4, with COVID-19 at the beginning of it. Like not even like as it's going away, like right now. I mean, like as it was peaking. I was playing the damn main event. Those long days. So thankfully, it wasn't the type of COVID which just makes you bedridden and you can't play. Like that would have been miserable because I would have had to force myself, and I couldn't have lasted long that way. So I don't know what it is that I don't seem to get COVID very strongly. My 2 times having it have both been mild. And I've heard people say that they had a mild first one, and then the second one was terrible. In fact, my son was like that. My son had a mild first one, and the second one was really, really bad. It went away fairly quickly, but he had 104 fever. He was constantly vomiting. He had terrible muscle and joint pain, terrible fatigue, and I didn't get that stuff. I had some very mild muscle and joint pain, but I get that with colds sometimes. I get muscle and joint pain sometimes with colds, much worse than that. So this was kind of like an average cold, to be honest. And the previous one I had 2 years ago was like a mild cold. So I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful that the COVID-19 was not terrible. And by terrible, I don't mean like killing me, but I mean like enough to where I can't play or can barely play. But it sucks that I had the COVID-19 when I was otherwise doing well. Because if I didn't have that COVID-19 on day 4, I'm convinced I would have played better. Could be an excuse, but I really think I would have played better. I just didn't feel like I had it that day. Like, I handled that Euro to my left well, but after he was gone, for some reason, I just kind of lost it. I just wasn't playing my A game anymore, and I could feel it. And you've probably had those days, too, when you've played. So I think it was because I was sick. And for whatever reason, I was able to tune it out the 2 days before. But wow, that was a challenge. That was a challenge for the COVID main event for me. But I cashed. I got $30K, you know. But it would have been much worse if I picked up COVID there and had to do the drive of shame back home with no money. But I cashed $30K at least. Should have been 32.5. I took 30 damn more seconds to decide what to do with that ace-queen. I guess that would be the only good thing if I called it instead of 3-betting it, is that the hand probably would have taken longer, and then I probably would have made 600 second place. Damn it, I just realized that. For some reason, that's the thing that bothers me the most. I know it shouldn't. And like a lot of people laugh at me about the pay jumps. Like, oh, come on, Druff. That's not why you're there. You're there to win the high 6 figures, the 7 figures. You're not there to worry about $2,500 pay jumps. And you're right. It's just an irritant. It's an irritant knowing if I took 30 damn more seconds on that hand, I would have gotten $2,500 more for doing nothing. It's an irritant, okay? And I would have matched last year's catch. I would have had the same 32.5. So that was the end for me. And this is the first year where I've cashed and walked away frustrated. All the other years, I felt like I kind of took it as far as I could. So I did not even walk away like feeling bad. I actually walked away feeling good that I did what I could. This year, I kind of felt like I could have done better. So the main event obviously kept going on without me. None of the people who were at my table made it particularly far. I looked some of them up, and nobody made it really deep. But we'll talk about some people who did make it deep. First of all, I'll tell you about the player with a heart attack who made main event day 5, which I did not. Now, I'd rather not make day 5 and not have a heart attack, which was my case. I did not have a heart attack or make day 5. But a player named Adam Rude, exactly as it sounds, R-U-D-E. As Poker News put it, he had a rude awakening. Get it? He had a rude awakening as he was taking a shower, according to Poker News. It was after day 4, which he finished with chips, and he ended up in the hospital. And it turned out what he was in the hospital for was a heart attack. So I guess he wanted to go take a shower after playing day 4. And something happened in the shower, and he went to the hospital. And he decided to come back. He decided to come back to day 5. He said, I'm getting a little negative feedback at the table. One guy is a little outspoken that I shouldn't be here. The reason I'm here, the only reason I'm here is because I have 2 boys, and I want to give them $10 million. I don't know about that. I mean, if you have 2 boys, I think they'd rather see you come home than take a shot at $10 million. He said he had a defibrillator, and if you don't know what that is, it applies an electric charge to restore your heartbeat, to make your heartbeat normal. And it went off in the shower. So he said it was registering as a heart attack, but they didn't see any damage. He said they got my vitals, everything was looking good, and they gave me some strong medicines to get through today. He was told by doctors that he suffered a heart attack, but he thought the doctors were wrong. He didn't see concrete proof of a heart attack, but it was believed that he did have one. But he thought since his vitals looked okay, and since they gave him some medicine to make a recurrence of this less likely, that he wanted to come back and play. The correct medical advice there would be to stay in the hospital for observation so they could see if it happened again that next day. But he said, nope, I'm doing it, I'm coming, and he played. He did say he was feeling tired during the first break when Poker News interviewed him, and describing what happened, he said, I woke up shivering, I had the chills, I decided to get in the shower to heat up because I thought I was cold. I guess that was kind of like me with the teeth chattering. And then I was just standing, and then I woke up and I was on the ground. The hospital said it registered as a heart attack, but I don't think it was a heart attack. He said in 2014, he got a virus that was very similar to COVID that attacks the liver and the heart. I don't know what disease he's talking about in 2014. There was nothing similar to COVID in 2014, but okay. And he said that the virus damaged his heart, and that's why he has the defibrillator. I still don't know why he's convinced he didn't have a heart attack. If they're telling me he had a heart attack, I don't know why he's convinced he didn't. So he did not get there on time for day 5. He did have some chips blinding out. He came after about 1 hour in the day, and he was short-stacked too, but he did double up. And let me see how he did. I didn't look that up until now, but as usual, we will produce the show during the show. I know he didn't make it to the very end, but let me take a look how he did. I'm going to guess he didn't get super far. Let's see. He got 194th. Okay, so he actually did decently. That was, I don't know how far that was into day 5. Well, it actually wasn't that far. I don't know how many people came into day 5, but probably not that much more than 194. So yeah, he got 194th for 60,000. So I don't know how much money he made extra by showing up. Remember, he wouldn't have busted immediately either. It would have blinded out some. He may have laddered up that way, not even being there. Certainly he did better showing up versus not showing up, but maybe not by that much. He finished in 117th place in 2018, also on day 5. So that was his situation, and he just felt like he doesn't feel like sitting in the hospital getting monitored while his stack glides down. He wanted to show up and play. I presume he's still okay, but he did take a chance because he didn't just like feel some chest pain. I mean, he actually collapsed. And keep in mind, the shower, I at first thought the shower was because he just was done with the day and wanted to shower. It wasn't that. He woke up and was cold and was like, oh, let me take a warm shower to warm up. And then he just collapsed and he wakes up on the ground of the shower. And then he went to the hospital and they told me he had a heart attack. So then he had to make the tough decision. Do I just let my stack blind out and have them observe me another day? Or do I just have them give me medicine and demand that I'm going to be discharged? Because they can't force you to stay there. So I'm sure they told him to stay, but he said he didn't want to stay. They had to let him go. So they gave him some kind of medicine to make this less likely. And he played and did not have another heart attack. He's not there. I don't know what's happened since then. You might be wondering, what would I do if I was in that spot? And let's assume that I was familiar with the situation as he was, because this has been going on for 10 years for him. Like if I just had sudden heart problems, that would be a little different because it'd all be new to me. But let's say I've been dealing with this for 10 years. Would I come back with my short stack on day 5 or just let it blind out? I would have to see the evidence that I had the heart attack. So if they're just kind of guessing at it, I might actually do what he did and come back. If there's any kind of substantial evidence or even kind of moderate evidence that I had a heart attack, I would stay there in the hospital and just let my stack go. Because the truth is, the most important thing is your health. And that can sound trite until you actually start having health problems. And then you start thinking, I don't care about money. I don't care about anything else. I just want to get better. And you start thinking, I'd even rather be poor and healthy than whatever I have now and unhealthy and sick and in bad shape, whatever it might be. So your health really is the most important thing, especially as you get older and the problems start to mount and the risk starts to mount. So while it is frustrating to give up a stack in the main event, if you've just had a heart attack or a likely heart attack, I do think it is better to stay there and get monitored. Now, what I would do, and this is me personally, because I have access to something most people don't, I would call my brother, who is a cardiologist, and I would get his opinion, and I'm sure he would tell me to stay at the hospital if this happened to me. But I would get his opinion of, like, what honest risk am I taking if I leave? So at least I have a cardiologist that I trust that I could call and ask this. But most people don't have that, obviously. But I think he probably made a mistake by doing this, unless he was so familiar with the problem that he knew it was pretty certain he didn't have a heart attack and they were just wrong. But I think there's a good chance he did. I mean, he actually fell. It wasn't just that the defibrillator went off. It was that he fell. He just collapsed. It wasn't just like tripping. He just fell to the ground. He fainted. So yeah, that's a problem. But I guess it worked out. To my knowledge, there has never been anyone who died while playing the World Series of Poker. There were some close calls. Eskimo Clark, who is now dead, not while he was playing, but he is now dead, he collapsed in the infamous poker tent in 2007 from heat exhaustion, and I think he may have had some kind of heart attack related to that, but he did survive. There is also a player named Eric Schimpf, who was a co-founder of Real Grinders. Remember Real Grinders? He was a co-founder, and he was in his 60s, and he played a Limit Hold'em event, I believe 2 years ago. Either last year or 2 years ago. I'm forgetting now. I think it was 2 years ago. And made day 2 and cashed and came fairly close to day 3, but didn't make it. And then between day 2 and day 3, he died. And he died, I believe, at around the time of day he would have been there at day 3. So had he made day 3, he would have had a heart attack and died at the table. That would have been a first to my knowledge, where someone would have died while playing at the World Series of Poker, provided that it all would have played out the same. You know, maybe he did something at home to bring on the heart attack. You know, maybe I think he lived in Vegas. Maybe he didn't. I'm forgetting. I think he lived in Vegas. But wherever he was staying or at home, maybe he lifted something to bring it on that maybe wouldn't have happened right away at the World Series. I don't know, but it's also possible it just happened at that time. So that was pretty close. But I still don't know of anyone who actually died at the World Series of Poker while they're playing, which is pretty amazing with all the people coming through that this hasn't happened yet. Hopefully I won't be the first one. Definitely won't be this year, though, because I'm done. I'm done with the 24 World Series. And in fact, the 24 World Series itself is almost done, including the main event. All right, let's go on here. Move on to another main event topic. I want to talk about the Kristen Foxen hand. Kristen Foxen is arguably the best female tournament poker player alive right now. She is so good that she is considered one of the top tournament players, whether male or female. She's actually someone that's not just a really good female player, she's just a really good player. So there's a lot of respect for Kristen Foxen's game. She's also known to be pleasant at the table and not someone who typically creates a lot of drama or is unpleasant to be around. You know, she's not a Vanessa Selbst. Kristen Foxen is soft-spoken and easygoing, very well liked, except there was an issue a few years ago because she and her husband, Alex Foxen, another excellent tournament player, were very, very strongly anti-vax. And they were very strongly protesting the World Series of Poker's then requirement to be vaccinated to play. And in general, they were making a lot of tweets against vaccine requirements and against the vaccine in general. So they felt very strongly about it, both of them, and they took a lot of heat. Not from me, and I wasn't an anti-vaxxer, but I understood the position of people like Kristen Foxen. She's not old. Alex Foxen's not old. They're both substantially younger than me. I understand why they didn't want to take the vaccine. 3 years ago, I think they were both mid-30s. Made sense. And the skepticism over the vaccine was justified because it was rushed. It was rushed for good reason, but it was rushed. There were a lot of questions regarding its safety. The safety of the vaccine was very much exaggerated by the media and the government. And I felt that it was smart to take if you were middle-aged or older, but if you were younger than that, it was probably smart not to take because there was too much unknown about it and COVID just wasn't that dangerous to you as someone who was a young person. So I took the vaccine, and I don't regret that, and I think it was the right decision, even in hindsight. But if I was 30, I would probably have regretted taking it. And so I don't question their anti-vax position, but they weren't just saying for themselves. They weren't just saying, well, we're mid-30s, we don't think we should take it. They were just very anti-vax in general. But, I didn't really get involved in this. I didn't really feel that strongly either way, the points that were being raised. I didn't agree with everything she was saying, but I also didn't completely disagree with everything she was saying, so I just kind of stayed out of that. But she and Alex both got a lot of haters from this, whereas before everyone basically loved them. But time healed these wounds, one, because both of them just were very successful in poker before and after that, and number two, they had a good reputation before that. And number three, people were starting to get away from the COVID hysteria as time passed. And some people said, hey, you know what? Yeah, we did kind of overdo it with the vaccine fanaticism and demanding that everyone get vaccinated, especially as it came out that the vaccine was not really preventing transmission. So the reason to pressure others to do it was kind of gone. So as more was being learned, the anti-vaxxers didn't look as crazy as they did at the beginning. And in fact, some of their points were very reasonable. So a lot of people started to like them again. I never disliked them. I never had any issue with either of them. But there were people who did, especially people on the political left had a big issue with those two. But it had faded by now. So anyway, back to the present, Kristen Foxen was getting very far in the WSOP main event. Obviously, she's a great player, so people thought that her skill was better than most of the remaining field, even as deep as this was. And they were looking forward to perhaps seeing the first female make the WSOP main event final table in many, many years. The last one to make the main event final table was Barbara Enright, and this was a very long time ago. She made the final table in 1995, Barbara Enright, and she's an older woman. Even in 95, she wasn't all that young. But she finished in fifth, but of course in 95 the field was much, much smaller, because this is pre-poker boom by 8 years. But she was the last one to do it. It's been almost 30 years. And there's been a lot of very good female players in that time, but none have quite gotten there. Some have gotten close. You had Maria Ho get close a number of years ago. I think she was like 32nd. Tiffany Michelle, who's not a great player, but she had a good year in 2008, made 17th. And you had in 2012, Elizabeth Hille and Gail Bauman, both from Europe, who made 11th and 12th, but just missed it. That was the closest we've seen. But a lot of other years, they didn't even come close. In fact, in 2010, when I made 88th place, had I been female, I would have been the last woman standing. And in 2019, when I made 128th, I would have been the second to last woman standing. So some years, there's a woman who makes it deep, other years, not really. Well, this year, there were two females. One was an Asian female. I forget her name. It's someone I hadn't heard of before. And the other one was Kristen Foxen. The Asian woman, I don't know what place she busted, but she didn't come super close. She was like within striking distance, like the final three tables, but she didn't come that close. But Kristen Foxen was sitting pretty there. She was, with 13 people left, sitting very well with chips, and there were a number of short stacks. So I'm not saying she should have just folded to the final table, but she could have just played solid poker and, barring a cooler, could have easily cruised into the final table and be the first woman to make the final table in the last 29 years. And people have been waiting for this. People have been waiting for this moment. People are really rooting for her, both men and women. They wanted to see it. They thought that would be good for poker. They thought it would just be nice to see finally a female face at the World Series of Poker main event. And I agree. It would be nice to see that. In fact, I was even happy to see in 2019, the guy who busted me, Hossein Ensan, I was happy to see him make the final table and win it because he was older. He was 55. I was 47 then. So I'm like, okay, good. I'd like to see other old guys get there. I was tired of all these youngsters winning. I wanted to see someone that was more like myself in age. And Hossein Ensan, 55 years old, won the main event that year. The oldest winner in quite some time. So even more along those lines, we haven't even seen a female at the final table. And there's some belief this could also encourage more women to play if they see a female make the main event final table, especially if you have a female main event champion. And the way people were looking at it is, look, hey, this is a really good player, really good tournament player who's won a lot of big tournaments, and she has the skills to win this, and she also has the demeanor to do. She won't be nervous getting there probably because she's been in high-stakes tournaments, and she's won big prizes before, not 10 million, but she's been in big spots before in tournament poker, and she can definitely compete really well at that final table and probably have an edge over most of the field there in skill. So people pictured that she'll come in, she'll have decent chips, as she had with 13 left, and that she will crush the final table, be the first female winner, because there's never been a female winner of the main event, and that this will, I wouldn't say cause a boom of women to play the game, but it'll be nice for the game. It'll be nice to have a female winner. And I think just about everybody felt that way. Well, Kristen Foxen did not make the final table. She did not win, obviously. So what happened? Did she hit some kind of like awful cooler, set over set, something like that? No. Kristen Foxen basically chunked off her stack. Let me tell you something. This year, I did not play with any big names. Not one. Unless you count William the Poker Monkey Souther or Jared Smith or Natasha Mercier. Those are the three biggest names I play with. So this was not a big name year for me at the World Series of Poker, despite making it to late day 4. However, last year, where I made it to a very same spot in day 4, basically, I had a lot of big-name opponents at the table with me, a lot of them. And let me tell you something. I was surprised and sometimes shocked at how badly some of them played. And I'm not being overly critical. I'm not saying, oh, I'm great and they're terrible. No, I'm not one of these poker players who thinks like me and a few other people are great and everyone else sucks or everyone's overrated. I don't think that. I was legitimately surprised at how some of these big-name pros who everyone respects played at the main event. And these were not people doing advanced plays I didn't understand. They were just making outright bad plays that really shocked me, like worse than I would ever do on my worst day. A number of them did this. I'm not going to name names. I don't want to shame anyone. But last year, I was shocked at how badly some of them played in some spots. And it made me feel better because when I don't play my best, when I make mistakes, and when I look later and go, oh, why did I do this? Why didn't I play this the right way? Why didn't I make the right move? And I'll feel stupid, and I'll say, look, if I was one of these big-name pros who just seems to be crushing it, like I wouldn't have done this. Like I think like if this person was in my spot, they would have done it right, and I start to beat myself up. And then I play with these people, and they make super boneheaded mistakes, and I go, oh, okay, so we all do. Like, we all make dumb moves and dumb mistakes. I feel better. I feel better when I'm an idiot that these people are idiots too. We're all idiots sometimes, and it's hard to remember that sometimes. But I definitely got a taste of that last year. So back to Kristen Foxen. Now, she did get lucky a few times, like getting all in and hitting 3 outers to survive, but that's poker. That's the way it works. If you're going to make it deep in an event like this with 10,000 plus entries, you're likely going to get lucky in some spots. You're never going to get that far without getting lucky. You can be lucky and good, which is how she got there, but you have to be lucky. You have to win those 3 outers and things like that. So I'm not even talking about that. But she had very good chips with 13 left. And this is what happened. On a board that had ace, king, jack, and a small card, she had king, queen. So obviously not the best hand. She's got middle pair and a gut shot straight draw. There were 2 hearts in the board, but she did not have 2 hearts in her hand. This was on the turn. So obviously no flush possible for her. And obviously any move she makes can be taken as a flush draw by her opponent and called lighter. So that can also make it tougher to bluff when there's a flush draw out there and you're making an aggressive move. She was up against Joe Serock, not Joe Seabach, but Joe Serock, Serock. And he had raised under the gun. And he had been playing tight aggressive there. So he wasn't someone opening light under the gun. And there's ace, king, jack on the board. The board specifically was jack of spades, ace of hearts, king of hearts, five of spades. So it was actually a flop of ace, king, jack. It wasn't even just a turn. The five of spades, obviously meaningless on the turn other than putting a second spade out there. And she was up against Serock, who had a big stack, bigger than hers. So there were 13 left. There were 6 at her table, 7 at the other table. The stack sizes of the other players who were not involved in the hand were 63-5, 15-7, 11-1, 14-9. And coming into the hand, Serock had 87K and she had 44K. Not K, I mean million. So she was the third out of 6 in chips, and there were 3 short stacks who had substantially less than her, basically a third of her stack or less. So definitely she was not desperate. Definitely these other 3 were much more desperate and likely to bust soon. And at the other table they had short stacks. Just had to fade 4, and then she's at the final table. And again, this is not folding to the final table with a short stack or something. She had decent chips. So of all people to make the move against, she does it against Serock, who is the table chip leader, coming in with 87 million. And she check raise all in on the turn. And that's just a big mistake. The reason it's a big mistake is because Serock has been playing tight aggressive, and he's raising from under the gun. Yes, it's 6-handed, but still. Ace, king, jack hits so many hands that he's not going to fold. So forget aces, kings, and jacks, which obviously are not folding. But also, if he has ace, king, possibly if he has ace, jack, and what if he has queen 10 suited or something that he opened with? There's just too many things it hits. And she didn't have any hearts in her hand, so he could even have hearts. So there's too many ways that he could be calling. Like he could have a lot of different hands that could be beating her there. You just don't want to do a move like that for all your chips with 13 left in the main when you have decent chips, where if you're called, you're probably fucked and you have very few outs. So she had 4 outs if she gets called, unless he's just got a naked flush draw. Other than that, she's got 4 outs. So he had ace-king. So the only way she was going to win this is with a 10, and she didn't get the 10, and she was gone 13th. Just shot off all her 44 million chips on that hand with king-queen on an ace-king-jack flop. Now, if she wants to take one off on the flop, fine, and then you don't get it on the turn, check fold. But what is she doing here? To go all in like that? It's just too likely he's hit a piece of this. Now, sure, if he's got like ace-9 or something and he tosses it, she'll look like a genius. But there are so many different combos of hands he could have there. He could even have king-jack. There's so many different combos of hands he can have here he's going to call, especially with 2 flush draws there on the turn. You've got 2 hearts and 2 spades. So that could also entice him to call, thinking that she could be making an aggressive move with one of these 2 flush draws, or maybe a combo draw. So it's not even like he's got to look at it and say, hey, this is a pure bluff or it's beating me. There's a lot of things she could have there that were behind. In fact, that was what happened. Except, unlike if she does this with a flush draw, where she has some clean outs to hit it, here she was down to 4 outs with 1 card to come. And that's less than a 10% chance to win. So that's not what you want to do to yourself when you've got a middle-ish stack with 13 left in the main. You just don't do that. There's many reasons you don't do that. Especially if you're a player who is highly skilled that will be better than a lot of the remaining field. Why would you rob yourself of the opportunity to keep playing there? There's also what's known as the ICM reason, which is the calculation of what each chip is worth in the tournament as you stand. And as you get closer to the end the chips are worth more and more, and the value of surviving goes up. So that's another reason that, and we're going to get into this discussion for another hand that didn't involve her, that involved Jonathan Tamayo, which was kind of the reverse of this. So you especially do not punt off in this spot, even just for the ICM reasons, that there's a lot of value in surviving and laddering up to big money because the whole thing's so top heavy. So just having chips at all is incredibly valuable. So again, this isn't just some small event where she's making an aggressive move, it doesn't work well. Like this is the main event with 13 left, where even just surviving several spots is worth a ton of money. And then there's also the additional money that could come from sponsorships by making the final table, or especially by winning it. Can you imagine if she won? This would be in mainstream news. This wouldn't just be poker news. This would be mainstream news that for the first time ever, a woman won the WSOP main event. She'd probably be on talk shows. She would probably be well-known worldwide for being the first female winner ever of the World Series of Poker main event. That's very valuable to her. And even making the final table for the first time in 29 years, the first time in any of these big field main events ever for a female to make it. And she's even marketable. You know, she's attractive. I believe she's still under 40. There's no reason to throw yourself out in 13th with a dumb move like this, especially on an ace, king, jack, double-suited board. Your opponent's going to have that. Your opponent's going to have that, and he's going to suspect you're making a move with a draw, and he's going to call you, and you're going to be in trouble. You do not want to bluff on an ace, king, jack board when there's an under-the-gun raiser against you. That is screaming he hit a piece. If he's still betting, it's screaming he hit a piece. So you're going to put him in, he's going to call you, and you're going to go, what the hell did I just do? And there are people defending this. Ben CB, who's this poker coach from Germany, who some people suspect has autism, but he wrote this whole rambling thing about how this is correct and says that she can get ace, queen, or ace 10 to fold. She can get a lot of other aces to fold, and you can get jack 10 and king 10 to fold, and blah, 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 and this is actually correct, and she'll get fold like 70% of the time, and she's getting a good price shoving the turn. I don't know what the hell he's talking about here. It's not true. There's a lot of reasons why this is not true. There's a lot of reasons why this is a mistake. This is what's known as fancy play syndrome, where you're making an unnecessary move where just playing solid would be the right play at that point, especially because she's risking all her chips. She's not just making a move here where if it doesn't work, then she can toss her hand and go on. If the move does not work, she's out, and that's what happened. So anyway, that was that, and she actually defended the play and said that she was proud of her play. She was happy with her play. I don't know if it's delusion or what, but I would be beating myself up after this. Because even a player as great as she is, who knows the next time she'll be in that spot, if ever. You need a lot to go right. In fact, she got lucky a few times to even get to where she was. So, okay, she's sitting there with above average chips with 13 left. That's where you want to be. Don't blow it. So I don't know why she was proud of that. It just was not a good play. And that's once again showing that sometimes great players make dumb plays. This doesn't mean she sucks. This doesn't mean she's overrated. This doesn't take away from what she's accomplished. It just means that she screwed up. She made a bad play at the wrong time, and it knocked her out. There was even an article in the Las Vegas Review-Journal about her. It says, top female pro falls short of final table at WSOP main event. She said in an interview with Poker Go, more than anything, just so thankful for all the support I had. It was overwhelming, really, really sweet. It just feels like a really cool tournament where I felt very prepared for the spot and run. I'm just really happy with how I played. I feel like comparing it to how I played 10 years ago or something, I'm proud of myself. Some theorized that she was on tilt because she first lost a pot to opponent Brian Kim and then also ran kings into the aces of Portugal's Diogo Coelho, who I think just missed the final table, by the way. So she lost a lot of chips in both of those hands. Of course, kings versus aces is a cooler, but some were saying that she was kind of tilting because she had just lost those chips, and then she went all in with that king-queen with only middle pair and a gut-shot straight draw. So Joe Siroc won that huge pot. This rocketed him well over 100 million chips, so he was the clear chip leader. And he thought he was sitting pretty at that point. But we'll get to what happened to Siroc shortly. The Twitter reaction was pretty interesting. We had people like Ben CB defending her, but there were a lot of people criticizing this, and then a lot of people getting mad that she was being criticized. In fact, some even saying that they're just picking on a woman, which is not true. I can tell you that if a dude made this play, he would have gotten more criticism. She actually got less criticism than she would have gotten if she was male, because people wanted to see her do well. People were rooting for her. So when this happened, people are like, what the fuck just occurred here? But they didn't want to say anything mean because they were rooting for her. They liked her. So a lot of people just kind of didn't say anything. Or whatever was said politely. Where if a dude did it, you'd see some pretty harsh words. And you'd see a lot more of them. Will Jaffe said this. In fact, this is so reversed. Usually Will Jaffe is the woke guy who bends over backwards to defend any female for any reason. And Ben CB is the guy who just doesn't give a shit and just blurts out whatever, even if it's insensitive or incorrect. Here you had Ben CB defending her play in that hand. But here's what Will Jaffe wrote on Twitter. He said, Kristen played phenomenally well to make it to the final 13 of the largest main event ever and put herself in a great spot to win. True. She also arguably made a massive error to bust. Had any of the other 12 left made this play, people would be calling it one of the biggest punts ever. If you took your head out of your ass and used the rapidly shriveling peanut inside to think of it for more than 2 seconds, you would realize the tweet I made had nothing to do with her political beliefs and everything to do with the fact that I thought Chrissy would have received much more criticism for the play had she been a man. This is to another guy who was giving him a hard time because she was pro-Trump and anti-vax. And Will, who's very liberal, was saying, no, I'm not criticizing her because she is anti-vax and pro-Trump, just that a man would have taken a lot more criticism here, which I actually agree with. Responding to a player who goes under Lex O Poker, who had gotten mad at Will saying that he was just criticizing her because she was anti-vax and pro-Trump, he said, if you took your head out of your ass and used the rapidly shriveling peanut inside of it to think for more than 2 seconds, you would realize the tweet I made had nothing to do with her political belief and everything to do with the fact that I thought Chrissy would have received much more criticism for the play that she made had she been a man. I agree. Then he kind of walked it back when some people started criticizing him with his statement that she would have gotten more criticism as a man. So he wrote, for the record, I think Chrissy's hand was one of the most interesting of the entire tournament, and even though while watching it felt like a massive punt, I don't think it's anywhere close to that simple in reality. So, okay. That's him trying to get back in the good graces of his fellow liberals. He should just stick to what he was saying in the first place. It was correct. I don't think it was an interesting hand at all. It was only interesting. It was only interesting in that it was a big punt by someone who was known to be a great player and someone everyone was rooting for because she was going to be the first female to make the final table and perhaps win, and she had good chips. That's the only reason it was interesting, of who did it and the amount of chips that were punted and what was at stake there. That's all. The hand itself was not interesting. If this was one dude against another, it would be mildly interesting to show how the guy punted off his stack like that, but then we would have forgotten about it. It's memorable because it was Kristen Foxen. So this was not an interesting hand. It was a semi-interesting hand by an interesting player. Very different. But he was trying to walk it back, and he says that felt like a massive punt, but he doesn't think it's that simple in reality. No, it is. It is simple in reality. It was a punt. And look, great players will make bad plays. This doesn't make her a bad player. This doesn't make her overrated. This doesn't make anything different as far as what she's accomplished. After all these days, she just made a bad play in a bad spot. That's it. It's that simple. Now let's get to some other oddly played hands there. Okay, a quick note as I edit the show. We're about to talk about Jonathan Tamayo, the main event winner of 2024, and there has been a big controversy about him and his friends helping him during the final table with a solver on a laptop, and this has been very controversial. Unfortunately, at the time the show was recorded, it was just before the whole controversy broke out on Twitter, so that is not going to be addressed in this segment. And in fact, it's going to sound like I'm very positive on Jonathan Tamayo, though since I recorded that segment, I have been very critical about the solver being used on the rail, and I've had some very negative things to say about that. So don't worry if you don't hear about that. It's not because I'm trying to avoid discussing it or anything like that. This will be discussed in the next episode. Just wanted to let you know that in advance before you listen to this segment. Jonathan Tamayo did a really odd thing. Joe Siroc, who at the time was sitting with a ton of chips, 139 million, mostly thanks to that punt by Kristen Foxen. And this was with 10 people all at the same table. They combined 10-handed to one table, and whoever's going to bust next would make the final table. They get a $200,000 pay jump from $800,000 to $1 million, and then they'd make the final table and possibly ladder up from there. At the time, you had Diogo Coelho, who had only a little more than $8 million, which is a very short stack at that point. You also had Gonzalez, who had $18 million. And then everybody else was sitting fairly well except for sort of Jonathan Tamayo, who had $30 million. So he wasn't desperate, but there were two stacks substantially shorter than him, Gonzalez and especially Coelho. And he really wanted to make the final table. So Joe Siroc raised with ace-6 offsuit. He min-raised. The blinds were $800K, $1.6 million, $1.6 million. So he min-raised to $3.2 million. That's the least you can raise. So just double the blinds. And Tamayo picked up pocket queens, and he instantly folded them. People were shocked. They said, wait a minute, the screen must be incorrect. It must have read his cards wrong. It must have been queen something, not pocket queens. How could you fold pocket queens there? How could you not at least re-raise? How could you not at least call? If you don't want to get pot committed by re-raising, because the raise is 3.2, he has about 9 times that with 30 million. So maybe he just calls and sees the flop and then folds with an ace or a king. Maybe he 3-bets and will fold to an all-in. You may think that's too passive, but you can say, okay, the ICM reasons and the equity in just making the final table and being known as one of the final tablists and all that, maybe that's worth it. But to fold them? To not even cold call the queens? People couldn't believe it. They could not believe it. So was there a mistake? No. After bagging $26.7 million and making the final table, when Coelho busted, he tweeted, "I exist to day 9, and yes, I did fold pocket queens." Didn't explain why, just said, yes, I folded pocket queens. So you might think that Jonathan Tamayo was the ultimate nit, and he was just going to fold to the highest position he could get, barring flopping monster hands. Right? Well, that wasn't. For some reason, he came back the next day making the final table, and he was no longer that tight. So he was far more aggressive. He was like a different player the next day. It was very weird. So that was Jonathan Tamayo's pocket queens fold. I've never seen anything like this where someone's folded pocket queens to a min raise by one person. The chip leader opens, and he actually folded queens. People couldn't believe it. Now, is it possible this is correct for the reasons I stated? The ICM reasons, the making the final table by letting two others bust, the fact that he gets $200K for this and possibly a lot more if he continues to survive. No, there's no way this is correct. At minimum, you got to call this. At minimum, you got to call. So bizarre. So bizarre. He could even take the line of 3-betting it and then seeing the flop. And if it's a low flop, then get it in. And if you're beat, you're beat. And if it's a flop with an ace or a king, then you can passively play it and let it go. If C-Rock comes back in over the top, you can consider folding. You know, he could have gone up from 3.2 to 9 or something. Leave himself with 21. C-Rock pushes in, he could choose to fold. If C-Rock calls, then a low flop, he puts it in. Any flop that has an ace or a king, he doesn't. He could do that. I mean, he could just flat it. I mean, there's a lot of options. You don't fold that. It's crazy. There's no way that's correct. So there were some more interesting and weird hands that took place there. What happened to Joe C-Rock? Well, for whatever reason, he got his whole stack in with ace-jack for no apparent reason. I don't understand that either. I really don't know what he was doing there. So he got an ace-jack against queens, and he did not end up winning that hand. So that was the end of him. He had $39 million at that point. So he ended up finishing in 8th place, which is really bad considering how many chips he had with 10 left when he had like $149 million when that Tamayo fold happened. In fact, he broke over $150 million after Tamayo folded those queens. So C-Rock got $1.25 million. He moved in with ace-jack off against Nicholas Astet, who's also known as Lena 900 online. And he had queens. And there was also another player in who had sevens who got out of the way in that hand. But for some reason, C-Rock just spazzed out with the ace-jack. Let's listen to this.
Just call.
Just be so
C-Rock with ace-jack.
sneaky. Oh,
and
my
he's
goodness.
all in.
So this is kind of a squeeze that Astet had just called the queens. And then C-Rock with the ace-jack decided to fire in almost $40 million. No reason to at this point.
And Osted does call
And
with the
Astet called there with the, I don't know if it's Osted or Astet, but spelled Astet. Anyway, he called with the queens, and the ace-jack did not get there.
queens, and C-Rock on the hook with ace-jack. He's still got a shot, but he's got a long way to go.
C-Rock pops his head up for the first time today and runs into queens.
Yeah, so here's something else weird about Joe C-Rock. He was wearing a shirt that said on the back, "Eat the cis." Exactly as it sounds. Eat the cis, C-I-S. Like the cisgender. So it was like some kind of extreme trans rights shirt that was insulting what's known as cis people, which is basically people who are not transgender. It's called cisgender. So it says, "Eat the cis." So some people were criticizing this, saying this is political activism, it's intolerant. You know, even if you're someone who wants to push for more acceptance of trans people and trans rights, etc., you don't put "eat the cis" because that's basically projecting hate upon the majority. But others have said that this was a troll, that this is a troll jog, that Joe C-Rock is not really a serious guy, and he wore that on purpose just to piss people off, and that he really doesn't care about this. So I don't even know what to say about that "Eat the Cis" shirt. Kind of a weird thing to wear at the final table. But yeah, he went down all the way from $150 million down to $40 million, and then just punted off with the ace-jack for some reason. I guess that Nicholas Astet had fooled him by just smooth calling that raise by the sevens. So the sevens opened, and C-Rock or Astet just flatted, and then C-Rock decided to come over the top with $40 million, which is insane. I mean, Why would he do that? Ostet had called $3 million, and Sirach just pushed it in for the big blind. It was a squeeze from the big blind. So Ostet called from the small. So the min raised to $4 million by the sevens. Ostet just called from the small, and then, Sirach decided just to ship it in there with $40 million over 4 and 4. And that was the end of him. But that wasn't the only punt. Shortly after that, we have another weird one. So Brian Kim, a well-respected player, he had king 6 of clubs. And listen to this. This is so bizarre. I don't know why Kim did this. He had $53 million. So again, he was not in desperate positions here or anything like that. Listen to this.
He thinks this is one.
So Ostet, again, got a good hand with pocket tens. Angelov raised to $4.6 million with the blinds of $1 million, $2 million, $2 million. So Angelov made it $4.6 million, which is 2.3 times the blinds. And Kim, for whatever reason, decided to come over with his king 6 suited, king 6 of clubs, to make it $11.8 million, and he only has $53 million coming into this. So he did this with more than a fifth of his stack. Then Ostet wakes up with pocket tens. And keep in mind, there's only 7 people left. They're only playing 7-handed. And Ostet wakes up with 10. So listen to what happens here.
But it might not be.
Angelov only has
Ostet
ace-8
with
offsuit,
tens.
so he's going to let it go. So Ostet says, well, okay, I'm happy with my tens, happy enough. And he has plenty of chips. He has $172 million. He's the chip leader at the table by far. See, he makes it
Yeah, basically when we refer to
18 million.
clicking.
So at this point, you either toss it or you call and hope to hit a miracle on the flop. The calling could make sense because he's only got to call $6.2 million. And maybe he could make something big if there's 2 6s or king 6 or maybe even clubs. So he's got a price to call here. But listen to what happens. Remember, it's a 4-bet by Ostet who made it $18 million. Here comes on Kim.
In terms of raise, re-raise, pre-flop, we're talking
The first guy
about
already folded.
raising the minimum amount, the difference between,
All in.
So he goes all in with a king 6. Why? So Ostet comes over with the 4-bet. Why doesn't he think, okay, maybe Ostet has something? Just because he's got the chip lead and he's being aggressive, maybe he actually has something. Why would you choose at the main event final table to go all in with king 6?
Tim
Oh, no.
ripping it in this spot, 5-bet shove with king 6 suited.
What a play by Brian Kim. Will it get through? Nope.
No, it does not.
So Ostet calls pretty fast because he has $172 million. So while he doesn't want to lose like a third of his stack here, he can afford to. He'll still have the chip lead at the table, so he can afford to. I'm sure he wasn't happy seeing that, and he's probably hoping he's going to see something like ace-king and he's racing. But I'm sure he's thrilled to see king 6 of all things. So now he's just got to fade the clubs and the king, and he does, so that's the end of Brian Kim. Why? Why would he do this? Why did he get himself into this with king 6? He could have just tossed the king 6. If he wanted to play it so badly, he could have just flatted the king 6. He 3-bets the king 6, gets 4-bet by the chip leader, and says, you know what? I'm not desperate at all right now in chips, but I'm just going to put it in. I'm just going to put it in over the 4-bet. That was the end of Brian Kim. So we lost Sirach, who just seemed to melt down and then fire in his $40 million as the final stage of meltdown, run into queens. We had Brian Kim, who fired in $53 million with king 6 pre-flop. So he's out, down to 6. They went into the final day with Nick Ostet with $223 million. Jonathan Tamayo, remember the Queens folder, he just kind of cruised into staying alive and chipping up $197 million. And Jordan Griff with $187 million, even though it was mainly Ostet knocking everyone out at the table. So it seemed like for all the knockouts he got, he should be killing it. He also knocked out Jason Sagal, who was known as Ramabird from PokerStars. Remember him? From the 2000s? With a picture of Big Bird? And Ramabird actually had a lot of people on the rail with Big Bird shirts, like these yellow Big Bird shirts with big eyes on it, but he went out fourth. It's kind of a bad beat. He went in with jacks against Ostet's ace-3 suited, and it ended up running out with 2, 3, 4, 5 on the board. Runner, basically, to knock out Jason Sagal for $3 million in fourth place. So despite all these eliminations that Ostet got, it seemed like he probably didn't win many other hands. I wasn't watching the whole thing, but ended up with these three fairly close in chips, Ostet, Tamayo, and Griff. So then what happened from there? So today, the final three played out on what was scheduled to be the final day of the main event, July 17th. And how did Ostet fall out? Well, he raised to $8 million on the button with King Jack off. Griff 3-bet to $28 million. And Griff had pocket nines. The flop came 10-9-3. So obviously Griff very happy with middle set. And Griff bet $28 million. Ostet called. The turn was a jack, so obviously that gave some hope to Ostet, and Griff went all in for $159 million, and Ostet ended up calling. I don't know how much Ostet had at that point, but he made a call for a lot of chips there. Maybe the 159 is what he had to call. Whatever it was, he called a lot for just top pair and a straight draw. Because the board was 10-9-3 jack. So basically he needed a queen to win it. And he had no other way to win because he was up against a set. In fact, he made two pair in the river, but it didn't help him. Now, he couldn't know for sure he was against a set, but Griff put him in, and he had to think about it. So here's what Ostet had to say about that last hand.
Congratulations on your super deep run in the main, and I'm sorry about that unfortunate bust out. Can you walk me through what was going through your head in that last hand?
Yeah, tough one. I'm not sure. He's a bit of a wild one, so sometimes you have to guess. This time I was wrong, yeah.
And what are your plans for the rest of the day?
This is a dumb question. What are your plans for the rest of the day? Yes, I just make a dumb play on with three people left in the main. Win $4 million instead of maybe 10. My plan for the rest of the day is to go drive off a cliff. Maybe bang my head against the wall. I don't know. See how it goes. What's your plans for the rest of the day? Why does it matter what he's going to do for the rest of the day? He just went out third in the main in a big pot where he probably should have folded. People were kind of surprised, by the way, that Ostet called there. He said he's a bit of a wild one, referring to Griff, so sometimes you have to guess. This time I was wrong. Anyway, it ended up with Griff against Tamayo. Griff had a 2-1 chip advantage, but Tamayo actually came back and won. So that is our 2024 main event champion. Just happened today, Jonathan Tamayo. You can find him on Twitter as Driver Seat I. That's Driver Seat and the letter I. He's been known as Driver Seat I for a long time. I used to play on PokerStars against him at Limit Hold'em, and he was Driver Seat I back then. And I first met him in person, I think it was at 2008, at a tournament at the World Series of Poker, and he knew who I was. And then he told me that he's Driver Seat I. And I was like, I played against you before. In this particular event where I met him, it was in 2008. This was a limit and no limit hold'em event. It was half limit, half no limit. I like the event. It just isn't there anymore. It was really nice because with about 2 tables left, there were really no good limit hold'em players left, except for me and Jonathan Tamayo, Driver Seat I. And so during the limit parts, we were just dominating because these were no limit players who just were not comfortable at limit. So they were being just kind of tight passive during the limit part, and we were just raping the table. And then the no limit part, we would both get tight ourselves, waiting for the limit part where we have a much bigger edge. Unfortunately, I hit a really bad beat in the limit part, and then I lost another cooler hand right after that, and they ate most of my chips. So I just missed the final table, finishing 10th in that event for $12K. But the other limit player there, Jonathan Tamayo, driver's seat I, who was not known except on PokerStars at the time, he made it all the way to second and lost to the guy who put the bad beat on me, a recreational player named Frank Gehry, I'm sure you've never heard of. That was a very disappointing one for me. I really thought I was going to win that event. And then it just kind of fell apart because it was very nice that it was just me and Jonathan Tamayo who knew how to play Limit Hold'em, and everybody else really was not very good at Limit Hold'em of the remaining players with 12, 13 left. So that was a disappointment for me. That was what I had the most coherent memory of Jonathan Tamayo, even though it was 16 years ago. What has he done since then? Well, he had $2.3 million worth of cashes total in all tournaments prior to this. Now he has 12.3. He did finish third in April of 2024 in Houston. He's from Texas, by the way. So at a $3,300 Poker Go Tour event in Houston, he finished third for $180K. And he also had fifth place in 2021 at an MSPT event in Las Vegas, and he won a Win Summer Classic event for $237, also in 2021 in Las Vegas. So he's had his scores here and there. Obviously nothing compared to what he just got at the main event. He's been around for a long time. His first cash was in 2006. I'm not sure exactly how old he is, but I know he's pretty young back then in 06. I know he is not my age. So he probably was around 21 at that time is my guess. So maybe he's like 39 or so at this point. But yeah, he just kind of stayed, it's funny. Unlike this Nicholas Ostedt, who had all the credentials of being Lena 900 online and all the respect from people and all the people he's busting out, and that's who everyone was picking to win, and he ended up busting out and kind of a punt himself. And Tamayo just kind of survived. He just kind of stayed, just kind of picked up pots, and he ended up winning. It just shows if you stay alive in tournaments, anything can happen. So the way he won wasn't sexy. He wasn't busting people all over the place. He wasn't winning giant pots. He just kept winning when he needed to win. And he ended up as the champion for $10 million. Crazy. But, good for him. I was kind of glad to see an old school PokerStars Limit Hold'em player go forth and win this thing. And from what I've seen, he seemed like a nice guy. Never had any issue with him. He never had any kind of scandal. Someone tried to create a scandal on Twitter today involving him, though. I guess he was friendly with Joe McKeon, former World Series of Poker main event champ. So when he won, he went over to his rail, which included Joe McKeon, and he hugged Joe McKeon. And then Joe grabbed something like kind of between their heads and then handed it over to one of the other friends who kind of sheepishly put it in their pocket. So someone looked at this more carefully and saw that what Joe McKeon grabbed was an earpiece. So it was being said that Jonathan Tamayo had on a secret earpiece all this time and was somehow being fed cards, and that this is how he won, and that he still had it in, and Joe McKeon was aware of this, and when he went to hug him, he surreptitiously took it out of Tamayo's ear and then handed it off to a friend to pocket, so hopefully nobody would notice. That was the conspiracy. So was it true? No. If you look carefully at the video, and you can see it if you go to my Twitter, at Todd Witteles, at Todd, Toddwitteles, of course how you spell my name. You can see that Joe McKeon has been the one who is wearing an earpiece, which is actually just an AirPod, and Tamayo did not have an earpiece. So there's nothing in Tamayo's ear while he was playing. You could see while he was playing. You could see when he was celebrating. You could see at a different hand when those two were together. So the AirPod was there in McKeon's ear. And, of course, McKeon was not playing at this point. So what happened? McKeon bent over to hug Tamayo after winning, and the AirPod started to fall out. So then McKeon, rather than just let it go on the floor and have it get stepped on or lost, quickly grabbed it out of his ear when it was falling and handed it to the friend. Now, I don't know why the friend sheepishly put it away like he's doing something wrong, but there's nothing to see here. This had nothing to do with Tamayo. Tamayo had no earpiece or AirPod in his ear. It was all McKeon, who then took it out because it was falling out. So, stupid. Stupid thing. This rumor was started by someone named Wall Street Silver. I don't even know who that is. It didn't stop people like Sean Perry from running with it. I guess because Perry doesn't like Chance Kornuth. Well, we'll get to that shortly. It's a whole different matter. But I guess he thinks that Tamayo is associated with Chance Kornuth. Maybe he trained under him. I don't know. But Perry was saying, look, a cheater. He's friends with Chance Kornuth. Big surprise. But no, nothing to see here. Tamayo did not cheat. He didn't have an earpiece. He won fair and square. Congrats to him. I'm being totally serious, not sarcastic or anything here. And that's just trying to create drama where it does not belong. Let's move on. Talk about another topic here at the World Series of Poker main event. Even though we already passed who won it, but still some more stuff to say. Let's go back. Let's go way back to day one. Phil Hellmuth always likes to make an entrance. He comes in late, a few hours late. He always does some kind of gimmick to enter. The problem is he's running out of ideas. He's been doing this for so many years that he decided this year he's going to come up with a new theme, one he hasn't done before. This year, Phil was going to be kung fu fighting. I wish I were joking about this, but that was really the theme. And keep in mind, he buys costumes for this, he hires models, he brings in friends to walk with him or play other parts like Jungle Man or whoever. So this year, he was so low on ideas, he just was going to walk in and do karate chops as he was strolling over to his table. And that was the entrance. And somehow Shannon Elizabeth was part of it. I didn't even know she's still part of poker. But here it was as he entered. And I was playing the same day 1C, so I actually got to hear it but not see it because he was in a different room. But I did get to hear the reactions. Let's listen to this here. That's not part of it. Let's look at it. You got to be kidding me.
They are playing. Song is playing. Everybody was kung fu fighting. All right, let's go. They're coming in. They're going.
I mean, this is as dumb as you can imagine. He's jumping and spinning around. So is Jungle Man, who's like a foot and a half shorter than him. Like, it's a very big contrast in their heights. Phil's like 6'6" or something, and Jungle Man's really short. Then you have Shannon Elizabeth there for some reason. She's doing the same thing. Now he's just kind of... Now he's like walking very gaily. It's very weird. He's like kind of walking with his hands twisting in the air. Oh my gosh, this is embarrassing.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've now hit your favorite part of the World Series of Poker main event. Battle for all the chips. Ladies and gentlemen, the 1989 world champion and 17-time gold bracelet winner, the Grand Sensei of Poker, Phil Hellmuth.
I mean, how dumb is this? First of all, there's like no props here. He's in just a jumpsuit. He couldn't even spring for a karate gi or something. He's really wearing his typical black jumpsuit and a hat advertising whatever shitcoin he's trying to advertise these days. And he's just kind of spinning around and punching in the air and doing karate chops. And then he's got Shannon Elizabeth and Jungle Man doing the same thing behind him. That's the entire entrance here. Like, how much is he cheaping out here? In another recent year, he bought like a bargain bin Darth Vader costume that your kid would be embarrassed to wear. It was that bad. It was a horrible Darth Vader costume. And he entered with that theme. But this is actually worse. I didn't think he could actually do worse than the Darth Vader costume, but he did. And you have some announcer there saying, the Grand Sensei of Poker, 17-time bracelet winner, Phil Hellmuth. Junior. Yeah. And then he took a seat. And then Jungle Man and Shannon Elizabeth, who, by the way, still looks good for her age. I'll give her that. I think she's like 50 or 51. I think she's 51, actually. She looks great for 51. I'll give her that. But they both bowed. Oh, that's so stupid. This is so stupid. Well, I didn't see all this in person. As I said, this was in the room right next to the one I was playing. But I heard that whole announcement that I played in the background there. And the entire room booed when he was announced. So he got booed. A few cheers, but it was like, yeah, boo, boo. That's how it was. So I don't know how it was in the room where he actually was playing, because he had to go to the feature table. Because as you can imagine, he's on that a lot since he's a very well-known player. So they walked him into the feature table room. So maybe in there they clapped, but in the main horseshoe room where I played, everybody booed, or most people booed. This is just getting sad. I mean, if you can't put some effort into the entrance, just don't do it. Playing Kung Fu Fighting in the background and spinning around, punching in the air, flanked by Shannon Elizabeth and Jungle Man, is not an entrance. Keep in mind, in the past, he had people carrying him in on a throne as Julius Caesar and things like that, and he was all dressed up, and he had the people carrying him in all dressed up, and he had all these pretty girls surrounding him. I mean, he was narcissistic, but at least interesting. At least he put some effort into it. This was like really mailed in. Like, this is like he came up with it in the final 10 minutes before doing it. Let's see, what should I do here? I'm kind of out of ideas. I didn't really think of it this year. Let's do Kung Fu Fighting. Yeah, just anyone got a recording of that? Grab it off YouTube or something, put it on the speaker. Okay, can you play that? And let's see who's around to do this with me. Let's see, Jungle Man, yeah, you always do it with me. Come over here and, Shannon, I haven't seen you in a while. Hey, you want to do this with me? Okay, come on over here. Like, that's what it was like. I don't think that's the way it happened, but very low effort. And it's already kind of stupid that he's allowed to do this and nobody else is. Like, what if I tried to do an entrance like this? You think they'd let me? You think they'd announce me walking in and play loud music as I'm coming in when people are trying to play? No, of course not. So there's already like massive favoritism to allow this, but okay, fine. You could say he's a legend of the game, the all-time bracelet leader. Fine. But it's got to be something of quality. It's got to be something he puts effort into and time into. If you don't, just don't do it. It was almost like he felt he had to do it, but didn't want to put any time into doing it. Very lame. Okay, so we're going to move on. Go to some non-World Series of Poker topics. Let's talk about Sean Perry and his latest antics, because he is definitely on the offensive, and he wasn't before. For everything you could say before about Sean Perry, he was not trolling anyone. He was not bashing anyone. At most, he was defending just general allegations against himself. But there's been a lot of allegations against him, starting from a few years ago, where Dan Coleman accused Sean Perry and perhaps Sam Severall of cheating him out of 7 figures in this weird side bet on Daily Fantasy Sports. And that really never got resolved. Then there have been others who have alleged that Perry owes them money. Perry also makes a lot of bizarre claims that he is, quote, the world's best sports bettor, and that he's up 8 figures in sports betting lifetime. 8 figures. He did make a bet on the Super Bowl on the team that did not cover for
$1 million.
So that was down the drain. He sells his picks despite claiming to be up over 8 figures in sports and claiming to actively be killing sports. For some reason, he needs your $99 to buy his picks. And there's been a lot of controversy about that, where he claims to be killing it, and then people have accused him of selectively showing when he's winning. So if he's on a hot streak, he says, I've won this much over the last 3 weeks, and then when he's losing, he doesn't say anything. In fact, there was a Twitter account that was tracking bettors that claimed to be winning a lot, or high-profile sports touts and bettors, and it was found that he had a horrendous slump at one point. We've covered that on this show that he didn't talk about. So there's a lot of questions of whether he wins at all. I also suspected that these weren't even his picks. I was saying that Sean Perry's picks may not even be that bad. I'm not saying you should buy him. I'm just saying that this isn't Sean taking picks out of his ass. By examining the picks that I could see, they seem to be kind of sharp. So I thought that he was getting them from someone else, and he actually revealed that recently, which I'll read to you. That kind of slipped by here with everything else he's been doing. So there's been a lot of people criticizing him. He's not liked at all in poker. He's seen as a braggart. He's seen as obnoxious. He's seen as condescending. He's seen as a self-promoter. Many believe he's a scammer. So not a lot of love for Sean Perry in the poker or sports worlds. There's various randoms that like him, but really anyone who has any respect in either industry does not like him. But I will say one thing. He was not going after people. A lot of people are going after him. He was not engaging with them until very recently. And now he's on the warpath. What caused this, I don't know. But he's flipped the switch and has decided to attack those who he feels have wronged him. And this started pretty recently. There's a lot of tweets to read here. So this is where it began. On July 11th, he said, well, Jason Mercier is still being unresponsive. So who wants to hear the story about how he scammed me out of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, and all the highly illegal things he does? So, of course, a lot of people wanted to hear this. Now, keep in mind, Jason Mercier was one of Perry's defenders. And in fact, Mercier took some heat here for basically coming out and saying that Perry didn't owe him any money and that Perry had paid back what he owed, and that you should look at Perry as a good example, as someone who has made things right. This is what Mercier said back in August of 2023. It is my understanding that after the Triton live stream, Sean Perry resolved all outstanding figures, meaning debts, and owes nobody else money. More poker players with bad debts, regardless of the reason, should use this as an example and be willing to come forward after the fact and try to make good. It'll make our community stronger, and Sean did step up here under circumstances which most don't. So a lot of people criticize Mercier for that. Some theorize that Mercier was owed money by Sean Perry and that he was paid only in exchange for making this post praising Sean Perry. That was never proven, but it was assumed by many, including me. So a lot of people say, hey, Mercier is being selfish here by basically defending Perry and saying, hey, he's a good example as a guy who comes and pays his debts. Let's focus on those who have the bad debts. He's paid off everything now and did it voluntarily. And people are saying, hey, he's only posting this because he got paid. That's what people were criticizing Mercier of doing, and basically propping up Sean Perry undeservedly so he can get paid himself. So it's interesting now, 11 months later, that we are seeing Perry attack Mercier, who had last year taken criticism for being in his corner. So he was claiming that Mercier is being unresponsive and that he's about to expose him. So he's claiming that he got scammed out of hundreds of thousands and that Mercier is just refusing to answer him. And since he's not, he's now going to expose him. So then shortly after that, he tweeted, wow, this clown, referring to Mercier, wants to have a lawyer contact me not to expose him. I'm ready to lawyer the fuck up. See you in court, motherfucker. I'm ready to take this as far as you want until you make good on my fucking money before I really post all the proof and expose everything you do. Then he said, and this guy is just my first victim, so if you owe me, I suggest you pay the fuck up. Then he writes, how long do you think I should give Jason to reach out to me before I expose him for what he did? Then he even posted a screenshot of the lawyer who said, hey, Sean, give me a call, please. And then Perry just gave an address, I think an email address, to write him anything he wants to write, but he wasn't going to call him. Then on July 12th, Sean Perry wrote, Jason Mercier, no more hiding. You have until 6 p.m. to reach out to me before I make it public about how big of a scumbag you are and what you will do and the measures you will take in order to make money off someone while doing highly illegal things. And then he posted a whole story that he wrote up on a notepad on his iPhone, which people like to do when they want to write like a long form thing on Twitter. So he wrote this. Jason Mercier has a, quote, perfect reputation in the gambling world, or at least so I thought, until he did something very scumming and illegal towards me for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of expected value. When I caught him, he had his friends that were high up in the poker world come out and attempt to defame me, bash my character, and attempting to make it seem as if I'm some stiff so he can get away with it. I promise you, if I was still someone would have come out by now saying I owe the money, but there isn't a single soul on this planet I owe a goddamn dollar to. So basically what he's saying is, I promise you I don't owe anyone, so if I did owe people, they would come out right now and say it. I don't know. He wrote this in a funny way. However, in the past, I've never been one to care what anyone in the poker world has to say about me, as I went on my life making way more money than any of these poker pros could ever hope to dream of making by betting sports. However, now that I have a social media presence where I sell sports picks on the internet to help others make money like I do, which in fact is up over 50 units since I started giving my plays to my followers, and will only continue to be up more as months go on, and I've been one of the biggest sports crushers in the world for the past few years. I entered the space, and for anyone trying to defame it and say I'm scamming by selling sports picks, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and book them, because I'm always looking for more action and more people to beat. Minimum 50K bet, or not even worth my time. Now, let me stop right here. That's so stupid. It's so stupid when you say, hey, there's all these trolls doubting me. There's all these people who say I suck. Why don't you bet against my picks? And people are like, okay, well, hold on. Why don't you bet against my picks only if you're willing to put up 50K minimum per pick? Well, that counts out almost everybody. So if you really want to put your money where your mouth is, then make it something more reasonable. Make it like minimum 1K per pick. Minimum 50K per pick. You got to be kidding me. So he's basically challenging everybody, but it just basically shuts out almost every person that could do this, because no one has the role to bet 50K per pick, except for a few really rich people. So then he goes on to write, my DMs are open, and I've continuously said it, and still not a single soul wants to book them. Well, yeah, because you want 50K minimum. But yet all you clowns like to be little keyboard warriors and just throw out the word scammer because you guys think what Jason says is right due to his, quote, perfect reputation in the gambling world. But listen, I'm all here to let you know who he really is. He's a pure scumbag doing everything in his power to take every dollar and even involves himself in some of the most illegal things in order to do so. I will no longer be sitting in silence, though, and let this clown continue to tarnish my name as it affects my business. It's time to set the record straight. Kind of a rambling statement, but let's go on. Then he writes, where are you keyboard warriors at now? I'm still waiting for you clowns to put your money where your mouth is and book me. So then he says, fuck it, I should call someone else right now for being a scum while we wait on Jason's time to expire. 100 retweets and I will. So basically he's asking for 100 retweets to this tweet saying, hey, if I get 100 retweets, I'm going to call out another scumbag. So did he get his 100 retweets? Answer, no, he got 51. Not even close. 51 out of 100. Did he still call the person out? Of course he did. You know, if you're going to do like a retweeting thing where like do such and such, get this many retweets and I'll do X or Y, then you can't do X or Y if you don't get the retweets. But he says, I want 100 retweets and I will. He gets 51. He does it anyway. So who is he calls out? It is Chance Kornuth. Chance Kornuth, rumor has it that you leave your wife and kids at home while you go on bachelor trips, cheating on your family with whores. Next time, keep my name out of your mouth, you scumbag. Now, before I go further here, these are all unsubstantiated allegations being put out by Sean on his public Twitter. So I'm not making this allegation against Chance Kornuth. I don't know if this is true or not true. I really have no idea. This is just Sean Perry spewing. So then he leaves that alone for a second and moves on to another person. My next victim on my scumbag list is the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar online gambling company. You have till tomorrow at 12 to make good on your debts before you get exposed. I couldn't imagine how unsafe people would feel gambling on your casino knowing you can't make good on your own gambling debts. So he doesn't say who that is. Some people think maybe it's Phil Nagy, but he didn't say. But then he bumps back up to bash Chance Kornuth again, who apparently doesn't owe him anything, but he just doesn't like that Chance Kornuth has been bashing him. He says, no rumors here. I'm willing to hook up Chance Kornuth to a lie detector test and ask the simple question, Chance, have you cheated on your wife? And I'll bet him $50K that the answer is yes. Then he goes on to say, and don't worry, Jason Mercier, come 6 p.m., if I'm not satisfied on top of me exposing the details of all the criminal actions you take place in, I'm going to film content of me going to police station, reporting your ass to authorities, making it headline news. You scummed the wrong motherfucker. So he's mainly after Mercier here. He took some shots at Chance Kornuth. And the Chance Kornuth thing is stupid because it's none of anybody's business. Like, why is he even getting into Chance Kornuth and his wife? I mean, it's not relevant to anybody in poker. It's between Chance and his wife of whatever's going on there. So if he wants to call out Jason Mercier for allegedly cheating him in sports betting, okay, that's relevant to do if it's true. But Chance Kornuth's personal life involving his wife, I mean, this really isn't any of our business, nor does it affect anybody's. So he shouldn't be doing that, but, you know, that's Sean Perry. Anyway, going on. And Kornuth didn't even do much to him. Kornuth just criticized him at one point. Anyway, he says, all you motherfuckers who've talked shit about me, it's my coming out party. I've been keeping track over the last years. Stay tuned. This shit's about to become a fucking movie as I'm just getting started. Then he's still trying to taunt Kornuth, saying, what's wrong, Chance Kornuth? You can talk the talk but not walk the walk. And he puts emojis of crickets. Then he puts, fuck the poker world. It's full of keyboard warriors. It's now time for my coming out party. Ready to expose all you motherfuckers. So someone finally asked, Andrew Lipo asked Perry, what did Chance do to you? And he said, talk shit about me on a live stream, refusing to acknowledge my existence, saying I'm a scammer. Well, that's kind of contradictory. So how can you talk shit about someone while also refusing to acknowledge they exist? Maybe these are two different things. Maybe like he walked by Chance and Chance didn't talk to him. Like, talking about someone on a live stream is acknowledging their existence. But okay, he's mad that Kornuth got on some live stream and said he was a scammer. Okay, so moving on. He says, good news, guys. It's July 12th. The casino owner, whoever that is making good on his debt with me by Tuesday. So unfortunately for you guys, there'll be no story time about any casino owner, though there's still many more I'm ready to expose. It's so funny how fast people shut up once I start defending myself. Then he's giving Mercier a deadline, still on July 12th. Jason Mercier, T-minus 3 hours. Then he decides to bring in a person who took some of my chips before kind of punting some of them off. On day 4 of the main event, Natasha Mercier. He said, Natasha Mercier, question for you. Will you end up sticking around by your husband's side once his ass is locked up, or will you go find someone else to play the dad role to support the kids? Because they have kids together, Natasha and Jason Mercier. Then Chance Kornuth was advertising some hoodie that he was playing in that people saw and asked about where they can get it. And he asked, when's the I cheat on my wife hoodie dropping? So he's just not dropping that whole line. Then he starts having these giveaways where people who retweet him can potentially win money. So he says $1,000 giveaway. This is still on July 12th at about 6 p.m. Pacific. $1,000 giveaway to someone who retweets, comments, and follows. I know a story of two guys that take in billions of action a year booking and running an illegal super high-stakes poker game in New York where they rake over $50K per day. And they have top pros in the poker world ghost them on online poker clubs where they've profited millions of dollars. Retweet if you want me to share the details. So basically he's saying these people are not only running live games in New York where they're raking big, but they also have online apps where they're running games for real money, and they're making money there as well by backing top poker pros under like either unknown accounts or fish accounts that are actually being played by top pros. So he says, retweet this and one of you will win $1,000. If you get enough retweets, I'll let you guys know the details. Now that did get 271 retweets because of the money. Then he decides he's going to cause a ruckus at the World Series of Poker. He says, should I go play the $50K WSOP Super High Roller tomorrow and call out my next victim live in front of the poker scums? I will expose every scumbag in the gambling world that loves to run their fucking mouth. Stay tuned, motherfuckers. I've been keeping receipts for these last couple of years. Then it says, can we take a guess on who worked in an NBA back office to gain inside info and knowledge on players to help him get an inside edge betting millions on NBA games? If this gets 100 retweets, I'll expose him tomorrow live while I'm playing the WSOP 50K Super High Roller. Now, people are guessing he's referring to Haralabob Vulgaris, though I never heard that he took a job to gain inside info. He did have a job in the NBA, but this was after he had made all the money sports betting, I believe. Then he did something to Jake Schindler. So basically the chance Kornuth info came from Jake Schindler. So what Sean Perry did is he went to Jake Schindler, who is pretty much persona non grata in the poker world, because he and his friend Ali Imsrovic were caught with a multi-accounting ring, and we've talked about that before here, and that both of them have a very bad rep. So Perry, who's also someone who the poker world doesn't like, befriended Schindler to kind of squeeze info out of him, and then just basically gave him the middle fingers, like, you thought I was your friend? No, I think you're scum, fuck you. Which was kind of funny. But anyway, listen to this. He actually posted a screenshot of them talking. So he says to Jake Schindler, go look at my Twitter. You got anyone you want me to expose? Feed me some ammo. So Schindler, who apparently had an issue with Chance Kornuth, said Chance is a multi-accounter also. So it's funny that Jake's like, I may be a multi-accounter, but so is Chance Kornuth, which I've never heard before, but that's what Schindler's saying. He cheated on his wife in Colombia at Ben Lamb's bachelor party. And then Perry said, I did enough to him already. And then Schindler said, I know dirt on plenty. Chance is one of the worst, though. Despise him. Then Perry says, I definitely ruined that dude's marriage. And Schindler says, LMFAO. Then he says to Schindler, who else? I won't tell anyone I got it from you. And of course he is, because he's posting the screenshot. And so Schindler says, nothing blatant, really. Bonomo is a sociopath pretending to be a good guy, though, in my opinion. He's always been a total asshole to me, unprovoked. Well, look, I'm no defender of Justin Bonomo, and I think you may kind of be onto something there, Schindler, about him being a sociopath pretending to be a good guy, but I don't think he's been an asshole to you for no reason. Like, you're a known multi-accounter, and I guess so was Bonomo a long time ago, but you're a more recent known multi-accounter, so people kind of have a good reason to be a total asshole to you. So Perry wasn't impressed and said, yeah, that's nothing. And then wrote out, next up on my expose list is none other than Jake Schindler and Ali Imsrovic. These cocksuckers ran an online gambling ring where they were multi-accounting online super high rollers, playing 15 accounts in 100-person fields. These same clowns also ghosted against me in online private game sites where I lost millions of dollars. Played him like a fiddle. I'll never be your friend, you fucking scum. Thanks for the ammo, though. Sorry, Chance Kornuth, you had to go down, but you deserved it by speaking negatively about me. Who's next? Because we're just getting started. So this is the funniest thing he did, like setting up Jake Schindler and pretending he's his friend, and then just say, hey, I won't tell anyone I got it from you, and then just like slams the screenshot up there. It's like, you thought I'd be your friend? No, you're a fucking cheater. Fuck you. Like, that was kind of funny. I'll give him credit there. Then he also wrote, one more thing, the only reason Ali met his hoe of a girlfriend, that's Ali Imsrovic, in Florida is because she was all in my DMs begging to hang out with me, but I obviously didn't, as she was begging my friend to take her up to my room that I was sleeping in, which he refused to do. She went to take herself to the bar in the Hard Rock. this Hard Rock Hollywood, to find herself a backup plan. Along came Ali. Well, that's not very much dirt there. So basically he's saying that Ali's girlfriend wanted him first, asked his friend to bring her to his room where he was sleeping. The friend said no for whatever reason. And then she's like, okay, well, I'll go meet someone else, and went to the bar and met Ali. Well, okay. I mean, that doesn't make his girlfriend a, quote, hoe. And it's not really a negative story about the girlfriend. Like, she wanted to meet Perry, supposedly, in this story. The friend wouldn't bring her to meet Perry. And she's like, okay, I'll go meet someone else, and met Ali at the bar. Okay, like, what's wrong with that? So I think he's trying to say that he was like second prize, but whatever. Then he wrote on July 13th, for years I sat back and watched everyone talk shit about me and try to bash my name. I never once responded or defended myself about anything because it was my goal to lay as low profile as possible, as I was making over 8 figures a year betting sports and crushing high-stakes private cash games. Now, first of all, that's not true. Well, it's partially not true. He did not respond or defend himself. I'll give him that. That's true. I noticed that. I was wondering when that was ever going to happen. But it was not because he was trying to be low profile. He was the opposite of low profile. He constantly bragged about himself. He constantly called himself the best ever. He constantly promoted how great he was and how much money he was winning. So what is this low profile shit? That makes no sense. I was making more money than any poker player could dream of making. The time has come, though, for my come-out party. Over these last few years, I have kept receipts of every single person that had something to say about me while I minded my own business doing me. Now that I decided to help people make money in sports betting just like I do, it's time for my come-out party. Stay tuned. I will be exposing all you keyboard warriors. Some of these stories include illegal bookies that take on billions of actions a year. That's presumably about Mercier. Running illegal high-stakes poker games. Cheating on wives, presumably Kornuth. Multi-accounting high-stakes poker tournaments. That's presumably Schindler and Imsrovic. Get positions in NBA back offices to get inside info on sports betting, presumably Haralabob. Dumping millions of backers' money into high-stakes cash games and tournaments. I don't know who that is, and so much more. Get the popcorn ready. Who's ready for a fucking movie? Okay, let's go on. He said, Jason Mercier, you have no idea how famous I'm going to make you. They said, I've even been involved in a rigged arbitration where the guy who was in charge of it thought because he had an impeccable gambling reputation took my money and gave it to Jason, referring to Mercier, which then later I went on to find out that they were extremely close friends. Don't worry, I'll come clean and let you guys know the details of that story, and then you can decide for yourself if I got fucked or not. You can see for yourself how corrupt some of the, quote, celebrities of the poker world really are. It's time to make everything public and start defending myself. #ComeOutParty. Now, let me stop here. Do you think any of this is true? It's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. Like, is it possible that he had some arbitration involving some dispute he had with Jason Mercier, and then the guy who did the arbitration hid the fact that he was friends with Mercier, and then it was ruled against Perry, and then Perry found out later they were good buddies? Yeah, it's possible. Is it also possible Perry is exaggerating or making this up? Yeah, that's possible too. It's impossible to know. Like, we need evidence. We're not getting evidence here. So if he said the arbitration was with Mercier and me, and the arbitrator was this guy, and such guy claimed he was not friends with Mercier, and it turned out they were friends, and here's proof they were friends, okay, then I'd be willing to believe he's telling the truth. But we're not getting any evidence here, just statements. The only clue he gave is the person is, quote, running deep in the main event, which back on July 13th could have been a lot of people. So then he said, wow, Chance Kornuth has the audacity to hide my replies on his post, because you can hide replies when people reply to your own post on Twitter. And people can click on the hidden replies, but except for those who know to click that, they're just not visible. He says, so Chance Kornuth has the audacity to hide my replies on his post, but when I call him out for a $50K bet to get on a lie detector test, and it'll prove that he did cheat on his wife, he goes silent and doesn't respond to me whatsoever. Can you imagine the kind of man he is? He gets exposed for cheating on his wife, and his first reaction is to go on the internet and try to make more money selling a hoodie. Says a lot about the kind of man he is. #ComeOutParty. But I still don't know why he's doing this. Like, okay, Chance Kornuth may have criticized him on a live stream, but is it really worth... like, is this what he should be doing? Like, I understand if he thinks Mercier cheated him. But why come so hard to Chance Kornuth? It's just so weird. Then he says about Daniel Coleman, the one who's been claiming that Perry cheated him out of 7 figures. He says, Daniel Coleman, the crypto billionaire, I wonder if he pays his taxes on all his money he has in crypto. I know I have proof of which addresses are his, though. Hashtag come out party. I got a lot more on this guy, though. I'll save him for the grand finale. So he's going to really come after Coleman later. And he's threatening to report Coleman to the IRS for not paying tax on crypto gains. It's not quite that simple. If you have not sold the cryptocurrency, there are some questions, basically, of whether you really have made realized gains for tax purposes. It's kind of controversial. And furthermore, even if Coleman is not paying his proper share of taxes on these crypto gains, Perry emailing the IRS or writing a letter to the IRS with Coleman's crypto addresses, that's not necessarily going to get Coleman in hot water, because the IRS gets these letters all the time. Because what happens is people like to take shots at their enemies via the IRS. So someone is mad at an ex-friend, an ex-girlfriend, an ex-boyfriend, an ex-husband, an ex-wife, and they think, hey, I have a feeling they haven't been paying their taxes. They're not paying their fair share. They're underpaying, whatever. And since the IRS gives it a reward for this, they will just free roll it and send in allegations. But the IRS doesn't just want allegations. They want proof. And the proof has to be proof that the person would have had access to. So, for example, if a woman divorces her husband in a bitter divorce, and she knows he's been stiffing the IRS, and then she takes his documents that, of course, she has access to because she lives in the same house, and copies them and sends it to the IRS as proof, then yes, they may come after him and they may give her a reward if it turns out that he was underpaying taxes and then pays up. They may give her some percentage of it. But if you're his neighbor and you just suspect he's underpaying taxes, and you write to them that he's underpaying taxes, number one, they probably won't investigate him. And number two, if they do investigate him, then they're not going to give anything to the neighbor because the neighbor didn't have any proof. The neighbor's just taking a guess. So even if Sean Perry thinks he knows Daniel Coleman's crypto addresses and it's holding a lot of crypto currently, and even if Coleman is underpaying his taxes, the IRS is not likely to look at this because Sean Perry can't prove that this is Coleman's crypto. He can say it's Coleman's crypto, but he can't prove it. You know, you could write to the IRS and say, like, you can point to $1 billion crypto wallet and say, that's my crypto. It's not. I wish it was, but it's not. But you could say that about me, and you could say I'm not paying my taxes on it, and they're not going to do anything because there's no proof that's mine. So he would have to have some kind of proof it is Coleman's in order to get their attention. So a lot of people don't know that about the IRS. You can't just go fire out allegations of people that you don't like and expect the IRS is going to take action. That's people's fantasy, that they can just write to the IRS and say, hey, I know such and such person isn't paying their taxes, and the IRS is going to jump on and go, oh, thanks for telling us. Okay, we're going to investigate. Oh, you're right. Okay, here's 25% of what we collected. It doesn't work that way. Then again, he says, funny how much of a keyboard warrior everyone was when I was minding my own business, doing me. The second I start defending myself, all I hear is crickets. So then he starts off on a new victim here. Does the name Dylan Gang sound familiar to you? Now, Dylan Gang played on Hustler Casino Live, and, you know, he was involved in a few hands that were of interest and kind of controversial, but he didn't do anything wrong on Hustler Casino Live. That's really where people have heard of him. And he's going to go off on Dylan Gang very shortly. And it is connected to Mercier. Then he decides to go off into Negreanu. He says, Daniel Negreanu is the perfect example of what's wrong with the poker world. He's trigger happy as fuck when his boy Eric Wasserson, the illegal bookie, goes and calls me out over fake news on a live stream and reposts the nonsense. But when I'm here now defending myself, reaching out to him, he completely ghosts my side of the story. Don't worry, Daniel, I got dirt on your ass too, he writes. He then says, reminder, there's not a single soul I owe a goddamn dollar to, and I've been swinging 7 figures a day since I was 22 years old. Swinging meaning kind of going back and forth. He says, I'm just getting started. I haven't even posted proof yet, but notice how not a single motherfucker that's been called out has come to their defense because each one of them knows I do in fact have the fucking proof of everything I've said so far. There's a lot more to come. Now, that doesn't mean that he's got them. That means they don't want to give attention to it. Because for all he's doing here, and people are watching this, it's not like catching fire. For example, the one I just read had 12K views, which, is not like a few views, but it's not like it's viral. I've posted tweets that get 12K views all the time. So 12K views is nothing that amazing. And there's no reason for these people to respond and bring more attention to it. It's known as the Streisand effect, where by talking about something that you don't want talked about, then you bring attention to it. So even if these guys are innocent, they may not want to bring attention to it if there's not enough attention being brought already on its own. So then he said, what if I told you of all the people I called out, Dylan Gang makes them all seem like amateur hour? So then he starts going off about Dylan Gang. But before that, he decides to go back off on Chance Kornuth. So he actually links Chance's wife on Twitter and says, I'm sorry, and ats Chance's wife that you ended up falling for such scum, but I promise if you just do decide to leave Chance Kornuth, I will start a GoFundMe for you and the kids and do everything in my power to make sure you guys are set up for the rest of your lives. I sincerely do feel bad for you guys, but I couldn't let this guy go on bashing me like I'm some arcade game. He can't just go fucking do what he wants with no repercussions. He's a natural born cheater. Anything he does and has to be exposed. So he actually is adding Chance's wife. He's really after Chance here. Then he tweets to Natasha Mercier. He says, for you, Natasha Mercier, I have no sympathy. You happily sit on the couch watching games, sitting next to your husband while knowing about all the illegal activities he partakes in and the scumming he does to people, and you sit there with a smile on your face because he's able to provide a super luxurious lifestyle for you. That's not okay. So then he starts to talk about Dylan Gang. He says, heard this guy knows a lot about high-stakes home games. Remember, he cannot be trusted. Players beware. Are you guys noticing a pattern? I'm getting more and more detailed with each post. Twitter's kind of fun. Can't wait to imagine what my tweets are like in a week. He says, what if I told you that Dylan and Jason Mercier had partners? And he means business partners, not like gay partners. Then he says, just for safety precautions, if anything happens to me, it's in fact one of these guys I've mentioned so far. These people I've tweeted about are highly powerful criminals that go above and beyond to do some very illegal, incriminating things. I know they would hate to get exposed. So he's trying to put out, like, if anything happens to me, it's Jason Mercier. So he then goes on to explain some more about Dylan Gang. He says, do you guys know that Dylan Gang runs a very high-stakes illegal poker game where he's raking over $50K a day, and there's an illegal prostitution ring happening at the game. These players are paying girls to fuck in the other rooms, and this is Jason Mercier's partner. How alarming. Now, I don't know if this is true, but I have heard of games like this. There are private games where there are girls who are either paid to be there or are just there, and they will fuck the guys there for money. That is true. That does happen. I'm not saying at Dylan's game it necessarily happens. I don't know if it does or doesn't. I'm just saying I have heard of games like this where prostitutes are hanging out there and basically on call to go to the other rooms to have sex with the dudes playing. So he's saying that Dylan Gang's game is like that. Then he says, get this to 100 retweets. I'll start sharing even more details. He got 30 retweets. So then he decides to go on a little more about Mercier. He says, did you know that Jason Mercier books billions of dollars a year in sports action, and when his clients start beating him, he starts doing everything in his willpower to cheat? He even partnered with Dylan Gang to try to cheat me since I was destroying him, meaning destroying him in sports betting. But those motherfuckers got caught red-handed. If you bet with him, I highly advise to proceed with caution. He says, here's the story, how I beat Jason Mercier, a massive bookie, out of millions of dollars. Then he went on to cheat me in order to attempt to get his money back, but I caught him before he could do so. So this is the whole thing he's been building up to. So you're probably wondering, what the hell did Jason Mercier do here? So here's the story. So I was gambling daily against Jason, betting I'd say about $100K a game, the max he'd give me at the time. I was probably up a few million. Then Dylan Gang, who I later found out is Jason's silent partner, started acting like my best friend. He would be on the phone with me for hours a day, act happy that I was incinerating Jason, and even inviting me on trips. Then what happened, Dylan would tell me he has some super sharp action on games I didn't have an opinion on, so I would trust him because he also does have access to very sharp info that will win long term. So basically he's saying that he was betting against Jason. Jason was his bookie. And he was up a few million on Jason. And that Dylan was saying, hey, fuck Jason, I'm glad you're beating him. I don't really like this guy either. And by the way, here's some sharp plays, some sharp sports plays, which you're not making that I think you should bet also. And he trusted Dylan, he's saying, because he thought that Dylan had access to guys who were very sharp. So he said, what's interesting at this point now is that Jason upped his limits to about $500K a game, and for those that know me, I always bet the max. Where the story took a turn for the worse is where Dylan accidentally sent me a screenshot after one of the games finished of him betting the same side he told me to bet 5 times before telling me to bet it into Mercier, causing the line to move a bunch. That one bet alone fucked me out of about 40K in EV. So let me stop here. It's kind of confusing. So he's saying he was accidentally sent a screenshot by Dylan, that Dylan was betting the same side that he told Sean to bet, and he bet it 5 times, and it caused the line to move a whole lot. Now, I don't quite understand what he thinks Dylan was doing to him here. He was saying that basically Dylan moved the line by betting over and over big on one side and then telling him to bet there, so the line got worse because the line moves when there's one action, a lot of action on one side. So he's saying that cost him about $40,000 in expected value, but I don't understand what Dylan would get out of that. But anyway, he goes on to say, one thing about me in sports is I'm personally not sharp. What I've done is I've always hired the sharpest bettors in the world to work under me, and I would trust them. Well, hold on. Let's stop right there. That's a huge statement. And that slipped by. Hardly anyone has noticed this statement. That's huge. Remember, he's going on, I'm the best sports bettor in the world. I've won 8 figures. Everybody fears me. I'm so good. I'm so talented at sports betting. Nobody can touch me, blah, blah, blah. He's been saying this now for the entire year of 2024 and part of 2023. He's been going on now for getting close to a year about what a great sports bettor he is. But hold on a second. This is Sean's own statement. One thing about me in sports is that I'm personally not sharp. What? He's personally not sharp? This is the first time we're hearing this. I mean, I thought that the whole way. I said this on a previous show that I think he's not sharp, and he's getting these picks from Sam Sufferell or some other friend of his who is sharp. That's what I thought. But he was claiming all this time that he is sharp. But he said, one thing about me in sports is I'm personally not sharp. What I've done is I've always hired the sharpest bettors in the world to work under me, and I trust them. So basically, Sean is saying his picks are not his own. That basically these are his friends' picks, or at best his employees' picks. But I think it's just friends, like Sam Sufferell. So when you're buying Sean's picks, you're buying somebody else's picks that he's like the front man for. That's what I've been saying the whole time. People were saying, oh, Sean's picks are terrible. He's a donkey. He's terrible. I was noticing the picks were often ones I agreed with, or at least semi-agreed with. So these didn't seem like donkey sports picks. They seemed to me like sports picks that were coming from a sharp bettor. I just didn't think it was Sean. And I was right. He's admitting it. Nobody's talking about this for some reason. That's the most interesting part of this whole thing, is he's admitting that he's not sharp in sports betting after all the bragging. It's right there. Right there in his long tweet about Jason Mercier at 10:20 a.m. Pacific on July 13th. So going on, he says, when Dylan sent me this screenshot by accident, he snap deleted it on Telegram before I could take a picture of it. Very convenient. Fortunate enough, though, I saw it, and obviously never took another bet from Dylan, but who knows how many times he moved lines on me like this that I wasn't fortunate enough to catch. Now, I don't know what he's trying to say here. I don't know if he's trying to say that Dylan was just betting for the sake of moving the line because he was the partner of Jason Mercier and the bets really weren't being booked. I don't know what the hell he's trying to say here, because yeah, maybe Dylan's moving the line, but then Dylan's placing the bets on the same side, and Sean is knowingly betting on a bad line, which is weird. Like, why would he bet on a line that isn't good anymore? So it doesn't make any sense. These guys tried to steal millions of dollars of EV from me. Obviously, the only reason Jason upped his limits was because he was in on the scandal with Dylan and they were chopping up the action. But I don't know why they would need Dylan to place these bets to move it. Like, why wouldn't they just move the line themselves? Unless Jason didn't control the line and he was just an agent of some sort. But then, like, is it really worth it for Dylan to bet it and then move the line and then have Sean do it? It's very weird. Now, maybe what he's trying to say here is that after Dylan would like a side and then bet on that side, that the line would move to a bad line, and at that point he tells Sean to bet the game, and Sean would stupidly do it. But yeah, Sean can look at the line and see if it's moved. He can see if he thinks it's a good line anymore. Or he could ask whoever's under him or who his friends are that are giving us sharp picks. It's very weird. Like, no one is forcing Sean to bet on these. The bottom line is Sean is deciding to bet or not bet. Thank God I caught them when they did. At the end of the day, I'm very grateful I found out when I did, and I took this as a huge learning lesson. I now have a team of people I trust where I've gone on to make A-plus figures betting sports, and no one on my team is hustling me as I developed a system of checks and balances. So for anyone that's betting with Jason at his illegal bookie shop or playing in Dylan's high-stakes illegal poker games where he's raking $50K plus a day and has girls that you can hire to fuck there, I highly suggest you proceed with caution, as both these people showed they are very capable of doing. Yeah, this is so strange. I don't even fully understand this. Snoop Dogg said, please tell me this isn't the story. I mean, really. A person named Rick said, this is the huge scandal. A sharp bettor gave you his picks when he already bet them himself? Seriously? You're mad because you didn't notice the line had already moved? Like, I'm asking the same thing. Like, what is this? How is this a scandal? I mean, I guess it's semi-interesting that Jason Mercier is running a big sports book in Florida, but, you know, that's about it. I don't understand how this is a big deal. Nobody else does either. Then he bashes Negreanu again. Here's the story why I consider Daniel Negreanu one of the biggest scums in poker, he writes. So Daniel knew the whole story of how Jason Mercier, the illegal crooked bookie, and Dylan Gang, the illegal home game runner, cheated me in sports for potentially millions of dollars, yet Daniel still went on to repost Eric Wasserson's, who was trying to bash my name on Jason's behalf just because Daniel's best friends with Eric. Then when I told Daniel it would be good to share my side of the story, he doesn't do it. Goes to show you what a scum person Daniel is, who only have his best interests in mind. This is very sad to me because Daniel was one of my role models and favorite poker players growing up. When I got to know his true colors, I realized I couldn't think of a worse person to have as a role model for the poker community, especially given the fact that when he partnered with GG at casinos raking higher than any casino, he came up with a saying, more rake is better, because pros can't beat the game, so they would only be playing against other amateurs. Now, this isn't even accurate. He said this about poker stars, not GG, so he's just spouting off here. But the truth of reality is the pros can't beat if the amateurs are fucking drawing dead and will only lose money long term. Daniel led his followers to believing this horse crap just so he could ultimately make himself a bigger bag at the expense of his followers' money. Okay, whatever. Sean's got to get the stories right before he tries to call people out. That was just a mangled story. So then he went to go play this $50K, and he ends up at the same table as Eric Wasserson. So he said, there's definitely major drama today at the tournament. Probably the most two people went at each other the whole World Series. We had to be told to shut up. Eric Wasserson wanted to bet me $500K that if I saw a doctor, referring to a psychologist, that they would tell me that I need to go to a mental institute. That's a funny bet. Wasserson was offering him $500K bet to go to a psychologist, and that he'd win the bet if the psychologist said that he was sane, basically. I'll take that bet. Anyone wants to send me to a psychologist, I'll take any bet that they'll say I'm sane. He said, I'm sure they would have found a way to hustle that bet as well. And I responded saying he's just upset that I called out his scumbag friend Jason Mercier for all his illegal bookmaking activities he partakes in. And then he calls me out saying I don't even have any friends. And I'm basically like, with friends like his, who the fuck needs friends? But obviously Jason Mercier is guilty as charged and not responding to anything and none of the accusations I'm accusing them of. Because once again, I'm 100% know that he books billions a year worth of bets. You shouldn't have scummed me. Who else thinks I belong in a mental institute? If only you guys were here to see the steam coming out of his head the whole time when he needed to get a massage the whole time to blow it off. And then he was showing Wasserson getting a massage. But I want to know something here. Sean, why did you not take this bet? Why did you not say, okay, I snap take this bet. Let's find a psychologist and we'll pick one that's neutral to both of us, so it's not someone you can set up or bribe. And then I'll go to them and they'll analyze me and see if I need to be in a mental institution. Because that's a good bet if you're not insane. $500K? But he just says, no, you're just upset, blah, blah, blah. Like, why not just say, okay, sure, let's do it? Maybe he is worried he'll lose. He says, I probably got 20 messages of people saying, be careful of this Dylan Gang guy. He's a gangster. It's appropriate. His name's Dylan Gang. He's a gangster. Okay, it's believable. Guys, it's okay to call out people on their shit if they're wrong doing illegal things. People got to stop living their lives in fear of him. Then he says, I appreciate all the DMs I'm getting from you guys asking me to call out other scums in the gambling world, but that's not my job. I'm only here to call out the people that have wronged me. Then he claims that the, quote, girl who broke the Shohei Ohtani case, I don't know who that is, wants to break this one. Should I show the poker world how massive I can make Jason Mercier a household name? So he's claiming that some reporter wants to report on Mercier, but I don't see much of a story here. He says, just to let people in on a little more info, I told Jason and Dylan that if we bet $1 million that this screenshot Dylan sent me of me moving the lines exists or not putting Dylan on a lie detector test, they obviously rejected the bet. And he just kind of went on and on with the same stuff. Then he started going at Natasha Mercier. He said, people reached out to me about leaving Natasha alone out of the story, calling out her husband Jason for being a scum. She is just as guilty as him. You have no issue sleeping in your multi-million-dollar house, driving your fancy cars, and sending your kids to private schools knowing how he's paying for it all. However, I do promise if you send me a document that you file for divorce and leave the scum, I promise to never mention your name again. That's kind of funny. You say, okay, Natasha, you're benefiting for all this stuff, so I'm going to keep attacking you. But if you divorce him and prove it, you can't just divorce him. You got to send me the documents you're divorcing him. Then I'll leave you alone. So just divorce Jason, that's all cool. So he keeps going on with more of the same. Then he starts offering things to people who are retweeting various contests that I won't bother to read you. Keeps offering to send money to people who repost, and that's kind of where we stand right now. The last thing he did was call out Jonathan Tamayo, saying it's no surprise that Chance Kornuth student who just won the main just caught cheating. No surprise here is Chance is the man that cheats on his wife and a known multi-accounter. So first of all, I don't think he's a known multi-accounter. I've never heard that before other than from Jake Schindler, which is not a very reliable source. And I just debunked that whole earpiece thing earlier in the show. So that's where we stand right now. He's just on the warpath. Now, let's stop here. What do I believe? Like, I have no inside info on any of this, so I can't give you anything that I know. Do I think Jason Mercier probably books sports bets? Yes. Do I know he does? No, but I think this is not all made up. I think that he probably does book sports bets. Is it possible he books a lot of sports bets? Yes. If you remember, Jason Mercier mostly quit poker and claimed he's doing it to spend time with his wife and kids, which sounded very noble, but maybe it's because he just wanted to transition out of poker into sports betting, and that was the excuse. So it's very possible that that's what Jason Mercier does now. Again, I have no information that he does, but maybe that is the truth. If I had to guess, I think that probably is accurate. But I'm not seeing anything that bad going on here. I don't understand this convoluted story about his partner Dylan Gang moving the lines. Basically, it looks like the allegations are just basically two guys who are running businesses which are technically illegal, but basically victimless. So it's alleged Dylan Gang is running these high-stakes private games where prostitutes hang out and guys fuck them for money, and that Jason Mercier is just booking a lot of high-stakes bets every year. And the only allegation of actual wrongdoing is that the two of them got together to bet certain games, move the line to a shitty line, then recommend it to Sean to bet that shitty line, and then Sean would, and then they'd make money. I think what he's trying to get at here is that Dylan would basically bet the value out of the line. So even though it's a good side, he would keep betting it so much until the line moves to where it's no longer positive expectation, and then at that point, he would give it to Sean, who then would bet it, not realizing the line was no longer positive expectation. So, for example, let's say he's recommending a game that at minus 110 would be a good bet, but at minus 130 would not be a good bet. So he keeps betting it, the line moves to 130, and then he goes and says to Sean, hey, this is a great bet, and Sean bets it with Jason. And because the 130 is not a positive expectation line because it's moved so much, then Jason is gaining from that. And then they're chopping up whatever is won off of him. I think that's what it is trying to be alleged. But the big hole in this is that it's Sean deciding to place the bets or not. Sean can look at it and say, okay, this line's moved too much, I don't want to do it. Or, yeah, I'll still do it. But it's him or whoever works under him that's making this call. So Dylan is not forcing him to bet. Jason is not forcing him to bet. So even if Dylan moved the line beforehand, I mean, that happens all the time. I have friends who will tell me about bets, especially bets that the line easily moves, like prop bets. And they'll say, hey, I know of such and such prop bet that's a good bet. It's, minus 125. I go take a look, it's minus 145 now. So my question to this guy is it still a good bet at minus 145? Sometimes they'll say yes, sometimes they'll say no, sometimes they'll say it's kind of so-so, and I'll decide whether I want to still do it. I think it's very common that something gets bet, especially a lot of money bet on it, and the line moves, and then the next person to get that tip is going to get the worst line. And then they can decide to bet it or not bet it. So I don't really understand why this is a big scandal. I really don't. But I think Sean Perry needs to come forward with some more incriminating stuff and some more scandalous stuff, because so far we're just getting a lot of fluff here. Nothing that shocking. Next, we will cover the stevebets situation, because this is a pretty interesting story, and it involves someone that I have a little bit of association with, as I mentioned during the intro. So Stephen Jacobs, also known as stevebets, was an active online poker player. He also played live. That's why I met him during one of the World Series in the 2000s. But he was a frequent online poker player who played under the name stevebets. And he was best known for tilting in chat, where he would play high-stakes sit-and-goes, like for 5K each. And when he'd take bad beats, he would just go off in the chat. He was infamous for his very outspoken and brash and often profane behavior in the chat rooms. Now, I talked a lot of trash in PokerStars chat too, but he put me to shame in that category. I mean, he really talked a lot of shit. So that's what he was best known for. He was just known for these outbursts. Then he kind of disappeared from poker for a while. And I hadn't thought of him in many years, but in 2021, he contacted me regarding appearing on his podcast called The Bettor's Verdict. Bettors, The Bettor's Verdict. And he is an attorney now. So basically this was a show which combined both the legal profession and gambling. So I was asked to appear on an episode to discuss my being sued by Mike Postle for defamation. And I explained that whole story on there. And he said he enjoyed having me on the show. And I enjoyed coming on the show. And I usually will go on shows if people ask me to. If people want to hear from me, I'll be glad to talk. So I appeared on his show, and unbeknownst to me, after I appeared on his show, he started listening to my show. And he told me that he enjoyed it, and he was listening regularly. And that was nice to hear, that I had picked up a new listener, and that he was enjoying what I was doing over here. And then we were emailing on occasion. Like, we weren't regularly emailing back and forth by any means, but, back and forth once in a while, he would email me about something. I last heard from him in March 2024, and he was emailing me about some issues he was having with DraftKings that I'm not going to go into here because it's a private matter. And, when someone emails me, I want to keep their business private and not reveal it to the public unless there's a very good reason for it. So I'm not going to describe what we were talking about. I will tell you that it did not directly have to do with anything in the story I'm about to tell you, even though there are some things that you might believe would connect them. So in late June, I started to wake up to a lot of texts people were sending me that Steve Jacobs was the primary figure involved in a major controversy and lawsuit involving both DraftKings and a very well-known sports bettor named Spanky, and that this was the big news of the day on social media, and people knew that I knew him and wanted to know if I had heard about it. And I had not. These people saw it before I did. So then I got on Twitter and delved into it, and boy, there's a lot to delve into. So it's a pretty complicated story. So please bear with me, and I'll explain to you what I figured out about it. So on March 11th, 2024, a lawsuit was filed in federal court against DraftKings. DraftKings being both a daily fantasy sports site and a sports book. It was filed on behalf of a John Doe, which is an anonymous plaintiff, and the attorney for the plaintiff was Stephen Jacobs, stevebets. The complaint is not private. That is something you can read publicly. It was found by journalist Jess Wellman, and she posted it up on a site she works for. And on the Poker Fraud Alert Scam, Scandals, and Shadiness forum, you can find the thread about Stephen Jacobs, and you can see the link to that and read from it if you'd like. The March 2024 lawsuit alleged that DraftKings gave out John Doe's real information to Spanky, who's an influential gambling figure. And this was after Spanky had allegedly been threatening this John Doe person. So it basically alleged that Spanky threatened this John Doe that he would use DraftKings to find him. They had some kind of dispute, and Spanky supposedly said, hey, I have connections to DraftKings, so I'm going to have them look you up. I'm going to get your address. I'm going to come get you. That is what's alleged in the lawsuit. So then John Doe was said to have made contact with a VIP host at DraftKings to make sure that didn't happen, basically saying, hey, there's this guy Spanky threatening me. He's going to use your company to get my info. Please lock this down and make sure it does not happen. And he was assured it would not. And then, according to this lawsuit, it did happen, that Spanky got his info through DraftKings. John Doe claims in the lawsuit that a masked man confronted him on the street outside his apartment and demanded that he pay $500,000, which Spanky claimed that he owed. By the way, the real name of Spanky is Gadoon Kyrolos. Gadoon is spelled Gadoon. Kyrolos is Kyrollos. So who is this John Doe? Who is he really? Because that's a pseudonym for an anonymous plaintiff. Who is John Doe? Well, it is now assumed, and I believe it to be true, that John Doe is actually Stephen Jacobs. So it's Stephen Jacobs representing Stephen Jacobs as a John Doe. But let's go back a bit further. Why does Spanky feel that Stephen Jacobs owes him $500,000? So this connects to another lawsuit. This one is also involving Jacobs. However, in this one, Jacobs is the defendant, and the lawsuit was from April 2023, which was 11 months beforehand. Once again, it was acquired by Jess Wellman and posted on the same site, and I read it. The plaintiff in the April 2023 lawsuit is a man named Oscar Jones. Now, I've had a little communication with Oscar Jones. I did not know him. I did not know of him. I knew Spanky, or I knew of Spanky, but I've never communicated with him. And I don't think he even knows who I am. Oscar Jones does know who I am now. I'll explain why shortly. But at the time I found out about all this, Oscar Jones had no idea who I was either. And I'd never heard of him. But he alleged in the lawsuit against Steve Jacobs that he was funding Steve Jacobs' DraftKings account in exchange for a piece of the action. And even though this was successful, to where Oscar Jones would put money into the DraftKings account that was owned by Steve Jacobs would bet games that he was told to bet by Oscar Jones. And then they were winning, so they actually were net winners in the whole thing. That Jones alleges that Jacobs never paid him, that Jacobs basically just took the money out and never sent him any of it. He said that Jacobs just kept making excuses regarding difficulties withdrawing the money. Jones also alleges that Jacobs filed a false complaint to the New York Gaming Commission regarding his stuck funds on there, and then rescinded the complaint immediately afterwards, claiming it was sent in error. And Jones theorizes in the lawsuit that Jacobs did this in order to make it look like he filed a real complaint, so it looked like to Jones that his money was really stuck, but then quietly withdrew it, claiming it was a mistake. So did Jones win this lawsuit? Because according to what is alleged here, it would seem pretty straightforward, right? It would seem like Oscar Jones put money in the account for Jacobs to bet using bets that he was told to make, and that they won, and that Jones should have gotten all that money minus whatever piece was to be given to Jacobs for his cooperation. And by the way, this whole practice is known as bearding, and we discussed this involving Tom Dwan in a very similar situation, which involved Haralabos Vulgaris. And bearding is basically where someone who is a known loser on the site who bets big is then contacted by professional sports bettors who are then going to give picks to the whale to suddenly become a good sports bettor, and then he will get a piece of whatever is won if there are any winnings, and the whale is not risking anything because it's not his money. Basically, he is getting money loaded on there by the professional sports bettors, and he's just the one clicking the buttons, and he is using the picks they give him. So he just gets money for his cooperation. It's basically a free roll for him. So just like in the Dwan case, it's alleged that the money was just withdrawn and then not given to the professional sports bettors who funded it. So why did Jones not win his lawsuit? Because he did not win. Well, not only did Jones lose, but he lost the countersuit as well. So there was a countersuit by Jacobs against Jones, and Jacobs won that. So as a result of this whole thing, Oscar Jones owed money to Stephen Jacobs. And this is why. At some point in this dispute, Oscar Jones signed an agreement not to sue Steve Jacobs. Jones claimed that he was legally browbeaten into signing it, with Jacobs threatening to ruin him through the legal system if he did not sign it. But the fact is that Jones did sign it. He was never under any kind of physical duress. It's not like someone held a gun to his head or threatened to beat him up. Like, he was not alleging that. He was just basically saying that Jacobs was threatening to ruin him through the legal system if he didn't sign this agreement not to sue. So the bottom line is that Jones did sign that agreement, and in the agreement he signed, he agreed to a $250,000 penalty if he goes and sues Jacobs anyway. So given that the contract was legally binding and determined not to have been signed under duress, Jones not only had his suit against Jacobs dismissed, but was ordered to pay $250,000 to Jacobs for suing him in the first place. So that did not go very well. Now, you could say if Jones was telling the truth, he really got fucked here, but that was the legal ruling, and it was probably the correct one. Now, how does Spanky fit into all this? Spanky, remember his real name is Gadun Kairolos, is one of the best-known modern professional sports bettors, and he has a large Twitter following. In that lawsuit with the John Doe that I talked about first, it's alleged that Jones is actually an associate of Spanky's, and this was really Spanky's money. So basically, Spanky gave money to Jones to load up into Jacobs' account to use Spanky's picks. Now, you might wonder, why is Jones there at all? Why is he a middleman? Why wasn't Spanky just loading the money? Well, the problem is Spanky is very well known. So if Spanky is sending money to DraftKings to another player on there who suddenly starts winning, then DraftKings is not going to be stupid. DraftKings will say, oh, wait a minute. If Spanky is funding the account, this must really be like Spanky's account by proxy now. Spanky must be getting this guy to do bearding for him, and they don't want that. They don't want to give high limits to a guy using Spanky's picks. So if Spanky sends the money, they'll know right away what this is. So by sending the money to this unknown guy, Oscar Jones, who is not a known winning sports bettor, even though it's Spanky's money, then DraftKings is not that alarmed that this Oscar Jones is funding the account. So that was the reason that someone like Oscar Jones would be used to this. So anyway, Spanky felt that the money was owed to him. He felt that Jacobs either lost or withdrew the $500,000 that was owed to him for their venture. And even though it was technically Oscar Jones' money, that Oscar Jones was using money Spanky gave to him, that he was just an associate who was loading it on. So he started to put substantial pressure on Jacobs. According to the John Doe lawsuit, that was probably Jacobs filing it on behalf of himself, Spanky was threatening that he knew, quote, dangerous people, and that he would use his contacts at DraftKings to come up with Jacobs' address. The suit claims that despite Jacobs making his best effort to have DraftKings protect his account, that the address was acquired anyway, and the VIP host even admitted that Spanky got it through them. So it's alleged in the lawsuit that the VIP host said, yeah, we messed up, yeah, sorry, yeah, he got it anyway, somehow we see that. Then Spanky made a statement. This was made at 5:32 p.m. Pacific time on June 25th. Let's address Mr. John Doe, a.k.a. Steve Jacobs. Yes, you read that right. The plaintiff and the plaintiff's attorney are the same person. Steve Jacobs is also a senior attorney who works at Herbert Smith Freehills Law Firm in New York City. As a background, my buddy Oscar Jones met Steve through a personal connection and was under the impression that Steve was a whale that we believed we could flip to get down, basically saying that he's going to place bets through Jacobs. In layman's terms, a whale is a losing player that can bet big on our behalf because the sportsbook, seeing his history of losing bets, has given him increased betting limits, hoping he will lose even more. We would send Oscar the plays, Oscar would then send them to Steve Jacobs, and Jacobs would then punch them into his account. For those unaware of the betting landscape, I rely on guys like Steve Jacobs to bet, given that DraftKings does not allow me to bet on at their establishment because I win. Oscar even gave Steve $82K of his own money to get the partnership started. So basically, he's saying that he can't bet at all on DraftKings, Spanky. He's saying that he has to use guys like Steve Jacobs to bet. After a few months, and with the benefit of our consultation via Oscar, naturally Steve won a substantial amount of money. Fast forward 2 months when it's time to settle up the proceeds of our partnership. Slight problem. Steve claimed DraftKings was holding up the payout. He claimed that DraftKings was asking him to sign a, quote, affidavit of eligibility. Oscar and I advised him to file a complaint with the New York Gaming Board. Initially, he refused, but we were insistent that he take up the matter with the regulatory authorities, and eventually agreed to do that. On February 6, 2023, at 8:33 p.m., Steve filed a complaint with the New York Gaming via email and BCC'd Oscar on that email to, quote, prove he filed it. More than a month after that, Steve told us both that he had not yet received a response to the complaint he filed with the regulators, and that he was still waiting, quote, with fingers crossed. Oscar and I both started to get suspicious. My strategy of following up on my suspicion was a test for Steve Jacobs. I told him, bluffing, that I had the ability to receive information on the status of the payout from DraftKings. I obviously do not have that power, nor am I connected with anyone who does have that power, given I am banned from betting there. I wanted to gauge Steve's response to my bluff. In particular, I was hopeful that if he was doing something wrong, this bluff might encourage him to fess up. Steve maintained that DraftKings was holding up his withdrawal request and that he was waiting on a response to a complaint he filed with the New York Gaming Board. Oscar then had a brilliant strategy for following up on our suspicion. He had the idea to use New York's Freedom of Information law to request from regulators a copy of the complaint that Steve said he had filed. What comes next is crazy. What Steve never admitted was that literally 5 minutes after filing the complaint, he sent them a second email at 8:38 p.m. the same day saying the complaint, quote, he filed in the first email was a, quote, accident. 5 minutes. In his, quote, accident letter, he apologized, saying he was a, quote, gaming lawyer and drafted it for a gaming training module. Both the complaint and cancellation can be seen attached below and can be freely attained via the Freedom of Information law. I believe one of three things happened. Either one, Steve wound up stealing the money. Two, he gambled it all away. Or three, he just booked our bets himself instead of placing the bets at DraftKings hoping we would lose. The evidence seems to show that Steve Jacobs is either a sick compulsive gambler or a thief. My bet is both. Either way, he needs help. I wound up talking to Steve Jacobs, and he admitted to me that he owes over $1 million to other people. He has a reputation in the poker community of being unhinged. Now, I wouldn't say that. See, the rest of this stuff, that's Spanky's claims, and we'll talk about that shortly, but he doesn't have a reputation of being unhinged. In chat, he was unhinged, but that was just kind of an act. I wouldn't say like a pure act, but he would just kind of act out in chat, but then you meet him in person, he was just a regular, calm, normal guy. Although he never told me what happened with our winnings, which were supposedly being withheld after he tried to withdraw them in January 2023, he did manage to. In March of 2023, settle another lawsuit against him by paying plaintiff Jonathan Bronson $270K. Steve is involved in several lawsuits for hundreds of thousands of dollars on both sides, but especially on the defendant's side, and as John Doe in many of them. You've heard of robbing Peter to pay Paul. This guy robbed Spanky to pay Johnny. So basically, he's claiming that he lost a lawsuit to another guy named Jonathan Bronson, and that's why he stole the money from Spanky. That's what Spanky's claiming. What a mess, he writes. Steve Jacobs is now seeking compensation by way of frivolous lawsuit against DraftKings to either pay off debts or keep gambling. He claims this incident happened in March 2023, yet he waited till June 2024 to file a suit? 15 months? Did he run out of money to feed his gambling habit? I never threatened Steve, nor sent a, quote, masked man to threaten him. However, given that Steve Jacobs owes over $1 million to so many people, his claims don't surprise me. I never received any information from anyone at DraftKings about Steve Jacobs. The Freedom of Information law was all we needed to prove this guy to be a shyster. Sorry, Steve Jacobs, but, quote, John Doe ain't going to cut it this time. You want to try and steal money from people to feed your gambling habit and then play victim? You want to steal my name and Oscar's name and DraftKings' name, all while remaining anonymous? You use your lawyer badge to tie up the court's valuable time instead of seeking the help you desperately need? Steve Jacobs is a complete loser. To HFF Legal, that's where he works, you have a bad apple in your midst. Can you expect him to represent your clients when his mind is preoccupied with whether the Yankees will win by at least 2 runs or how he will find funds to feed his gambling habit? His behavior seems to be that of a professional con artist. To my fellow bettors out there, there's a lesson to be learned here. Be careful of who you deal with. Do your due diligence. Be wary of trusting people based on appearances, because this case teaches us that even people who appear like they should be highly credible and highly trustworthy, such as a high-powered officer of the court and attorney for Herbert Smith Freehills, can turn out to be a con man, liar, and thief. Like I've always said, a professional sports bettor, winning is just the beginning. Scum like this is everywhere you look. You do your best to try and avoid them, and they always seep through. Thanks for reading. So this is on Twitter. He posted this long statement explaining what happened from his point of view. Now, again, these are Spanky statements, so we haven't seen a public statement from Steve Jacobs about this. He is aware it's all happening. I did make contact with him, and he's aware of this is all going on, obviously, and aware of the statement by Spanky, but he is not responding. Of course, there is litigation about it, so it does make sense why he's not responding. Herbert Smith Freehills is a pretty major firm, and searching their website, I am not seeing Steve Jacobs on there. I searched Jacobs, I'm not seeing, so it's possible he's not there anymore. I don't know. They have a lot of people can search for. It says 2,216 people. They have a lot of locations. They don't have just one location. They're all over the world. But I did search for Jacobs, and I don't see him, so it is possible that he's no longer there as a result of all this. I don't know. I assume that Spanky probably contacted them beyond just tweeting to them and made a complaint. So it's possible they let him go. I don't know. Interestingly, between October 2023 and March 2024, I received some communications from Steve Jacobs regarding DraftKings. Now, again, as I said, I'm not going to reveal what was in these communications because I don't reveal people's private messages to me unless utterly necessary. And that is something that would not be appropriate here. But I am kind of curious what he wanted to talk to me about. He wanted to talk to me about something going on with DraftKings, which was kind of confusing. But it wasn't this. He had nothing about being worried about his info being accessed. It wasn't anything like that. So I'm kind of curious now what this is about, especially it was kind of the same time frame. So what do I think of Spanky's statement? Well, I think there's a good chance that it's true or mostly true. From what I can see, there's no proof that a masked man showed up in front of Jacob's apartment building, and nor is there proof that if there was one, that he was there on behalf of Spanky. So even if there is a video of a masked man showing up there, that doesn't mean it was someone on behalf of Spanky. It's possible that this masked man was about something else, and then Jacobs could have just said the guy told him to pay Spanky. So we don't know unless there's audio of it, and I don't think there is. I don't even know if there's video. I will say that someone who alerted me to this story said that Spanky is, quote, not a good guy. and that the DraftKings story was very plausible, that Spanky did have connections there and did use that to get Jacobs' address and did send someone down there to kind of scare him. Because keep in mind, sending a masked man over there to kind of rattle him, but if the masked man didn't beat him up or didn't do anything else illegal, didn't brandish a weapon, just showed up there with a mask on and said, hey, you better pay Spanky, and leaves, that's actually not illegal. You can show up and say something like that even if you're in a mask. Now, if the guy kidnapped Steve Jacobs, punched him, pulled out a knife or a gun and threatened him, then these would all be illegal. But if the guy just shows up there and is kind of scary looking and says, hey, you better pay Spanky, and walks off, then that's not illegal. And the person who was talking with me said that he could easily picture Spanky doing something like this. In fact, if Spanky really did feel that he was scammed out of $500,000, it would make sense that he would do something like this without doing anything illegal. So is it possible that Jacobs is a degenerate with a major negative EV gambling problem and ended up using Spanky's money to fund his habit? Yes, it's very possible, and he would not be the first one to do something like that. In fact, as I said earlier, the Haralabob Tom Dwan dispute from earlier this year was very similar to this. So, I don't know. We're hearing two sides of a story here. Steve Jacobs did not respond to what Spanky wrote, but he did file a lawsuit against DraftKings, not Spanky. And then Spanky is explaining this. I do think Spanky really believes he's owed the money. I don't think he's making that up. Whether Steve actually stiffed him, I don't know, but where there's smoke, there's often fire. There's got to be a reason Spanky thinks he's owed the money. And as far as I know, Spanky does not have a history of just claiming he's owed money when he isn't. So, this is suspicious, to say the least. Some people thought that because I posted on Poker Fraud Alert that I received some messages from Steve Jacobs, and because I was on his podcast in 2021, and because he listens to this show sometimes, that means I'm involved in this in some way. And I had to actually go on to a Twitter Spaces. Well, I didn't have to, but I chose to go on to a Twitter Spaces and defended myself and explained that I didn't know about this until I got the text about it. So I didn't know about this lawsuit. I didn't know about the thing with Spanky. I knew nothing about this. I did get some emails from Steve Jacobs around that same time in early 2023 asking for my help with advice regarding some weird issue he had going on with DraftKings. But again, it wasn't this. It was something else. And I didn't even completely understand it. And that was my full involvement there, which is basically none. So if Steve did this, that's wrong, and I understand why Spanky's so mad. It is possible that Spanky is embellishing something or not telling the full truth, and that Steve just is not publicly commenting because he's got a lawsuit going, and that he'll wait till the lawsuit against DraftKings finishes, and then we'll comment back regarding Spanky. It's also possible this is all completely true or mostly true regarding the allegations against him. I will say that someone like Spanky, if he had a successful venture regarding someone bearding for him, or even if it was unsuccessful, the last thing these guys want to do is scare off the beards. So Spanky needs guys like Steve Jacobs to bet for him, and he wouldn't just antagonize one of them for no reason. So something happened there. I have to think there's got to be some truth to this story. Now, if DraftKings really did give out Steve Jacobs' info to Spanky, because Spanky found someone there that he knew, and DraftKings did this just as a favor, then that's wrong. These sites should not be doing that, and regardless of whatever Steve Jacobs did or didn't do, this is not DraftKings' business to hand out his info. They're a regulated site. They simply can't do this. And just because Spanky's got friends over there possibly, they can't do this. So if they really did this, then even if Steve Jacobs stole from Spanky as alleged, Steve Jacobs does deserve a settlement from DraftKings because his information was still violated. This is different than someone like me giving out information of a scammer when I really believe that they've scammed. That's a different story because I run a site to fight scams, and I'm also not a regulated site. When people sign up to Poker Fraud Alert, there are no regulations protecting you and your information. Now, I keep everybody's private information private, and I take it very seriously. So I've never given out someone's info unless I'm sure that they scammed. But I'm under a very different set of standards than something like DraftKings, which makes a lot of money because they are one of the few regulated sites that exist in the U.S. for sports betting and for daily fantasy sports. So if they're going to hold this type of position, they need to be very good stewards of customer data and not get involved in third-party disputes. So even if someone at DraftKings really, really believes that he scammed Spanky, and if they feel for Spanky and want to help him, that's not their business. They can't do it. That's not what they were there for. That information needs to stay private. If Spanky wants to hire a PI or something and get the info that way, fine, but you can't use DraftKings for that. So if DraftKings did that, then they do deserve to pay. So we'll see how that lawsuit shakes out. Again, it's not against Spanky or Oscar Jones or anything. It's against DraftKings. Now, I had a conversation with Oscar Jones, a public conversation on that Twitter Spaces. He was there. And, I told him I feel for him. And I told him that I understand. And I understand how frustrating it must be that he tried to sue Steve Jacobs to recover the money. And then because of that contract he signed, that he claimed he signed only because he was afraid that he was going to be ruined by the legal system, and then sued anyway in violation of the contract, that now he owes $250K to the guy he feels cheated him in the first place, cheated him and Spanky. So I said, if that's the way it really went down, I feel for you. And I actually offered, since me and Steve Jacobs have a decent relationship, we're not friends, but we have a decent relationship, I said I would be glad to try to mediate here. I don't have any kind of official training in mediation, but I said I'll be fair about this. And I said I'd be glad to kind of be a middleman here to see if you guys can come to terms. For example, if they just kind of both drop the whole thing on both ends. So Oscar said he would be possibly interested in that, but I haven't heard from Steve about it. Oscar said he would be willing to come on this show. Unfortunately, he goes to bed a little bit early, and I didn't see his message until he was already in bed. So we started too late for him. But maybe we can have him on next time. This story isn't going anywhere for the moment. You know how the legal system moves slowly. I don't think Steve would want to come on, though he'd be welcome to come on too. As I said on the Twitter Spaces, I have no involvement in any of this, but I would love to help solve it if I could help solve it fairly for everybody. Now, it wouldn't be easy to solve if Steve Jacobs really did steal the money and chunked it off and doesn't have it anymore. Then he can't just invent $500K out of nowhere. But if he does, then that could be solved, or even if he doesn't, regarding this $250 that Oscar owes him, maybe something can be worked out with that, where that can be dropped in exchange for something else. So there's going to be no ideal solution here, but I said I'd be willing to help and try to come up with something that everybody can be okay with. Because I'd like to just kind of see everybody solve it, And I could hear the pain in Oscar Jones's voice on that Twitter Spaces, and he seemed like an okay guy. Can't judge someone that much from Twitter Spaces, but I thought that this was something we could possibly do. So maybe we'll revisit that. Anyway, given that we have two different stories of bearding gone wrong with these sports betting sites, anyone who chooses to have this done, you really have to make sure that the person is not going to do this to you. And I think one of the ways you can do it is by having them withdraw money regularly and not just leave the bankroll on there for convenience. I know it's best if you can just put on money, bet big, keep a lot on there in case you run bad, because sports betting, there's no magic bullet where you just effortlessly win. It's a grind. But still, if you have any kind of success, as it seems they did, then withdraw and don't wait until a lot of money accumulates there and then you find out it's all gone. And you could also do things like have them show you the balance on there. So if anything's wrong, you can jump on it right away. That's another thing. Like there's nothing wrong with asking the beard to show you, for example, on FaceTime, that the money's still there. It's not an insult to them. It's a lot of money you're dealing with. Because these bearding things, they're not for like $500 bets. These are for very large bets. So there's no problem going to the beard and saying, look, you're getting something for nothing here. You're getting a piece of this if we win, and if we lose, you don't lose anything. So this is very big you're getting here. So please do what we're asking here and just show us on a daily basis or every few days that the money is still there. Show us the history, et cetera, et cetera. And then the second you see anything wrong, then you shut the thing down, make them withdraw what's ever there, and be done. I think just letting it go on for a long time and then find out the bad news, all the money has disappeared, you're just asking for it. So I don't want to victim blame, but this is advice to anyone who would do something like this. You got to be careful. So I'll give you some further info on this if I get it. If we have Oscar Jones on the next show, if we can get Steve Jacobs on, or if he wants to tell me anything that I can state on the record, then I will state it out here. I won't betray anyone's trust. Like, I'm not going to go to Steve Jacobs and say, hey, tell me this. I promise not to tell anyone, and then come out and tell you. Like, I don't do that to people. If people are talking to me and something's told to me in confidence, then I'm going to keep it in confidence. So I'm not going to trick anybody here, but anything that is going to be said for the record, I'd be happy to put out here. And Oscar Jones wants to come on, and again, I'll see if I can find a way to mediate or something, make this a little better. Pretty unfortunate story no matter what. All right, so remember the Landon Tice and Jeremy Becker challenge. I was actually going to bet on the Becker side. And this was basically a competition between two young poker pros with different backgrounds. Who could win the most money this summer in tournaments? I think it encompassed all tournaments during a certain time period and not just the World Series, though it also encompassed a lot of the World Series. Jeremy Becker was a guy who kind of came out of nowhere. He was a Florida player who moved to Vegas and was crushing the daily tournaments. I mean, he won so many daily tournaments, it was unreal. Now, yes, the competition at the Vegas daily tournaments is not very tough. You're playing against a lot of fish and very few good players. So, yes, if you're a decent player, you can run them over, but he was running them over to an extent we'd never seen before. And he had some results where he had won in major tournaments. So he's not even someone who just couldn't ever win at major tournaments and could only beat these local tournaments. So he was kind of seen as a young phenom, though he wasn't super young. He was late 20s, but these days that's young. And then Landon, he was someone who really came out of nowhere a few years ago, and he was originally just a fan of Chicago Joey's show, and then kind of parlayed that into befriending various name poker pros, and eventually Matt Berkey took Landon under his wing and taught him how to play better, and Landon has since become a poker pro and has been on the tournament scene. Some of that is backed with Berkey's money, some of it with his own money, and Landon, he seems like a nice kid. In my brief interactions with him, he seemed fine. He seems to have some poker talent. So people were saying, hey, these are two of the rare young players here under 30 who are trying to make it in poker. Because really poker has become the middle-aged and old man's game. The young people just aren't there anymore because of the inability to play online poker that easily for the past 13 years. So all the young players of those days have now gotten older. And the young people who aged into being able to play, they just didn't start playing. So Jeremy and Landon were seen as two of the rare young players that people could root for. And it came up eventually where Daniel Negreanu was promoting Jeremy Becker. And in fact, Negreanu backed him a little bit last year. And, of course, Berkey was backing Landon Tice. So the two of them had this challenge. And it was a friendly challenge. Like, these two, I think, became friends, at least somewhat. And basically the challenge was who was going to win more in tournaments between certain dates, I think between the late spring and the end of the World Series. I'm not sure the exact dates. The exact details of this were hammered out later. I was going to definitely bet on Jeremy's side, but the people willing to give me action on the other side kind of fell through. So I never ended up betting. Anyway, Here is where it stands at the moment. Jeremy Becker is the winner. He is the big winner here. So how much did he win? How much did he win? How much did Landon win? How much did Jeremy Becker crush it this summer to win this contest? So what do you think? You think maybe Jeremy Becker won $500K? Maybe Landon won $200K? No. You think Jeremy Becker maybe won like $200K to win this challenge? No. You think Jeremy Becker maybe won $100K to win this challenge? No. He did win the challenge, though. You think Jeremy Becker won, $20,000 to win this challenge? And maybe Landon lost? Not exactly. So how much was Jeremy Becker, the winner of this challenge, up during this time period in tournaments?
0.0.
Worse than that. Jeremy Becker's winning total is minus 40,532. Now, it's possible that he'll end up a little better than that because his final tournament was the mystery bounty. I think not at the World Series, at some other property. And he was still alive in it. So he could technically win something there. Landon is already done. So Jeremy has it clinched. But how could Jeremy have this clinched if he's down 40,500? How could he have it clinched? Well, that's because Landon is down almost $89,000. So this competition between these two young phenoms ended up being who loses less. And Jeremy Becker losing a little more than 40 grand is the big winner. What a letdown. Now, okay, these are tournaments. There's a lot of variance. So a lot of very good players, a lot of excellent players this year had losing summers. In fact, I almost had a losing summer at the World Series of Poker. I was 0 for 8. I had cashed absolutely zero. And then I got $30K at the main event after buying in 10. So I ended up winning a whopping $5,500 at the World Series of Poker. Nothing to brag about, but at least I won. But yeah, you play a ton of tournaments, and you could be down a lot very quickly. That's the problem with tournaments. You're waiting for the big score. You're not going to be a winning player by min-cashing. The min-cashing is not going to happen enough to make up for the times you don't cash at all. So you need to hit these big scores to make up for all the times you lose. And if you don't hit those, you're almost certainly going to be down. In fact, I'm not going to name the person, but I know someone who has 14 cashes, at least 14, at least he had 14 as of like a week ago. 14 cashes at the World Series, and a final table appearance with a decent score there, and was actually down for the World Series. And this was not someone who played like a 250K high roll or anything like that. This is someone who was playing a mixture of 5-figure and mostly 4-figure events. And 14 cashes, a final table where he scored something decent and was actually down. Shows you what tournaments can do. Ari Engel, who listens to this show, commented on this. He said, the first event I played at the World Series of Poker was 2005. My first top 9 finish at the World Series was in 2019. And this is obviously a very good player in Ari Engel. A lot of success, and he said that he didn't finish 9th or better for almost 15 years at the World Series. Wow. So yeah, there's a lot of variance in tournaments, so this is not really saying anything bad about Landon or Jeremy, but it is a little bit embarrassing for poker that this whole thing was hyped up and then both of them lost. So it goes. All right, I have an update for you on the Fred Khalilian situation we've talked about before on the show. Fred Khalilian was the creator of PokerTribes.com and PokerTribe.com in the 2010s, and these really never got going. This was a weak attempt to allow Indian tribes to start up an online poker site without the permission of the government, just basically saying this is tribal land, we can start this if we want, and people can play from anywhere. So didn't work. A lot of stupid tribes gave him money to do this, and it went nowhere. But he was accused of much worse. So basically, there was a filmmaker who was doing a documentary without Khalilian's permission about Khalilian's long history of fraud and deceit. And then Khalilian was so unhappy about this, and he started threatening the guy to stop doing this documentary, and the guy just kept doing it, that he hired someone to murder this filmmaker. However, the person that he hired went to the intended victim and basically said, hey, I'm being hired to kill you. And what they did was they set up a fake murder. They actually set up a fake murder scene where it looked like that he was killed. And then they went to the police. So Khalilian was eventually arrested for this. The filmmaker's name is Juan Esco, and it looked pretty bad for Khalilian, especially because he already had a shady past. It really looked like that they were going to finally get him. It looked like that he was going to get a lot of prison time for this. However, he pled guilty and was sentenced yesterday in a Nevada federal courtroom. But this was as a result of a plea deal that was being negotiated for the past month or so. And Khalilian was sentenced to only a 2-year term, and also is going to get credit for time already served behind bars, 13 months he'd already served. So he'll be due to be released in June of 2025 or earlier. And that's it. Which is pretty bad when he hires a guy to kill this filmmaker, and the guy who was hired fakes having done it with the filmmaker's permission. They faked the whole thing, and Khalilian's like, yeah, okay, cool. So they basically got him red-handed. So how did this happen? How was it that he got only 2 years? He could have been sentenced to as much as 30. Well, it turned out that there were some problems in the case which could have made it difficult to get a conviction. So there was a witness tampering count in this whole thing, and that was to try to get his former bodyguard, Michael Sherwood, recant his testimony. And he was the one who was hired to kill Juan Esco. So Michael Sherwood was the guy who was supposed to be performing the hit and then faked it. But anyway, it turned out that the agreement that Khalilian and Sherwood made to do this, it was made while Khalilian was out of the country. So apparently Sherwood also didn't tell the complete truth about some things. So not only was Khalilian not in the U.S. when he made this deal, which probably brought up jurisdictional issues, but then also they found that Sherwood, his bodyguard, the one who was hired, hadn't told the whole truth about everything. So there started to become concerns that the star witness here, Michael Sherwood, the bodyguard who was hired to kill Juan Esco, had lied somewhat, and that his credibility would be attacked on the stand, and then maybe the whole case would fall through. So they just wanted a conviction. However, Juan Esco, the intended victim, was very unhappy about this, and he's afraid that in mid-2025, when Khalilian gets out, he's just going to come after him again. Juan Esco spoke to the New York Post and said the justice system is broken. He's going to get out and try to have me killed again. And then while this plea deal was being negotiated, he was already afraid something like this might happen. He said, I'm hopeful the judge will reject this binding plea again. This is an insult to me and all his victims. It's also alleged that Khalilian stole $20 million from 2 Oklahoma tribes in that whole PokerTribe.com, PokerTribes.com scheme. There's been a lot of allegations that Khalilian was violent or threatened violence. Khalilian also is accused of having punched a waitress at a Miami nightclub that he actually operated in the 2000s. And He also had some association with the company Monster that makes headphones and stuff like that. And that after it was alleged that he was embezzling from the company, that he made all kinds of threats to the executives of Monster. So with all that, still he only got 2 years for this murder for hire thing. I mean, this guy really just slips through with everything. It's amazing. There will be orders of protection for Esco, Sherwood, and someone who works at Monster as part of this whole deal that was made. He also won't be allowed to have weapons. He will have to submit to frequent drug testing, and he's going to have to report his bank accounts and income, including from international sources, to the feds. But, yeah, this is a miscarriage of justice big time. So I thought he was going to get a long time for this one. I thought that, yeah, he had kind of slipped through the justice system for a long time, but I thought this was going to be it. But nope. He's already served more than a year, and he's going to just serve like one more here, and it's pretty much done. He might even get out a little bit early, a few months early, so he could be out in early 2025. I understand why this Esco guy is frustrated by the whole thing. 775-FRAUD-55, 775-372-8355. So far, so good. I mean, I've struggled a little bit, but getting through the show, despite having COVID. Actually doing this show with COVID, I hope you appreciate it. The MGM Grand Detroit is in a little bit of controversy. They are accused of denying a six-figure jackpot to a woman that they say was banned way back in 2015, and she said that such a ban never occurred. So a woman who's 65 years old, a black woman named Denise Ezell, won a $127,000 jackpot playing what's called progressive blackjack at MGM Grand Detroit. She won this in October 2023. She said to the Detroit Free Press, "It was exuberating. We were high-fiving. No one had ever seen anyone win that jackpot." So basically, it has these side bets while you play blackjack. And she made a 4-card straight flush with the ace, queen, jack, and king of spades. I guess it has to do with what the dealer's hand is and what your hand is. So it won her what was called the mega payout of $127,000. This was on October 30th of 2023. So what happened was MGM Grand would not pay her because they claimed that she was permanently banned from the casino in 2015 for panhandling. So Ezell said that she was not banned, or at least if she was, they never told her, and that she's gambled regularly at MGM Grand and had no problem gambling there for the past 8 years. She said that they came up with a bullshit excuse not to pay her winnings after accepting her, quote, hard-earned money at the tables. So she filed a lawsuit against MGM in U.S. District Court in June 2024 and said to the local press, "I just want my damn money." Now, what is this about the panhandling? Does she deny that any incident occurred in 2015? Is it like my thing at the Venetian where I just found out one day I was banned when I didn't do anything wrong? And I'm serious. That's exactly what happened to me. I just called up to book a room one day, and they're like, "Nope, you're banned." I'm like, "Well, shit. What's this about?" And they told me a lot of nonsense I didn't do. So what happened with her? Did she have a similar situation where they just came up to her and said, "Sorry, you're not getting your $127K. You were banned in 2015 for such and such," and she had no clue? Not exactly. She did remember something from 2015. She said that in 2015 she was arguing with her cousin about some cash and that she was not soliciting a stranger for money. And her attorney said that MGM's treatment of her was, quote, just not fair. He said, "They allowed her to gamble there and spend her hard-earned money for 8 years. Then when she hits the jackpot, they run this crap. Hey, you shouldn't be here in the first place. We know the casinos always win." Well, let's focus on this a little bit. Now, I have no idea what the truth is here, but let's focus on this a little bit. So she claims in 2015 she was arguing with her cousin about some cash while in MGM Grand Detroit, and she was not begging anyone for money, and that somehow they took this as her panhandling and quietly banned her without ever telling her. And then she played for 8 years. They never said a thing. She hits a jackpot for $127K. They're like, oh, yeah, we banned you back in 2015. Sorry, we're not paying you. So is that what really happened? Well, let's first look at the arguing with her cousin. It is very possible that's what she was banned for, and panhandling was just some general term for what she was banned for. So maybe they heard two people arguing about money in there. Maybe she was very loud, and they just heard, give me my money, and then they told her to stop, and she wasn't quiet, and she just kept going off, and then they said, okay, you're banned. And it's also possible that they didn't tell her right away she was banned, but then after she left, they decided, you know what, we don't want her back here, and banned her. And then they just put down panhandling because it was close enough, because she was arguing about money. Possible. But what about those subsequent 8 years? Remember, she didn't just have that in 2015 and then come back in 2023 and win 127K and find out the bad news. She claimed that she regularly gambled there for those next 8 years and that they never stopped her. Well, what's not listed here in this article I'm reading, I don't have the copy of the complaint, but what's not listed here is whether she used her card. And it's going to come down to that, because if she was putting her card in machines or at the blackjack table, whatever she was playing, she was using her card, and they were made aware that she was gambling there for 8 years by using her card. Because when you give a casino your card, you are making them aware you were gambling there. And if they did not ban her and took her action for 8 years, they cannot claim that she was banned. Because by taking her action for 8 years, it's essentially lifting the ban. It's not like they took her action for 1 day and then didn't realize it, and then came back and said, oh, sorry, you're banned, you can't come back here. And they would have a right 8 years later to come and say, hey, you know what, we never really unbanned you, we just kind of let this slip through, so you're banned again. They could do that, but only after paying her. But it is fair that she would believe that she is able to gamble there if they took her action for 8 years using a card, and they didn't say otherwise. Now, if she didn't use a card, that's pretty suspicious, because everybody uses a card nowadays when they gamble, because that's what earns you your comps, your points, stuff like that. So if she gets ejected and then comes back and is never using a card again, that is showing circumvention. And then the casino can say, hey, we just didn't see her. We just didn't pick up that she was here because she wasn't using a card, and she just never created a disruption. So she was secretly gambling here for 8 years. This is the first time we actually had contact with her to give her a hand pay, and for that reason, we are not paying her. Then they would actually have a good leg to stand on. However, if they ever paid her a jackpot before in the past 8 years, since the supposed ban, then they should have known that she was banned, and if they paid her anyway and didn't tell her she was banned, then they should lose this. And if they've just been seeing her use her card, she has been using a card for the past 8 years, then she should get this jackpot because she would have every reason to believe that she was not banned. Now, unfortunately, this is not stated by her lawyer, and this has not been stated by her that she's been using a card all this time. That's what I want to know. That's the big one to me. You cut through all the bullshit, that's what it is. She said to the Detroit Free Press, do you think I would have gone down there and spent my money for 8 years knowing I was trespassing? So basically she's saying she's been losing for 8 years there, which I'm sure is true. She's just playing negative EV machines for 8 years regularly. Apparently she said that the argument with a cousin was that the two of them had a deal that they'd gamble together. When one started losing, the other would give the other some cash to continue, but then her cousin wouldn't give her more money when she was losing. So I guess the two of them would do this where one would give money to the other, and then when she was losing, the cousin wouldn't give her more money, and they argued. So she said a security guard came up and said, you're bothering this patron. And she said, this is my goddamn cousin. The security guard then said, you have to leave your panhandling. She said, I didn't even know what panhandling was. And she said that when she hit the jackpot, she was told by a pit boss, I'm sorry to tell you we're not going to pay you, you're trespassing. And then she said, what the fuck? This is some bullshit. So we're still not getting any info if she was using a card or not. That's what's missing in this more detailed article from the Detroit Free Press. She did claim that a security employee told her after winning the jackpot a few days later, don't worry about them saying you were trespassing, you're going to get your jackpot. And the employee allegedly said that he would call her back, but then he did call back and said it's been escalated up because it's outside of his pay grade, and then they changed their mind. They tried to go to the state gaming board for help, but the board said it couldn't force the casino to do anything, that the gaming board, there was only an advisory committee, which is surprising there in Michigan. I didn't know that. The lawyer said the casino watched her lose for years and kept her money, and then when she finally won, they told her, you're not getting a dime, get the hell out of here, that's not fair. So yeah, why is nothing saying whether she used a card or not? That's the whole point of this case, is whether they were aware she was continuing to gamble there. If he can show that, he wins. If he can't show that, he probably loses. That's what I would think as a non-attorney who just knows about the gambling world. I think she knows she was kicked out. That's my guess. I think she knows. I'll tell you why. Because she remembers this whole thing too vividly. If she didn't think she was kicked out and this happened 8 years prior, she would just remember there was some argument with a cousin, and she wouldn't think that's what would get her banned if they didn't say you're banned. If she just had a little incident there, then she probably wouldn't remember it either at all or as the thing that got her kicked. So I'm thinking she did know she was banned. I think they just told her to leave and she didn't realize that was a ban. And it really just comes down to, did they let her keep playing? Did they know she was playing? If yes, then I think she should win. If no, then I think she should lose. It's that simple. You always have to dig a little deeper with these things, not just always auto take the player's side, because a lot of times the player's not right. I'm not a defender of the casinos, as you guys know, but a lot of times you're not getting the whole story. All right, let's talk about the Mirage. The Mirage just closed. The Mirage is definitely closed now because it is past the date of closure. The date of closure was July 17th. Right now it is July 18th. So the Mirage is done for the next 3 years. You won't see it again until 2027. A question came up in Advantage player circles. What are they going to do about the progressive jackpots? Well, what is a progressive jackpot? A progressive jackpot is something that goes up with every penny that's gambled in the machine. Anything that's gambled in the machine, the jackpot goes up until it's hit, and then when it's hit, it goes back down to a base value. So typically when there's a progressive jackpot, everything else in the machine is pretty negative expectation in order to pay for the progressive jackpot when it's eventually hit. And so you never want to play a machine with a low progressive jackpot. If you see one, you always want it to be on the high side. Otherwise, you're really taking the worst of it. Let the other suckers play it when it's low. But putting that aside, what would happen if progressive jackpots accumulate and then the property just closes? Is that fair to the player? Well, the answer is no. Because the progressive jackpot is part of the machine's return. And until it's actually hit, it hasn't been returned. So any kind of player-funded progressive jackpot or promotional pool, anything that's not coming from the casino's funds but is actually funded by the players, that's part of the entire return of whatever game is being played, the state gaming boards tend to look at this as player money. And as long as the casino's operating, that's fine. But if the casino shuts down, it's not fair that they get to keep these progressive jackpots that have been accumulated and not hit, because then the machine is not paying really what it's supposed to pay out. So the law in Nevada is that any progressive jackpot that exists at the time of closure has to be paid out in some way. They don't have to pay it out the same way, but it has to be paid back to the players in some way, and it's up to the casino to come up with the scheme to pay out the progressive money to where it's all gone. So Mirage had, I believe, $1.6 million worth of progressive jackpots to pay, which isn't a ton, but that's what they had. And they started to run hot seat promotions to where they turned off a lot of the machines in there, but the ones that were still on, anyone playing the machine actively that is sitting there when it's selected as the quote hot seat will get a piece of that 1.6 million. So let me see if you can figure out what happened once the word got out about this. At first it wasn't publicized very much, but then eventually it was publicized very much, and it was in the paper, it was on the internet, so everybody knew about this. So what do you think happened? If all you have to do is be at the machine and have your card in the machine and be playing the machine, and as soon as it's drawn as the machine that is the hot seat, you get some kind of fixed amount of money. What do you think happened? Well, I bet you know. People would just sit and camp out at machines and barely play because there was no play requirement. You just had to, I believe, have money in the machine and have your card in the machine. Maybe you had to spin once or something, but you didn't have to be actively really playing. You were supposed to be, but there was no requirement. So people were just camping out, which was very irritating to those who wanted to sit down and play and have a shot at this. There were just people camping out, sitting there and talking to each other. So it was pandemonium there. People came over. First, they were very disappointed to see a lot of the machines were turned off, and then the ones that were turned on, people were just basically sitting and not playing. So it was a big mess. And yeah, people were sitting there all day and all night taking shifts and taking turns. And the thing was, there wasn't a lot of value in this. You may think, oh, 1.6 million, that's a lot. Well, that's spread throughout all the days through all the machines. So the truth was there wasn't that much value in the whole thing. Eventually it was given all away. And they could technically kick you out if you were just totally camping there. So in case you're wondering, like, why not just get a group of people to occupy every machine all day and all night, and then just you all collect 1.6 million at the end as a group? The reason that doesn't work is that they can kick people. So if this were to happen, they would see there's absolutely no play going on or almost no play, and then they would eject people. So I don't know if anyone was ejected, but they could. They're not required to let you just sit there. So I don't know if they were policing this at all, but I know there were a lot of complaints about the Mirage giveaway of people just sitting there. What they should have done, but they probably just didn't have a good way to do it, they probably didn't have a way to tell, is base this upon coin-in, that you earn certain entries towards winning the progressive based upon the amount of coin you're cycling through. I actually participated in such a promotion, not as a way to give away progressive money, but just they had a promotion at Harrah's Rincon, and this is about a decade ago. They would have like a hot seat there, but it wasn't really a hot seat. It was a hot seat that was based upon coin-in. So it was more like a hot player, not really a hot seat. So basically you would just play, and based upon your coin-in, you would earn entries, and then they would draw from that. And then if you were drawn, you would go up and drop like a disc that would bump around and land at some kind of prize. So I think I got $500 from it. They called my name, and oddly enough, they called my name right as I hit a straight flush. So I hit a straight flush, and then like Todd Whittles, and I'm like, okay, but I have a hand pay here. Like, how do I go up? And I had like a security guard stand there and guard my hand pay while I went up there. So I got selected, but I wasn't even that surprised I was selected because the casino was fairly empty when I was playing, and I was hammering credits through video poker pretty fast, so I probably had one of the highest coin-ins at the moment. So that didn't surprise me. Whereas if they just picked a random machine, it would have been very unlikely. So anyway, that's done. And you might be wondering, could they have just closed down for 3 years? Since they're coming back, they're not permanently closing. Could they have just closed down for 3 years and come back and paid their progressives at that point? I don't know if they could or not. I don't know if there's a time limit on this. Like, for example, what if they said they're closing down for 50 years? Could they just not pay the progressives? I don't think so. What about 10 years? I still don't think so. 3 maybe, but it's possible there's a time limit that 3 exceeds. But it's also possible that they just don't want to commit to doing this at that point. That the only way to not pay them out now would be to leave those progressives and have those same machines there 3 years later. And they just may not want to commit to that, especially for $1.6 million, which isn't a ton of money for them. So this is going to be a renovation that's billions of dollars. If you remember from my previous discussion about this, what they're going to be doing is renovating the existing Mirage Tower, which is from 1989. And then they're going to be building a whole new second tower right on the Strip that looks like a giant guitar. And if you want to see what that's going to look like, you can actually look at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel in Florida. They already have one there, so it's going to look very similar to that. I predict this is going to be successful. And I think the guitar-shaped hotel is going to get a lot of attention. It's going to be very high. It's going to be higher than the existing Mirage Hotel, which is like 30 floors or so. It's going to be a lot higher than that. It's going to be skinnier, but it's going to be a lot higher. I think people are going to notice it. I think people are going to go in. I think it's going to do well. They have a good location. They're center strip. So I think that this is going to be a success, even though there's a lot of money being spent now. This closure has been a long time coming. As I mentioned in a previous segment, this was supposed to happen a lot earlier, but the Seminoles who own it have just been dragging their feet for whatever reason, and we're just operating Mirage as basically the old property. It was called Mirage. It wasn't called Hard Rock yet. It's going to reopen as Hard Rock, so Mirage is gone. You're never going to stay at Mirage again. However, you can stay at the Mirage building, which is going to be renovated and called Hard Rock, and then there'll be that second tower, as I mentioned. So that's going to be gone for 3 years. The volcano, the iconic volcano that was really the first free attraction on the Strip in 1989, had been operating since then. They had an unexpected final night of the volcano on July 16th and then shut it down for good. In fact, I believe the new Guitar Hotel is going to be where the volcano was. So bye-bye to the volcano, and the Mirage theme will be gone. It's going to be the Hard Rock theme now. But the tower itself will look the same, the existing tower, aside from some renovations inside. Finally, I want to give you a little editorial on the Donald Trump situation, because I think some of you are probably curious what I have to say about this, and I've had some requests. So I will tell you what I think, and keep in mind this is what I think. I don't have any special information that you don't have access to. I think it's pretty crazy that Donald Trump was almost killed. I mean, it was real close. That kid shot the bullet at him, and he happened to turn his head a split second before the bullet arrived, and this bullet grazed his ear instead of going right into his head and killing him. So that's pretty amazing that it was that close. Because if that was successful and Trump was killed, regardless of what this kid's motivation was, this would have really kicked off a big problem in this country, because Trump is a very beloved figure to a lot of the country. A lot of people hate him too, but this would have been seen as an act of hostility, and I could have seen it escalate even to a civil war. I could see that. So I could easily see that. So it's very fortunate for the country that did not happen, no matter what you think of Trump. Also keep in mind that didn't mean that Biden was going to win. Trump would be replaced at that point with another Republican who would probably beat Biden, because Biden has a lot of issues, as you all know. But anyway, it didn't happen. Trump only got a minor injury from the whole thing, and he's still kicking and still doing rallies and all that. But what happened? Because the whole thing's weird. First of all, very little is known about the kid who did it. He was 20. He was kind of an outcast in high school, kind of seen as kind of weird, had a nerdy look to him. He did have a fascination with guns even back then. He tried to join some kind of gun group and was actually rejected because he was so bad at shooting. And he was registered as a Republican, yet he had donated $15 at the age of 17 to Act Blue, which is a Democratic group that basically tries to get Democratic candidates elected, so that's kind of a contradiction. Sometimes people will register as a certain party just to vote in their primary to try to pick the worst candidate, so it's very possible that's why he registered that way. His dad is a libertarian, his mom is a Democrat, so it is a little more likely he would have been a Democrat, but nobody really has any information on his political leanings. Some people in his high school said they thought he was conservative, but not reliable. He did not post anything online about politics. In fact, he posted very little online. He posted a little bit about video games, but nothing that interesting. So it's not like they can find rants online that's pro-Trump, anti-Trump. They can't find anything, which is kind of unusual for someone of that age. So it's still kind of a mystery why he did it. He didn't leave any note behind, anything like that. So the why of this is still a mystery. But what is really strange is how this happened. And that's what a lot of people are asking. Because when a major presidential candidate, especially a former president, but any major presidential candidate is going to speak somewhere, they are entitled to Secret Service protection. And it's very standard to make sure that nobody gets on top of any high points that can be used to fire at the candidate. So all roofs that are within firing distance of the candidate are always blocked off. There are always Secret Service agents posted on those roofs, and nobody's allowed up there. So how did this kid get up there? And why wasn't that roof protected? And there's been a lot of conspiracies about this. There's some belief by some people that this was intentional, that somehow they spun up this kid to do it, and they basically let him up there. Or maybe that they saw he was trying to get up there and decided they hated Trump enough to where they're just going to let him do it. So maybe this wasn't pre-planned, but they saw the opportunity for an assassin to get up there and kill Trump, and they said, okay, well, let's just kind of let it happen. Let's kind of look the other way. Videos have surfaced of people trying to get the police's attention, because there's local police there as well, about a man crawling on the roof, and nothing was done for several minutes before the shots rang out. So it was also questioned how this could be that people are pointing out there's a guy on the roof up there. Why didn't they stop Trump from speaking and get him away and then go after the guy on the roof? Why were these people being ignored? And it was shown on these videos that they were being ignored. It wasn't shown their interactions with law enforcement, but they were yelling about people about him up on the roof, and nobody was doing anything. And people were saying they told police specifically, and nothing was done. There have been reports that the local police saw him 3 times, including that he was using a device to measure his distance from where Trump was standing, and that every time they tried to confront him, that somehow he got away and disappeared from their sight. Something also came out, I'm not sure if it's accurate, but something came out showing the perimeter that was established that was considered where the Secret Service is going to be protecting. And instead of being a big circle, it kind of looked like Pac-Man, where there was a slice cut out of it, and conveniently the slice that was cut out of it was the building that the kid got up on top of and shot at Trump. So why was that cut out? Well, there's some conflicting reports, and if you believe one of them, the whole thing could make sense if you put it all together. So one of the reports that I've seen claims that the building that was used to shoot at Trump by the assassin was actually a command post, a temporary command post for the local police department. I've also seen some denials that this actually wasn't, so I don't know what's true. But if it was, this actually would make some sense. So let's picture this. The Secret Service is trying to figure out the area they need to protect. So they draw this big circle, but then they notice one building there that's in that circle on the outside of it, that this one building is being used anyway by the local police department. So you could see if the Secret Service knew that the local police department was stationed in there, at least temporarily, that they don't really need to protect that building. They're like, okay, the police can take care of themselves here, so let's cut them out of this circle and then just watch the rest of the circle. We'll use our agents for different spots that we feel are more vulnerable. We'll let the police take care of this building. And then maybe the kid was able to get on top of the building. I've seen a picture of a ladder there. I don't know if it's real. I've seen a picture of a ladder, but I've also heard that maybe he climbed up the air conditioning. Whatever it is, he got to the top, and then basically no one saw it coming, because if that's where the police were housed, who would think that he could climb up the police building without being detected? It kind of reminds me of the original game SimCity, and you can still play a modern version of SimCity, but I'm talking about the original SimCity in 1989. It's kind of a groundbreaking game back then. So I played it then as a 17-year-old, and I introduced my brother and sister to the game. My brother was 13 at the time, and my sister was 9, but they enjoyed it too. But being younger, they were going to me for help whenever they had trouble. Well, my brother came to me, and he said, I have a problem here. I need to put a fire department in my city because the game is requiring it. So I put a fire department there, and then the fire department not only is useless, but the fire department itself keeps catching on fire. So he says, how do I stop that? How do I stop the fire department from catching on fire? And I said, it's actually a bug in the game. The fire department just does nothing. They're just useless. You have to put one there, but they're not going to do anything. So if fires start, you just got to bulldoze whatever's burning, and it's the only way to stop it. That was a big flaw in that game. It was just a bug. Anyway, I was reminded of the fire department on fire when I thought of this, because this would be the case of a police building being used by the assassin where they didn't feel they had to protect it because, well, it's the police. So much like the fire department in the game wasn't trying to stop themselves from being on fire because, hey, it's full of firemen, so why would they try? And then it catches on fire. They're like, oh, yeah, we didn't think of this. Much like that in that game, maybe the police just figured this wasn't something that could happen. They weren't even thinking this is a possibility, that someone would get on top of the roof of the building housing the police there. But he did. Now, it's possible that building wasn't really used for that, but that's the most likely explanation to me that doesn't involve any conspiracy. That this kid just went to go do this and lucked out, that he just saw a building he could get on top of, didn't realize the police were housed there, and the police were asleep at the switch, and he gets up there and then starts firing. Now, what answers have been given? Well, not much so far, but the only explanation we've gotten for why there was no agent on top of that building was that the roof of the building was sloped, and it was dangerous for agents to be up there. Let me tell you the problem with that. That roof was not sloped. It was a pretty flat roof, and there were other roofs where agents were posted that actually were sloped. So actual sloped roofs had agents on them, and this fairly flat roof had no agent. So that's a bizarre excuse. It's obviously a lie. So there's something being covered up here. It might just be incompetence, but there's something being covered up here. Maybe just everybody's afraid to admit that they were stupid, that they just assumed that if the police are in that building, they don't have to worry about it, and everybody let their guard down. The police let their guard down, kind of thinking the Secret Service is taking care of that, and the Secret Service let their guard down, thinking, okay, no one's going to go on top of the police building. And nobody wants to admit it, because it's a boneheaded mistake. You simply cannot have a building that is that close to Trump speaking where there's nobody protecting the roof. You just cannot have that with all the people who hate Trump. I mean, same with Biden, too. I would be just as critical if Biden was shot at with such a stupid mistake. There needs to be proper protection for both of them when they are speaking. And there are crazies on both sides that would go after them, and even just people who just want to kill for the sake of being a historical figure, which, by the way, I think is what happened here. I think the reason the kid did it is not because he hates Trump and not to make any kind of political statement. I think this kid was someone who's kind of invisible to society. He was someone who either was bullied or just at the very least ignored in school, probably couldn't get girls, probably didn't have many friends. And yeah, he had a fascination with guns, and he probably started thinking, you know what would be cool? What if I do something really crazy? I mean, it's going to get me killed, but what if I do something really crazy and fire at Trump? And what if I kill Trump? Imagine I'm going to be in the history books. I'm going to be like Lee Harvey Oswald. I'll be like John Wilkes Booth. Someone who killed a president who was also seen as a major president in history. Kill Lincoln, kill JFK, and now kill Trump. So he would be remembered forever. And it's true. If he killed Trump, kids would be learning about him in history class in 100 years. when all of us are gone, all of us are forgotten, and he'd be remembered for the psycho who killed Trump. He'd be killed at the same time, but he may have felt it was worth it. He may have felt that he wants to be a historical figure, and this is a way to accomplish it. So it may have been nothing against Trump personally, just he wants to kill Trump. And maybe he chose Trump instead of Biden because Trump is a figure that's going to stick out in history a lot more than Biden will. Trump is a very unusual candidate and former president. Trump is a cult-like figure, whether you like him or not. Trump really defines the Republican politics since 2015, basically, and continues to have just a massive influence on the party. Just came out of nowhere to do this. So for someone to assassinate him during the election, just 4 months away from the election, that would be a historical figure. Not a positive historical figure. Well, maybe he thinks he'd be seen that way too by some people who hate Trump. So I think it was that. I think the guy just wanted to do something and be remembered. We'll never know. But that's my guess. But what there needs to be is a very thorough investigation of what went wrong, and it needs to be made public. And I kind of have a feeling we're not going to get it. And that's very bothersome that we're not going to get it. Because the public has a right to know here how Trump was almost assassinated by a 20-year-old kid who got on top of a roof that should have been secured. This is like Security 101 to protect that roof. It's not like this kid has some sophisticated plan to kill Trump that they couldn't have seen coming. I mean, this guy just went up on a roof and shot at him. That roof should have been protected. There's no question. And the Secret Service needs to give a better answer than the roof is sloped, when the roof is not even sloped. It's insane that we don't have an answer yet. But we're kind of living in an era where we just don't get answers, which sucks. What about Stephen Paddock and the October 1st, 2017 shooting from the Mandalay Bay? We still haven't learned much about Stephen Paddock. We still don't know about his finances. We still don't know a lot of things about him. We never got answers on a lot of things. It just kind of got dropped. So I kind of feel like that's going to happen here. We're going to get this dumb story about the sloped roof, and that's going to be it. So there needs to be real answers. The head of the Secret Service needs to be fired if she cannot give proper answers. And there needs to be a serious investigation, possibly with criminal charges, even if this was not intentional, just a criminal negligence for allowing this to happen. You can't just shrug your shoulders and say, oh, well, it's a sloped roof, so, okay. Kind of sucks that happened, but what can we do? Dangerous to put agents up there. I mean, it wasn't even a sloped roof. It's flat. So we've got to get answers to this. This is unacceptable that a major presidential candidate was almost killed over something so incompetent and so simple. So that was pretty disturbing to see. Now, is this likely to have an effect on the election? Yes. Big time yes. So Biden was already struggling since that debate where he was incoherent. And people are just starting to finally believe. I mean, Republicans have been saying this forever. People are starting to finally believe that Biden's not all there anymore. And he definitely cannot serve another 4 years. People are finally starting to realize that. This has been hidden from the public. The media has lied to you about it. The Democrats have lied to you about it. They just pretty much wanted Biden to win again and just hide him, have people under him make decisions for him, trot him out every so often to utter a few words from the teleprompter, and just hope he makes it all the way through January 2029. That's what they're hoping. But it's not fair. They've got to be honest. And any attempt by the right to show that Biden was not all there anymore, it was met with a lot of derision and gaslighting and lies. And now the public's seeing it. The public got to see it in that debate, and now the cat's out of the bag. So a lot of people feel duped, and a lot of people are like, you know what, fuck this. We're not buying anything the media tells us anymore. We're just going to vote for Trump. Even if we don't love Trump, at least he seems coherent. They might replace Biden. It's possible. But it's not easy. They basically need Biden to agree to step down. And it looks like he's just not going to do it. Looks like Biden he's been waiting for this his whole life. This has been his dream his whole life, as being president, and his previous attempts failed to the point where he kind of gave up. Then when he was chosen to be vice president, which really was just because of his popularity in Pennsylvania, and at the time Obama thought he needed him to win Pennsylvania, or at least to secure it. So that's why he chose Biden. Obama never liked Biden. He still doesn't like Biden. But that's why Biden was chosen. And then he got to parlay that into becoming president. So this has been his dream his whole life. So he got his first term, and he wants a second term, and he doesn't care what's best for the party. And it's kind of similar to Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who knew she was in very failing health, knew she could die any day, and knew that if she did die, that Donald Trump would appoint someone who was conservative to the Supreme Court. So she could have retired during Obama's term, and they could have appointed someone to the court who was liberal. That she could have done that at any point during Obama's term. But instead she held on, died during Trump's term, and was replaced with a conservative. So I know there's big fans of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but if you are a liberal and a big fan of hers, she was very selfish at the end. And Biden's basically doing the same thing. Instead of stepping aside and giving someone else a chance at this point, he's still refusing to step down. So it could still happen, but I think he's going to be the candidate. And it's likely he's going to lose. This is very different than 2020 in several ways. First of all, people got to experience Biden's leadership, and it hasn't been very good. Inflation has been a big problem. That people were not experiencing this inflation 4 years ago, but now people have been through it, and it sucks, and people are very upset by it. They can see how old he seems, how he seems senile, he seems out of it, much more than 4 years ago. Much more. If you look at him 4 years ago, he seems sharp as a tack compared to how he is today, and people can see that. And he didn't win by a wide margin 4 years ago. And there was a lot of anti-Trump sentiment because of COVID. And people felt he didn't handle it well. So that's gone too. So Trump was unpopular at the time with a lot of the country when he lost, and he still didn't lose by that much. And now Biden is unpopular, even more so. So now he's going to lose. And the fact that Trump not only survived this assassination attempt, but that he smartly stood up and shook his fist and said, fight, fight, fight. And there was even a picture of him being carried away with his fist up with the American flag in the background. I mean, that was like a perfect picture. So that's going to be shown everywhere for the next 4 months. And you can have a lot of people who are inspired by it that otherwise were not going to vote for him. And you don't need a massive number to change the vote or to show up and vote for him when they weren't going to. You just need enough to push it over. It was going to be close. But he was already the favorite at this point because of what Biden did at the debate. And even before the debate, Trump was a small favorite. Now he's gotten to be a big favorite. So provided nothing happens to Trump between now and the election, he should be the next president again. Now, I will tell you this, and I'm not someone who was a big Trump fan. I preferred that Trump was the winner each time. I did vote for him in 2020. I didn't vote for him in the primary for 24, but I will be voting for him in 24, I'll tell you that, for the general election. But at the same time, I'm not like a big Trumper, and I preferred other Republican candidates over him. But I'll tell you this. The fear about him and the way he's going to govern, that is very much overblown, just as it was back in 2016. If you remember all the doom and gloom that was said about the way Trump's going to govern during his first term, and that did not come true. I know there's going to be the whole thing, oh, what about the end when he lost the election and January 6th and trying to stop democracy, blah, blah, blah. And, yeah, you know, his behavior after he lost the election was terrible. And I'm not going to defend that. I don't believe he caused January 6th directly. These are followers of his that just did it after he kind of spun them up as he was cheated. He didn't tell them to go do it. But I'm not going to make excuses about January 6th. I'm not going to make excuses for his behavior after the election, which was terrible. But I will say that his first 3 years in office, I was very happy with as a mainstream Republican. And he did not do anything extreme. You can look at his first 3 years, and he didn't do anything extreme. And his fourth year, he wasn't extreme either. He just didn't govern well. And everything he did in foreign policy basically worked out. And Biden's been the opposite. So I believe that what Trump wants more than anything is to be remembered as a great president, remembered as a successful president. So some people think this is going to be like Trump's revenge and that he's going to come in and just take out his wrath on his enemies, knowing that he doesn't have to worry about getting elected again. I don't believe that's going to happen. I think the most important thing to Trump is to be seen as a great man. And he feels like the work was kind of incomplete from the first term, partially because of COVID, and then he lost. So he wants to come in and do a tremendous job and be looked at by all the people in the U.S. as the savior of the country and the guy who made America great again, blah, 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 blah. That's what he's looking to do. I'm convinced of that. So I think what we're going to see from him is, again, kind of standard Republican Party with, a little bit of a Trumpian twist. And, of course, Trump is Trump. He's going to either tweet or write on Truth Social, that stupid site he's part of, that he's going to write dumb things, say dumb things, not act very presidential, still speak without a filter. So the Trump we got the first term is probably what we're going to get again, is the truth. But that was not an extreme Republican at all. He was not crazy in the way he governed. He governed actually in a very sane fashion, and that gets lost. And if you don't believe me, then go look up what he actually did. Not what the left was saying he did, but look what he actually did when he was in office, and you're not going to find anything extreme. If you're on the left, you're going to think these are things he didn't agree with, but they weren't extreme, and any other Republican would have done these things too. So that's what we're going to get here. So there's a lot of panic. Oh, if Trump wins, then it's going to be persecution of LGBTQ people and persecution of minorities, and it's going to be the permanent end of abortion, and we're going to be a Christian theocracy, blah, blah, blah. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's going to be very similar to the first term. You're going to see that. And really, the Democrats only have themselves to blame for this situation. They should not have run Biden again. They should have created a real primary process where candidates that were decent challenged him, and they shouldn't have covered up all this time that he was going senile and lied to the people to where people would have been informed of this and probably voted someone else in. So they should have had a different candidate. And in addition, even ignoring that, they have turned off a lot of voters by allowing the extreme wing of the party to shape policy too much. There are a lot of really wacky ideas out there that have come from the left over the past decade or so that are just getting worse and worse, and there's just not enough pushback against them. There are some longtime liberals that are pushing back, such as comedian Bill Maher, but there's not enough of them. And these are old school liberals who are like, wait a minute, this isn't the party I remember. And yes, it has changed, and it's bad. So that's the reason there's been some backlash against Biden and the Democratic Party, even with all the flaws that Trump has. So the Democrats really did this to themselves, both with lying about Biden and hiding his condition and not having a real primary contest, and allowing a lot of the extremists to rule the party, including a lot of anti-Semites, including a lot of people who hate Jews and aren't even very subtle about it, that have a lot of influence in the Democratic Party. These members of the Squad and others, there's a lot of left-wing anti-Semitism that's being realized that I've been saying for years exists, but people didn't believe me. So a lot of people kind of waking up and going, you know what? The Democratic Party's got some issues here. The Democratic Party is not what it used to be. And when that happens, then you get someone like Trump back. So congratulations. That's what's going to happen here. After everything that went on, Trump is probably the next president because the Democrats were so extreme and so dishonest about Biden's condition. That's the truth. So that's where we are now. Now, it's not that I wanted to see the Democrats win. I didn't, but I'm just telling you honestly. If you did want to see them win, you should be pissed. You should be pissed at the party for letting themselves get here. Because if the party was sensible, Trump would not have that much of a chance. Trump would have his loyal following, but it wouldn't be enough to push him over to win the election. But instead, he's the big favorite at this point. Well, that's it. I'm done. Hope you enjoyed this COVID edition of Poker Fraud Alert Radio. You might be wondering, am I going to wait another month to do the next show? No. Even I feel bad about this. The original plan was to do a show sometime before the main event, and then to do a show right after the main event. That is the main event for me, once I was out. But as you know, I caught COVID, so I had to wait on that. As far as why the show right before the main didn't happen, it just kind of didn't happen. And then I guess the dates just kind of got away from me. I'm like, oh shit. We're here right before the main, and I've got stuff I've got to do. And then the 4th of July, I spent with Benjamin. And then I drove, so didn't have time that day. And I kind of thought I would do it, maybe between day 2 and day 3. But I had a cold that day, which was really COVID. So I wasn't up to it anyway. Like starting from day 2 of the main, I was already feeling sick. And I'm still not totally better here. I felt it as I was doing this here. I know we're going to have people saying I have long COVID, but no. I can't say for sure, but COVID is known to last for 2 weeks sometimes. And it hasn't been 2 weeks yet. Hopefully by next week I'll be all better. I mean, I'm close to all better. But I can feel it in my sinuses. I can feel it in my throat. I can feel it when I try to talk on the show. But hey, I got through it. And you're going to have a show. So I just got to throw this thing in the editor and get it up there. So thank you for being patient with the lesser number of episodes. I'll try to do more. All right. Good night, everybody. Shalom.